So we're the new kids in town, breaking walls, blowing bridges, leaving rubble like a wrecking ball. Go ahead, call us outlaws, 'cause we tear the roof off, yeah. Better get your umbrella, 'cause this wind's gonna kill ya. Better run for some shelter, 'cause we're blowing down this house. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. Bring in the storm, here we go. Put your hands up, 'cause we are a hurricane. We are a hurricane. Better get your umbrella, 'cause this wind's gonna kill ya. There's no stopping us now, we'll blow down this house, yeah. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. Bring in the storm, here we go. Put your hands up.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome. You are watching live pictures right now of the site of Waterski over in San Gervasio. This is the 10th running of the San Gervasio ProAm. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company for this, the Waterski Pro Tour, stop number 7 in the year-long series. For those of you who are a little unfamiliar with San Gervasio, it's located right in the middle of the Italian countryside in the northern region of Lombardy, right in the middle of farming country, as you can plainly see through this vista coming to us from the drone shots that's coming down the lake right now. And absolutely pristine conditions and not a ripple on the water. And that should bode well for our skiers that will be taken to the water to start off proceedings this morning. Starting off with the amateurs, and then we will progress on towards the pro divisions towards the end of our schedule today. And there is your schedule. Amateurs round 3 for all of the amateur skiers that we did not take last night. And then we're going to go on to the women's bracket of 8, the quarterfinals, so to speak. And then we're going to go into the men's quarterfinals as well, head-to-head. And then after that, we go into the head-to-head junior girls challenge final presented by Radar Skis. And then we go into the semi-final for the women and men, and then the final for women and men. And that is pretty much the gist of our schedule for the balance of today. Absolutely wonderful shot there. I mean, it just doesn't get much better than that, does it? Beautiful conditions, as is typically the case this time in the morning. Now, we project the pros to start at around 1300 hours, which is 1 p.m. here at Central European time, and you can extrapolate that for your own time zone. So at 1300 hours, 1 p.m., we're going to go on to the pros. But before we get to that point, we're going to run through our amateurs in round number 3, the remainder of them at least. We had some amateur skiing take place last night to leave us with the schedule as it remains with the remaining skiers, starting with Rosemary Oman. She'll be our lead-off skier for today in the over 55 women's slalom third round. And then we will go on to the over 55 men's, over 65 men's, open women, and then open men, and then that should take care of the amateurs. We project our finishing time for the amateurs somewhere in the region between 11 and 12 noon if things run according to plan. Beautiful sunshine, almost a little bit too much sunshine in places. Have to make one or two adjustments to the camera so it doesn't appear too bright. But the one division that we are carrying through from yesterday is the over 45 women, and there's only one competitor there, and that is Kelly Atkins, and she will actually end up being our lead-off skier this morning, and then we'll carry on with the schedule as it continues on. We got Giuseppe there, our camera person there with the remote camera on the left-hand side, and we got Jason Scholl with the drone camera. He'll be piloting that, and with the ones and twos, we got Vincent Stadelbauer, and one of our other camera persons is Jeremy Scholl, who skied pretty well yesterday in the amateur competition in his age category division, the over 35s. So the day is completely free for him to get up on there on the tower and follow every single skier from now until the end. Arduous work it is as well. And we'll see a few people starting to line up the banks here, even at this stage of the game with the amateur competition. And we see Kelly Atkins there getting ready to go, just waiting for the time to wind down to 8 a.m. Central European time. We are on 7:53 at this time. And this is continuing coverage of the 10th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. And when we return, we will continue on with the amateur competition, starting off with Kelly Atkins in the over 45s. And we will do that right after this.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long? A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers? A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers? What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
I'm so excited to introduce to you guys the NR1. Over the past season, we've been working on developing the ski shape that is now the NR1, and I truly do love this shape. I'm so excited to ski on it this season, and I hope you guys love it as much as I do.
I'm really excited to get on the Reflex NR1 this season and see what it can do for my skiing. Every time I get on it, it just feels better and better. So I can't wait for the 2024 season to get some new PBs on the Reflex NR1.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Skiing is fun. It sounds simple, but it's what drives us to build the best products day in and day out. Radar was founded and led by skiers who have instilled in us the passion to push beyond the norm and make better products. This passion fuels our desire to innovate and create. It means early mornings and late nights, red-eye flights followed by dawn sessions that lead us to conversations that flow to progression. We never stop dreaming of what's next and what we can do to make skiing even better. Our constant desire to push the sport leads us to where we are now. We have fun creating every day so that you can have fun on the water. Just go ski.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, then. So getting ready to go. Our lead-off skier in the amateur competition for today's action with Claudia Benatti at the helm of that towboat. We're going to start off with the over 35 women. And our one and only skier in this category comes to us out of Kings Lynn in the county of Norfolk in England. And this is Kelly Atkins. Decent looking number 1 and 2 and 3. Managed to get a couple on 12 meters the last 2 rounds. Actually 2 on 12 meters in round 1 and 1.5 in round number 2. So consistently around that mark as she successfully makes her way through the opening pass of 16 meters. That was Kelly Atkins. Sun obviously coming from the east, and that's exactly where Kelly Atkins came from on pass number 1. Silhouetted out for a lot of the run, or at least the first half of it, and then we get to see her brightened up. And there we go, 16 meters. 22 off the standard 75-foot line, leaving 53 feet for her to get round all 6 buoys. And of course, it's 37.5 feet wide, or 11.5 meters wide. All right, then continuing on with the amateurs, same boat crew as yesterday. Claudia Benatti at the helm, Gavin Kelly at the judges' seat. Looking pretty strong on 14.25 meters. Not making too much in the way of errors there on that particular run, and gets it to go. So nice skiing there from Kelly Atkins, as we'll get to see the instant replay for her. So Kelly looking pretty good. For those of you that are tuned in, you're most certainly welcome. Let's see if we can try and get a little bit of conversation going here via the live chat that is currently on the right-hand side of the webcast player on the YouTube channel. For those of you that are tuning in right now, expecting the pros, they will be on the water at around about 1300 hours Central European time, which translated for some locations around the world be a good few hours later, about 5 hours from here. Here we go. This is Kelly Atkins. Oh, a big old slam on number 1, and managing to still hold on to this 30 meters. Getting a little bit off balance on 1 or 2 of these turns, and handle dunks on 135, which are currently saving her at this point in the proceedings, and is now within 2 buoys of her best scorer this weekend. This is Kelly Atkins. Handling a little bit close there on the entrance gate, meaning she doesn't get full power through the entrance gates on her way to number 1. And as a result, having to dunk the handle a little bit to create a stronger pivot point for her to get the ski round. Round number 3 and number 4. Just trying to work cagely on this one, and a decent turn on number 5. And good skiing there, generally, for Kelly Atkins from Great Britain. specifically the historic city of Kings Lynn in the county of Norfolk. Of course, for those of you that have followed politics over the last day or so, will know that that in the United Kingdom, the government has changed hands. And one of the shockers that night actually happened in Kings Lynn. They lost their existing MP and former Prime Minister Liz Truss in the in the election in her constituency. But right now, 3 buoys, she's halfway down 12 meters. Look at her go. Round number 4, 5, and can she make it round 12 meters? Yes, she can. Look at this. Good effort. 16, 14, 13, 12. Yes, that is 12 meters. Good solid effort there for Kelly Atkins in the over 35s.
You need to have days off more often.
So, little bit of a rest there. Certainly doing Kelly Atkins absolutely no harm whatsoever. A little bit delayed off number 2, but as long as she kept that ski going, as long as she kept forward motion, she was always going to stay very, very much in the game. So our very first skier out of the day, already in very, very close territory towards her personal best. I suspect this is probably going to be her best performance of the season so far in this relatively young season. So in the over 35 women, this is on 11.25 meters, Kelly Atkins. She's round number 1, gets to the wake, and there you go. She's pleased with that. From Great Britain, Kelly Atkins. Let's see what else she's done this season by way of a score in the multi-round at Hazelwood Ski World. She scored 1.5 on 12 meters as her best score this year. And looking at some of her scores in the previous season, going down this list here, a smattering of 3s and 5s and 2s and the odd 4 and the odd half here or there on 12 meters. So I would venture to say that that was the first time that she has run through 12 meters, at least based upon the information that I have in front of me here. At least one of the first instances where she's gone into 11.25 meters. I'm looking back to 2022, 2 years ago, and seeing that she had a couple of scores into 11.25 meters. One of those scores was over in the World Championships, and the other was over at Hazelwood Ski World. So probably one of the very few instances that she has gotten through 12 meters onto 11, but when all is said and done, a brilliant performance there from Kelly Atkins, coming to us out of Kings Lynn in Norfolk in England, and doing a fine job with that score of 1 at 11.25 meters, and she will be over the moon with that, so to speak. Good, solid effort there. Okay, it's 49K, 18.25 meters. Our next skier is about to go, but we're going to take a little bit of a delay, a little bit of technical delay. Hopefully this won't be too long, and indeed it isn't. Our technical controller there, Peter Davies, getting everything situated for our next competitor, who comes to us out of Switzerland, and her name is Rosemary Oman. All right, there. Looks like we got the first message on the live chat, and they're checking in from Sydney, Australia, where it's mid-afternoon there. So good day to you, sir. Actually, it's about 4:15 in the afternoon there on a Sunday, same day that we're on right now. Here we go, 18.25 meters, 49K, Rosemary Oman. Now Rosemary wasn't too optimistic about her chances for success here this weekend, but she's prepared to give it all she can anyway. 52 is going to be her speed coming back in the over 55 women's category. So good solid effort there on pass number 1. I'll try and find out a little bit more about Rosemary Oman so far as her scores have gone for her so far in the over 55 category. And here the San Gervasio Pro. Got 2.25 at 52K on the 16-meter line in round number 2, and preceding that she got 4 on the 52K, 18.25 meters. So she's making some strides here, certainly improving between rounds 1 and rounds 2 at least. And Rosemary, in terms of her competitive record, you'd have to go back to 2021 to see the last time that she actually competed. So she's making a bit of a comeback here, so to speak. Suffered through injury a little bit in the intervening time. But she's back here and ready to rock. This is at 52K. The shortening speed for her category of over 55. Letting the ski run down course a little bit. Come on, Rosemary. Get round number 6. There you go. Fight for it. There you go. Able to recover through the exit gates, and she was going to have another crack on the 16-meter line. There you go. I think she's more relieved than anything else. I would have to say. Rosemary Oman in the over 55 category doing a fine job, and a good recovery after what could have been a real disastrous number 5 buoy there for her. A right-footed skier, which means that her 2-4 side should be a little bit better than the opposite side of the course. But not seeming to take full advantage of it, and at least not at this juncture. And almost completely overturns her offside, and thankfully it's because that ski actually gained enough angle that she was able to stay ahead of the course and at least be able to put herself in a position to run that pass. Let's see what Rosemary Oman can do. I believe this is 16 meters at 52K. Is 16 meters now for Rosemary Oman in the over 55, and just rolls out towards the back and slap in the water there in a little bit of disappointment, but she's typically a pretty happy and pretty smiley skier. And it's going to be a 3 1/2 at 22 off, 3.5 on 60 meters for Rosemary Oman. Again, buckled a little bit off number 2 into number 3 on this instant replay here. And just losing her shape off buoy number 3 towards number 4, and wasn't able to fully recover from that point onwards. So, We continue right along from over 55 women to over 55 men. Our first competitor out in that division is going to be Andrew Stan. Who comes to us from South Africa. All right, so here we see Claudio at the wheel. All right, and as we look over some of the technical things that are going on, we're going to take a quick break, and once we return, we will have the over 55 men coming up next.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Okay, well, welcome back. Our next skier to take to the water is Andrew Stan from South Africa. And then we'll move on the remainder of the list with we got Andrea Ravetta from Italia. Then Gerard Jean-Paul Sir from the Principality of Monaco. And then Andrew Bowles, also from South Africa. All right, so 4 men in this over 55s division. Not too sure what technical work needed to be done to the towboat, but I believe it has been completed as of now. And that being the case, we will continue on with our next competitor. This is Andrew Stan. Andrew Stam, I beg your pardon, who has completed 3.5 and 13 on round number 1 and 2 on 12 meters in round number 2. I believe this is going to be the 16-meter line. We'll get confirmation of that for the over 55 men's division that Andrew skis in, coming to us out of South Africa. So traveling a long way to be here. Looking good, looking strong for the most part. Letting the pole release towards the boat a little bit soon, coming off his 135 side, like about there, and losing a bit of contact and a little bit of stack against the boat as a consequence, which is controllable at this moment in time, at this point, but as the rope starts to get shorter and from here on out, which is going to be 14.25 meters, then things are going to complicate a little bit in that regard. So, Andrew Stam from South Africa, 14.25 meters. Good start here. Keeping everything flowing here. And on 14.25 meters, doing a grand job here. Andrew Stam doing the best that he can out there with 14.25 meters, and 13 is going to come up next. Just looking at this once again and looking at the tail end of this pass. Andrew Stam, who comes to us from South Africa, as I mentioned, and it is about 8:30 in the morning there, which is, funnily enough, the same time that we have right now. Right here in San Gervasio in Bresciano in the region of Lombardy. Not getting the best start on 13 meters, but he is going to fight this one. Seems to be eyeing up the buoy a little soon prior to the second wake, but he's still able to stay upright here. He gets through 13 meters and now has a chance for 12 coming up pretty soon. That is Andrew Stam. Not the prettiest of 30-meter runs that I've seen from him thus far. But he's put himself in a position where he can have a crack at 12 meters. His best score being 2 from round number 2. Just looking at buoy number 3, it really powers up here to stay with the run. Getting a little bit scrunched over off number 5 into number 6, but he had just about enough room to work with there to get the job done. Here we go, folks, over 55 men. Andrew Stam trying to try and get into a rhythm, and nothing was doing there for him. So he ends up with a score of 1 1/2 buoys there on 12 meters. The gate pullout looked pretty well timed. He certainly had enough whip to make it happen, but just not enough Not enough resistance against the boat through the entrance into buoy number 1. He ended up getting pulled to more towards the buoy than he was generally accustomed to. But it is 1 1/2, and it is a backup score. His second best score here, courtesy of Andrew Stam from South Africa. From Italia, Andrea Ravetta. A lot of activity around dockside as we get ready to continue on with the over 55 men's slalom, our second skier out. It is Andrea Ravetta. Seems to be working pretty well out there, I'd have to say, for Andrea. Don't see too much wrong with that opener. And Andrea, for his part, has been able to get into 12 meters. He scored a 2 on 12 in round 1, and 3 on 12 in round number 2. And this is the third and last round here and now. Opening pass of 16 meters, dialed in. And looking for the most part pretty strong out there. A little bit of an inside elbow dip on number 3, but for the most part on 16 meters, looking pretty smooth. A little bit more dramatic on number 5 than he really needed to be, but it works. It still continues to work for him. And Andrea Ravetta comes back into the course on 14.25 meters to continue his challenge. Okay, so on the water, Andrea Ravetta. Yes, he is coming back on 13 meters, my bad. Started on 14, therefore. Probably explains the reason why he had to elbow slam a couple of those buoys. Not something that I would terribly recommend for anyone going in on 16 meters. There's still too much rope to do that with. On 14.25 meters, it's a little bit of a different story, but the pass that we just seen right there from Andrea Ravetta from Italia was a 13-meter pass. And be that as it may, 12 meters is going to come up next for him. Painting a pretty good picture here on the 13 meters. Certainly in better shape this time around. Looking strong out there, Andrea Ravetta. All right, here we go, folks. 12 meters now. Ropes at 35 off for those of you who like the feet in inches. Here we go. Andrea Ravetta, round number 2, tries to make an attempt to get round number 3, but nothing was doing in this round, so he has scores of 2, 3, and 2 in successive rounds, on all of them on 12 meters, so skiing quite consistently in that regard. And decent skiing there from Andrea Ravetta from Italia. So good, solid skiing Just getting a little bit pitched out of buoy number 1. Had a hard time with the slack line that he generated into buoy number 2. And he just didn't have the timing dialed down on this particular run and this particular round. So there we go. That is Andrea Rivetta. And when we return, we'll have our next skier, Gerard Jean-Paul Seur from Monaco, coming up next. And there he is on dockside, getting ready to go.
B1, Claudia. B1. 14, Gary.
Okay, so elected to start on 14.25 meters, Gerard Jean-Paul Seur. Coming to us out of the Principality of Monaco. Now, Monaco is relatively close to Italy, save for about a 3.5 hour drive towards the west of this particular location in Italy. There you go, opening pass, and he gets it under his belt. Scored 5 in round 1, 4 in round 2, and 6 at the very least in round number 3. So he's back in the on the plus side here with Gerard Jean-Paul Seur. I think more relief than anything else, it has to be said, for Gerard. Coming to us out of Monaco, which traces its history back to the medieval days and was actually part of the Italian Empire for a short while until the Grimaldi family took it over and have ruled the Principality ever since. All right, here we go, folks. This right here, right now, and on his second pass for the first time in this competition is Gerard Jean-Paul Seur, 13. Or gets number 1 to go. Round number 2, keeping the flow going. Round number 3, come on, Gerard. There you go, round number 4. And for a skier who had failed to run his opening 2 passes, he gets far enough down 13 meters to at least register a somewhat respectable score here. Gerard Jean-Paul Seur ends up with a score of 4.5. I know he was fairly close to running the 13-meter pass, but taking his opening 2 rounds into account, I would say that he's mounted a creditable fight back with his score of 4.5 on 13. So that was from the Principality of Monaco, Gerard Jean-Paul Seur. All right, here we go. Skier on the water right now. This is Andrew Bowles from South Africa. 14.25 meter start. Just working his way comfortably from one side of the course to the next and looking very, very strong there. All right, just looking at the instant replay and displaying Andrew Bowles out on the water. Looking good for that run, and that is a complete 6-buoy count there for him. Okay, and Arbad with... he went in on 16 meters. He's going to come back on 14.25 meters for pass number 2. All right. Oh, getting pitched forward a little bit into buoy number 3 there, but still managing to stay upright here and get round all 6 buoys on 14.25 meters. That is Andrew Bowles. So, Andrew Bowles out there on the water here in the 10th San Gervasio ProAm in the over 55 slalom. Looking in good shape. There we go. 16 and 14 in quick succession, and now 13 meters coming up now for Andrew Bowles. All right, and Andrew trying to get the best start that he could there off of buoy number 1, but unfortunately wasn't able to keep his ski running in the typical direction that he really wanted to off buoy number 2. So it looks like it's going to be 1 1/2 buoys there for him on the 13-meter run. For those of you that are just joining us, welcome to the 10th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. My name's Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company. The pro section of this event will begin at approximately 1300 hours or 1 o'clock in the afternoon Central European time. We're on the amateur section of the event. We started at about 8:30 this morning. We're already we started at 8 a.m. and we're already 3/4 of an hour deep into the amateur competition. And once we get done with the amateurs, then we will take a little bit of a breather before we go on to the pro divisions, which includes the pro women, the pro men, and also our junior girls challenge thrown in to the mix. So that's our schedule for today. Now we go into the over 65 men's slalom round 3. And according to this list, our next competitor is Ionas Vislades from Greece. Will be taken to the water next. All right there, so Ionas Vislades coming to us out of Greece. And a good friend of mine from Greece, George Hatsis, is pleased to mention that there's been a resolution in the issues that have surrounded the lease regarding the Kaiafa venue, and he's pleased to say that they've managed to get the lease back on that facility, which is good news because it could potentially mean the return of the Kaiafa Pro Battle next season. Because those issues, that competition, which would have ordinarily taken place next weekend, was cancelled, but in its place, the Oxford ProAm comes into play next weekend with the nighttime slalom final on the Saturday night, and TWBC will be providing coverage of that event exclusively live. But right now, this is Ionas Vislades from Greece, rocking his way in the over 65s. Ionas Vislades, who didn't ski the second round, but we'll see what score he was able to produce in round number 1. Over 65 men's. Ionas Vislades. Got 3 buoys on the 13-meter line at the max speed for this division, which is 52k. 14.25 meters next. With the boat already at maximum speed, he went through 16. Now he's on 14. Looking and going. Trying to get some angle here to stay ahead of the course, which he did from number 4 into number 5. But driving his shoulders maybe a little too far towards the tip of the ski and making life difficult when the line leg gets shorter as it does after the complete run. 16 and 14, quick succession. 13 meters coming up next for Ionas Vislades from Greece. Right, after we've concluded the over 65 men, we're going to go into the open women and open men, not to be confused with the pro women and pro men, which will start at around about 1300 hours, 1 o'clock this afternoon, Central European time. And looks like we got a change in the start time. We've changed it from 1 p.m. to 12:30 p.m. So it is 12:30 p.m. Central European. Oh, and Ionas Vislades coming back on 13 meters and just collapsing over the tip of the ski. And things are not working out too well for him on that particular run of 13 meters. Pulling out a little early for the gates, getting behind the boat. Right before he had a chance to fully rotate the ski, and barely got outside number 1, and just was unable to stack up at the right time to send it a little further down the course. But is That is going to end up being his backup score of half a buoy on 13 meters to match up with a 3 on 13 that was able to produce in round number 1. All right, then, we've got more and more skiing to come, so stay tuned. This is continuing coverage of the San Gervasio Pro, and we'll be back right after this.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
All right, then, welcome back. And our next skier about to take to the water, coming to us out of Sweden, this is Stefan Gerrud. Stefan, who scored 4 buoys on 30 meters in round 1 and half a buoy on 30 meters in round number 2. 16-meter start. A little on the back of the ski, I'd have to say, but still able to stay on top of the water. 16 meters shouldn't present too much of a problem from him. He looks like he's a pretty tall, strong athlete, aged over 65, and not looking too bad for the most part on the opener. That is Stefan Gerrud, or Gerrud. Bringing the handle in very, very, very low and very deliberately there with the entrance gate. Just trying to ski to a certain position and just hold it through the wakes. And that seems to be par for the course on his offside turns. He is a left foot forward skier. Tends to work better on turns that are typically on the right-hand side of the wake. One would surmise anyway. And just easy as she goes, he gets the 6 buoy count on the opening pass of 16 meters. All right, the multiple beeps have sounded, and Claudio mashes the throttle on that towboat to bring in our skier on the water, Stefan Gerrud. Looking good, keeping the flow going. Trying not to disrupt himself, although there was a little bit of movement into buoy number 4, which he was able to ski past and getting through the second run. That is Stefan Gerrud from Sweden. Let's see what other results he's put in so far this season at the Funglis Pro-Am tournament. He had scores of 1 on 12, 2 on 13, and 1.5 on 13 in his only other tournament appearance this 2024 season, I beg your pardon. Only skied once in competition in 2023 with the Solar Cup, and got about halfway down 30 meters in that instance in one of the 3 rounds. Smattering scores somewhere between 14 and 13 meters represented the balance of of his competitiveness in that competition, the Solar Cup, and last year. But so far as this year goes, he seems to be on a pretty decent run of form. If he can try and get through this next run, he's gone through 16 and 14. Now this is 13. Coming to us out of Trekanten in Sweden. That's his ski club of affiliation. And here he is. This is Stefan Jarrud. Look at this, round buoy number 4 and number 5. Oh, handle coming up a little bit high, and that stops him cold. And that is going to be 4.5, 4 1/2 on 30 meters. 4.5 on 13 meters to match up to his previous scores of 4 on 13 and half on 13. So that ends up being his best score out of the 3 rounds, but I kind of suspect he'll be a little bit miffed because he was pretty darn close to actually running 13 meters and putting another score into 12 meters on this relatively young season for him. Stefan Jarrud from Sweden. 13 meters. Was almost tempted to bring the handle up high off buoy number 3 as well, but he just tried just a little bit too hard on number 5 to get back across the wake, and slack taken out of the rope, and it was curtains for him at that point. So there we go. That is Stefan Jarrud. And when we come back, we'll bring on our final skier in the over 65, Keith Summerall, next.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
All right, on 18.25 meters at 49K, our final skier in the over 65s is out on the water right now. From New Zealand, this is Keith Summerall. And if he's got family and friends watching him right now in Auckland, it is about 5 minutes to 7 in the evening that they're watching him at that time. In that particular time zone, all the way clean across the other side of the world. 49K, 18.25 meters, and running that one. He gets ready for 52K. That is Keith Summerall. For those of you just joining us, you are most certainly welcome. We are about midway through, a little short of midway through our categories in the amateur rounds of the competition. You see the amended time for the pros. It's going to start at 12:30 Central European time. But for the moment at least, we have our amateurs. Our next category of amateurs is open women, then open men. Solid skiing there from Keith Summerall. So far, so good. This is his first tournament of the season. He struggled a little bit with 52K on 18.25 meters, it seems, from some of his performances. He's gotten as high as a 2 on 14.25 meters, but in order to get there, he's got to run this pass, the next one, and about a third the way down the pass after that. Here comes Keith Summerall. And gets round all 6 buoys. Whoa, just like that. 52K. Now getting ready for 16 meters coming up. That is Keith Summerall from New Zealand. So there we go. He's in good shape now. He's run his 2 passes to the good right now. His best scorer of this competition at the very least. He can hang his hat on that achievement, but he's getting ready to go for 16 meters, the next run. Just holding on to as much pull across the wake as he can. Good angle off number 4, I do have to say. That really kind of saved him a little bit going into number 5, and then he just stood up and just allowed the ski to do what it's designed to do and let it work for him through the wakes. And as he exits the gates on the instant replay, he's about to take on the gate with live pictures coming in. This now for Keith Summerall is 16 meters. Little on the tail of the ski, which is going to make life difficult for him going forwards. However, he's still on top of the water. Come on, Keith, let's keep going on. There's number 3. Tries to make an edge change for 4, but his ski was on the wrong side of it, and he ends up with 3. But it is a score that is going to be the best score that he takes away from this time and place. 3 buoys for Keith Summerall on 16 meters. I beg your pardon. Little tail heavy there. He was tail heavy on the gate, and even more so around buoy number 3, which resulted in him sending it down the course just a little bit late, and he ends up with 3. So 3 on 60 meters for Keith Summerall, and that basically concludes the senior divisions here at the 10th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. We're now going to go into the women's amateur competition, but we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we will see Violetta Mosiolski to take to the water next from Argentina. We'll be back right after this.
We are Radar, and this crew is the backbone of the Radar Nation. They live on the water day in and day out, devoting their lives to bringing skiing to the masses. We have designers, innovators, free spirits, and badass buoy slayers, all charging at 100% to grow the sport. There's no better group of individuals to be driving the ship that leads water skiing.
All right then, next skier, and our first skier up in the open women's division, coming to us out of Argentina, is Violetta Mosiolski. Skiing on that D3 slalom ski. Here comes Violetta. Now the boat speed working its way to 55k. And she'll be approaching the course on 14.25 meters to open up her account in the open women's competition in round number 3. Violetta Mosiolski. Violetta Mosiolski, for her part, is in the second spot right now after 2 complete rounds of skiing. 2 on 11.25 meters in round 1, 4.5 on 12 in round number 2. And we'll see if she can end off her effort here in the Open Women's Competition with a bang. So, Violetta Mosiolski coming to us out of her nation's capital of Buenos Aires in Argentina. And continues to ski for the University of Louisiana at Lafayette's Raging Cajuns at the collegiate level. And we'll see what she's got on pass number 2 coming up. She went in at 14.25 meters and successfully cleared that. 13 meters comes up next for Violetta. Violetta Mosiolski. Oh, good start on number 1. Very aggressive. Just absolutely pounded that one. Just keeping things going. Trying not to ease up too much. Is in really good shape. And 2 passes to the good right now. 14 and 13 meters back to back. And is really pumping this one up. Violetta Mosiolski will see the instant replay on her for this pass of 13 meters. And looking tremendous out there as she gets ready for the next run. It's already a few seconds deep into that 50 seconds of wait time on each end. Getting the ski round underneath the line and accelerating away almost instantaneously. A little bit back on her ski on number 4, but just managing to get the ski through and continue to rock on to get through the exit gates and continue on. And as we see the instant replay conclude, we'll continue on with 55K on this particular run of 12 meters. Let's see how far she gets. She got 4.5 in round number 2, and she cleared it in round number 1. In decent shape here. Now this is the critical moment here for Violetta Mosiolski, and she gets round all 6 buoys on the 12-meter line, and now has a crack at 11.25 meters coming up very, very soon. Violetta Mosiolski, 4.5 on 12 in round 2. It's been superseded with whatever she's skied with right now, a 6 buoy count on 12 and continuing to compete. Now her sets are fully ahead to what she has to do to exceed her first round score, which is 2 on 11.25 meters. And once again, Violetta Mosiolski from Argentina doing a fine job. She's currently in second spot right now out of all of our open women. As a matter of fact, only a backup score is currently separating her and a former member of the Raging Cajuns, Kim Helen Niederbaumer, who has 2 on 11.25 meters, but has a superior backup of 1 on that same line length. So let's see what we got. Violetta Mosiolski, entrance, buoy 1. Oh, takes a good hard snap there. Round buoy number 2. Does she make a play on 3? Yes, she does, but does she get for the wakes? Yeah, there you go, and a new PB for Violetta Mosiolski. So now that puts her in the lead in the women's slalom in the open division. prior to the performance that we'll see very soon from Kim Helen Niederbaumer. And she's as pleased as punch, and so too is Aaron Davies. And both of them have traveled Europe extensively this season with their camper van, and they've had the time of their lives, so to speak. And that's exemplified with this performance, this 3-buoy count halfway down, 11.25 meters, courtesy of Argentina's Violetta Mosiolski. Good solid effort there. As we now go on to our next competitor from the United States of America, it's going to be Amelia Vaughn on 16 meters at 52K, as we take one last look at Violetta Mosiolski with the 3-buoy count on 11. 52K on the opening pass of 16 meters, deciding to go with the zero-base scoring route, where she goes in on a shorter line but with a sub-max speed. In order for that road to shorten any more, she would have to attempt it at max speed, which is 55K, and which is going to be that's going to be the next pass coming up. Line length will stay the same. The boat speed will change to 55K. So 55K, 16 meters coming up very, very soon. We're here coming to you live from Jolly Ski, just outside San Gervasio Bresciano. Beautiful facility here. Much of it open to the local community. It has an extensive running and bicycle trail. On the other side of the berm, which is located on the right-hand side of the lake, if you were to take off from the starting dock and head towards the course, over that berm, there are 3 cricketing fields, as a matter of fact. Rather unusual to see that in this part of the world, but part of an active community here of outdoor activities. And of course, the water skiing lake right here, certainly among the best facilities in all of the world. 55K, 16 meters. Amelia Vaughn gets that under her belt. And Amelia Vaughn having to work hard here because she scored 2.5 at 18.25 meters in round number 1. And 3 on 30 meters in round number 2. We'll see if she can get close to that. 14.25 meters comes up next for Amelia Vaughn on that new KD Platinum Slalom ski, which has been receiving rave reviews in recent times. The ski that her husband, Corey Vaughn, has helped so far as a design input is concerned, along with Terry Winter. And it's good to see another brand out there making some inroads into the sport of tournament water skiing and challenging the likes of Syndicate and Radar and the other legacy brands that are out there. So far as the brand competition is concerned, we'll update that situation as we go into the pros. Currently, Syndicate are way out in the lead in the Pro Brand Championship, sponsored by TWBC. For the moment, we're still in the Open Women's competition, not to be confused with the Pro Women's event, which will start at 12:30. And Amelia Vaughn getting through 14.25 meters and getting ready and set up to have an attempt at 30 meters, which she got halfway down in round number 2. So, Amelia Vaughn. Certainly a lot better here, a lot smoother. Just kept the speed rolling, just kept the ski running, and just relied upon her default stance on the top of the water, which enabled her to keep on rolling here, not moving around too much on the ski in the turn. Looking strong, and that affords her the opportunity to attempt 30 meters coming up next, or 32 feet off. Of course, if she has some folks from across the way on the opposite side of the Atlantic watching, there will be hardy souls indeed. They're watching at about 3:15 in the morning, Eastern Daylight Time. We are at 9:30 in the morning here, Central European Time. This now is 30 meters for Amelia Vaughn. Tried to get the start to enable her to carry on, but unfortunately was not to be the case. However, it is a backup score. It's a second best score, and it is half on 30 meters. And we're going to take a little bit more of a forensic look here off the wakes into buoy number 1, and just had too much slack at the tail end of that turn, and just couldn't maintain her stack at that point. So that is Amelia Vaughn. So 55K, 18.25 meters for our next competitor from Portugal, Ana Nobre Guedes. Okay, coming in, Ana Nobre Guedes from Portugal. 18.25 meters, 55K. A little bit jumpy so far as those edge changes are concerned, which could be a little bit of a concern the further that she gets down this run. So Ana Nobre Guedes from Portugal, currently lying in 6th spot right now in the Open Women's competition, with scores of 4.5 and 1/2 on 30 meters to her credit. We'll see what she can do by way of a performance here. She actually got onto 12 meters in the second round at the Waterski ProAm competition, which was held in Cesena. So she does have some recent performance in the slalom event. But we'll see how things pan out for Ana Nobre Guedes. We'll see if we've got any kind of activity so far as our live chat is concerned. It's a little bit early into the competition, being just a little bit past 9 o'clock in the morning at Central European Time. But if you are watching, no matter where you are across the world, we would certainly appreciate a little interaction there so far as the live chat is concerned. I will try and answer one or two of those questions that typically pop up at this time of the morning. But one question that I can answer for you is when are the pros going to hit the water? Well, look at the top edge of the screen, and that should tell you all you need to know. 12:30 start. .12:30 start is going to be the time that the pros will hit the water this afternoon. So Ana Nobre-Guides getting some coaching advice in no uncertain terms. Looking good, just trying to stay wide and let the ski run its course. Right about there, a good transition off 4 to the wakes and in towards buoy number 5, and then it was just plain sailing from here on out. So she's run through 18.25 meters and 16. Now she gets ready for 14.25 meters. So here we go, folks. There's number 1 for Ana Nobre-Guides. 14.25 meters, which she has run in the previous 2 rounds. And she has posted a score into the 12-meter line in one of the previous tournaments this season. And managing to get everything calmed down enough to where she can run that pass. The handle up a little bit high in 1 or 2 places, but there you go. That is Ana Nobre-Guides. So just looking at the tail end of this pass and seeing her get some really nice position off number 5 into number 6 to round off that particular passage into the slalom course. All right, rocking and rolling. Claudio Bonatti at the helm. We've got Gavin Kelly in the passenger seat, keeping in company. Here comes Ana Nobre-Guides with 13 meters. She's run this once this season and posted into 12 meters at the Waterski ProAm last weekend, but unfortunately will not replicate that feat this time around. Coming up short and scoring 3 buoys on 13 meters. 3 on 13 meters for our 3rd skier out on the water, Ana Nobre-Guides. Dropping the handle and just not feeling it this morning, unfortunately, for Ana Nobre. So looking strong for at least the first couple of turns, but unfortunately just didn't get enough turn out of number 3 to really maintain her posture. So, all right then, the 60-meter opening pass coming up for our next competitor from the United States. It is going to be Jenna Morgan. Good solid start there off number 1 into number 2. Certainly has no problems generating angle at the tail end of each turn. 16 meters under a belt, 14.25 meters coming up for Jenna Morgan, who in the previous 2 rounds that she competed in scored 4 on 12 meters in round number 1 and 2 on 12 meters in round number 2. So she's been skiing consistently, although she hasn't had an awful lot of time to practice so far this season. Work commitments have definitely stifled any attempts to do that on the regular. A flight attendant for American Airlines, and she's She travels all over the world as part of her profession. And that obviously complicates the situation in regards to practice going forward. So that is Jenna Morgan opening pass at 16 meters despite all of that, and now gets ready for 14.25 meters coming right up. All right, here we go. Jenna Morgan. Not having too much worry here on 14.25 meters. Is all over that run. We'll see what she can do by way of an improved performance here. She would have to essentially run the 12-meter pass in order to do that. But she's had excursions into the 12-meter run in the past 2 rounds. So far as consistency goes, she certainly has that on lock. And 30 meters looks very, very smooth indeed. And she is just able to just rock this pass from one end of the course to the next. That is Jenna Morgan.
That's fine, huh? I think that's the point. Like, judge and driver should work well together. So, you know.
All right, here we go, folks. We've got Jenna Morgan.
No. Quiet.
Now, 2 passes to the good, and now pass number 3. This is going to be 13 meters. Entrance number 1. Little bit of a tip rise there, but still able to continue on. Trying not to move too much in the turn. Just trying to restrict her movements in that vein, and for the 3rd consecutive round, she gets through 13 meters and will establish a score at the very least on 12 meters, but we'll see if she has the kind of start that it would take for her to get through 38 off or 11.25 meters. Matter of fact, her scores so far with 4 on 12 and 2 on 12 are good enough right now to place her in 4th at this juncture. Violetta Mosiolski is our current leader, with her best scores being 2 at 11 and 3 at 11. So already a lead change there. In amongst the mix as well is Katerina Vrabkova, who scored 3.5 on 12 and 2 at 11.25 meters, and looking to try and make some hay herself. And who is on the dock? It is indeed Katerina Vrabkova from Czechia. But on the water at this time, 12 meters there. Jenna Morgan currently in 4th. Oh, look at her go round buoy number 2. She's still there on number 3. Keep going, girl. She's round number 4. Come on, keep going. Long pull into number 5. Can she make it round number 6? Yes, she can! Yeah! There you go. Fist pump at the end, and she will have an attempt on 11.25 meters. Solid effort there from Jenna Morgan, who gets through 12 meters. Looking in very, very good form here. A little broken over into number 2 despite all of that. And then just really held a stack pretty well for as long as she could off number 2 into 3. And then it was just a case of letting the ski run, and then taking the hits as they confront themselves towards her and getting pulled all the way towards buoy number 6 and gets around all 6 buoys at 12 meters. Now, the situation that it stands right now, she's currently in 4th place. She has 4 on 12, 2 on 12, and 6 on 12 and continuing to ski. If she can get more than 3, then she will take the lead at this point. She needs a score of more than 3 to take the lead here. She's round buoy number 1 on 11, and unfortunately that is not going to be the case. So half on 11.25 meters keeps her rooted at 4th place, but she has some respectable scores considering the circumstances that she's had to deal with so far as lack of practice. And there, half a buoy, 11.25 meters for Jenna Morgan, keeps her in 4th spot. And we'll see how things pan out to going forwards. This is the Open Women's Slalom competition, not to be confused with the Pro Women, which will be taken to the water at approximately 12:30. If everything runs according to time, that will be our start time for the Women's Pro competition. All right there, so our next skier to take to the water will be Czechia's Katarina Vrabkova, and we'll see her take to the water right after this.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, then continuing on, and we're going to take looks like we're going to take a little bit of a fuel break here as we get ready to bring on Katarina Vrabkova. The boat is docked there for some reason, for an extended period, but maybe a little bit of technical stuff needs to be adjusted in the boat, but. And looks like the boat is being pushed away, so we'll continue to rock and roll here with Katarina Vrabkova from Czechia. .25 meters. All right, 14.25 meters for Katarina Vrabkova. Seems to have a pretty good handle on this one. A little bit of a bounce there through the entrance gates towards number 1, but nothing she can't control. And Katarina Vrabkova, who has competed here in the Open Women's competition on a number of occasions, and seems to pretty much excel in this environment here. Katarina Vrabkova currently in 3rd spot right now. She has one score into 11.25 meters at least, and has a whole slew of them extending back to the most recent competition over in Spelonga, where she got into 11.25 in all 3 rounds. In the Fungless competition, she got into 11.2 out of the 3 rounds, and has a smattering of other scores which, compared to those 2 tournaments, are pretty inconsequential. Katerina Vavkova, her best score in this competition, and it's currently tied the lead scores going into this 3rd and last round, and the only way to separate those scores was with the backup score. She scored 2 on 11.25 meters, matching the best score of Violeta Mosiolski and Kim Helen Niederbaumer. But Violeta, for her part, improved upon that score and has taken the outright lead on 3. Katerina Vrabkova, for her part, able to get through 14 and 13 meters. All right, some great action out there on the water. We have a whole great big summer of sport right here this summer in Europe. The championships at Wimbledon continue on into its 2nd week. Euro 2024 continues on with Tuesday with the semifinals. France, Spain, Netherlands, England on Tuesday. Another great sporting event take place, including this one, the San Gervasio Pro, the 10th edition of. Katerina Vrabkova on 12 meters now. Struggling a little bit here to make the run, but makes it, she does. Getting into it a little bit deep here on 1 or 2 of these turns. A little bit of slack on the tail end of number 1, but that's to be expected being a lefty. But a delayed turn off number 2 didn't exactly help matters going forwards, and she just held on for as long as she could, and that level of perseverance always helps in the slalom skiing. When the chips are down, you just got to just summon up the coverage and the conviction and determination necessary to make up for the loss in technique in some places. So, that is Katerina Vrabkova, and now getting ready for 11.25 meters. Now she has designs upon the lead, and to move up from where she is currently in 3rd spot right now, she has to conjure up a score of 3 or more on this run. There's 1. Katerina Vrabkova, she's good to go round number 2 and stalls up there. So for Katerina, that's actually her backup score with 1.5 on 11.25 meters. And that puts her marginally behind Violeta Mosiolski and Kim Helen Niederbaumer, who herself is still in the lead. And I think those rankings have changed in favor of Violeta Mosiolski in the lead. And Katerina Vrabkova has moved up into 2nd spot, half a buoy more than Kim Helen Niederbaumer. And Kim Helen Niederbaumer is going to be our last skier off the dock with quite a bit to do to get herself back into the top 3. And we'll see how things pan out as we get ready for our next competitor. This is Michaela Graham of Italia. Michaela, for her part, has gone into 13 meters and scoring 2. She got 5 on 14 in round number 2. And now she's going to go in at 52K 16 meters to set her challenge off in the right way. So here we go, folks. This now on the water is Michaela Graham. Good solid effort there on the first couple of buoys, but a little bit delayed on buoy number 3. This is 52K though, and at 60 meters she shouldn't have too many worries about running the pass. The line length will stay the same. The boat speed will increase to 55 as she gets ready for pass number 2. All right, then. Buckle up. We've got 55K, 16 meters. All right, coming in 55K, 16 meters. Looking strong, and in a division which has seen some changes in the leaders, or at least in the top 3 skiers in the open women's competition. Maybe there's another challenge or two to come our way as we head towards the end of the list in the open women's competition. Be that as it may, this is a 55K 16-meter run for the competitor that is currently on the water, Michaela Graham, who is currently in 8th spot out of 9 competitors. And looking to try and make some inroads here as 14.25 meters comes into her sight. She scored 5 on this next pass in round number 2, and scored 3 on 13 in round number 1. So she definitely has the ability to run this pass, as she demonstrated in round number 1. A little broken over into buoy number 1, but able to keep the ski rolling, keeping it going. Little bit of movement there on number 3, but settles down for 4. Round number 5, and the second time in this competition that she's run 14.25 meters. That is Michaela Graham of Italia. All right, so Michaela Graham seems to be all right and getting through that run of 14.25 meters. 13 meters comes up for her next. Now, so far as her competitive action this season, in the 2024 season, she's gone into 13 meters about 3 times already so far. Let's see if she can add some scoring on that one, and it's not going to be... It's not going to be much. It's going to be 1 buoy on 13 meters, but it is a good sequence of scores. 2 in the first round, 5 on 14 on the second, and 1 on 13 in the third round. So showing shades of some consistency going forwards there for Michaela Graham, as she's delivered back to the dock, having scored 1 on 30 meters or 1 at 32 off. For those of you just tuning in, no matter where you happen to be around the world, if you are tuning into us from the eastern seaboard, it is almost 3:45 in the morning. If you're tuning in from Auckland in New Zealand, it is almost 7:45 in the evening there. If you're tuning in from somewhere like Baton Rouge, Louisiana, it is 2:43 in the morning there. And obviously, if you're tuning in to us in somewhere like London, it is 8:45 in the morning. But no matter where you happen to be tuning in to us from, you are most certainly very welcome here to the San Gervasio ProAm, the 10th edition. All right. Skier on the water coming to us from Hungary. It's Dora Varga. Looking good. Little broken over into number 4, which could have been a cause for concern, but able to work her way through it. And that is Dora Varga. I believe that was 16 meters. So 16 meters confirmed there on the opening pass, and she's getting round all 6 buoys. Letting the ski run a little bit on her on buoy number 3, but she is right foot forward, I believe. And she had an easier time getting some of that lost distance back on number 4 compared to the other side of the course. So, good solid skiing there, I'd have to say. So Dora Varga with identical scores in rounds 1 and rounds 2. 2 on 12 meters to go alongside the score that she's already produced this season at the No Wave Slalom Cup, which took place in Austria. She scored 3, 3.5, and 4.5 on 13, so she's already improved by leaps and bounds. Dora Varga. Good effort there. Good skiing there for her. That is Dora Varga. And not expending too much energy, pulling out to the right-hand side of the boat and allowing that road to be shortened. This is 14.25 meters and not making too much of a meal out of this one. Yeah, there you go. Good athleticism there. All right, so Dora Varga. Our third from last competitor out in the Open Women's Slalom competition. The Pro Women, just to not confuse you too much, the Open Women take to the water at 12:30, as you can plainly see on the top of your screen, as we see Dora Varga on 13 meters. Get into a little bit of trouble here, but allowing that ski to run and just about makes it round buoy number 6 on 13 meters. Dora Varga from Hungary. Not too aware if there's any tournament venues or in that Eastern European country, but I tell you what, looking good, though, on 30 meters. Letting herself drift down course, especially here on number 4, where she didn't have all that much angle, but she just hung on for dear life off buoy number 5, and knowing that if she does that, she gives herself at least half a chance of making that back pass on the 30-meter run. So now, for the third round of asking, Dora Varga is now on the 12-meter run. But we'll see if she is in a position where she can rise up. Here we go, folks. Dora Varga needs to realistically get through this run and into 11.25 meters to move up the standings. And once again, it is a 2-buoy count on 12 meters for Dora Varga. Just hasn't quite gotten to grips with the 12-meter line, at least so far as getting a start is concerned. Just crushing the end of the turn on buoy number 1 and just unable to make an effective play on any other buoy aside from the first 2. So there we go, Dora Varga. It is going to be 2 on the 12-meter line. And that represents the full extent of her scoring in this round, as indeed it was in round 1 and round number 2. So if that is the epitome of consistency, scoring the same score in all 3. Started in at 46K, 18.25 meters. This is going to be Michela Luzzeri. So, Michela Luzzeri, who when she's not slaloming out here at Jolly Ski, takes care of the social media assets for TWBC as well as Jolly Ski. Don't see too much there wrong at 46K, and gets it rolling in her direction. Handle up a little bit high off number 1, but she didn't press on the ski or do anything to disturb its stability. That's a sign of a skier who knows exactly what she's doing. She knows exactly what she needs to do to keep everything running under control. 46K, 18.25 meters. That is Michela Luzzeri. Here we go, Michela. This is 49K, 30 miles an hour. Skier who has produced in the last 2 rounds 3 at 52 and 2 at 52. And that is the pass that she will attempt next. 52 kilometers an hour, 18.25 meters. Michela Luzzeri, that is going to be the next run that she attempts. At 49K, though, looking at the instant replay, a bit of a straight path into buoy number 1, but realized where she was and changed the direction of her ski slightly in order to accommodate a nice wide and complete turn on the slalom course. And just looking at the tail end of that run, and very well composed and very well skied. So it is going to be 52 kilometers now. The line length stays the same, 18.25 meters. This is Michela Luzzeri. Has yet to run this pass in this competition. It's gotten 2. That, unfortunately, is all she wrote there for Michela Luzzeri. Didn't exactly get the best start here. Makes a turn through the entrance gate. Tries to get a little bit of edge and a little bit of width there off buoy number 1, but unfortunately not quite enough to maintain her her challenge on this one. Michela Luzzeri, who's skiing in only a second tournament this season and has recorded a best score so far this season of 4 at 52K to go along with the 3 in round 1, the 2 in round 2 and the 2 in round 3 in this competition. So there we go, Michela Luzzeri. And now we go on to our final competitor in the Open Women's. It is Kim Helen Niederbaumer. And we will see her take to the water next.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, now we go on to our final Open Women's competitor. Coming to us out of Germany, this is Kim Helen Niederbaumer. And Kim Helen Niederbaumer, former skier for the University of Louisiana at Lafayette Raging Cajuns in South Louisiana in the United States. Currently works out of Milan in Italy and is on top of the water, and the wind's starting to pick up a little bit here, and I believe there are 1 or 2 rain clouds on the horizon as well, which is going to complicate matters going forward, but we'll deal with it the best way we can as we see Kim Helen Niederbaumer get through the opening salvo of her run at 14.25 meters. A reminder that this is the Open Women's section in the amateur competition. We are in round 3. After we get done with Kim Helen Niederbaumer, we will go on to the 20 or so skiers that remain in the Open Men's competition. And we expect to go into the pro event starting at approximately 12:30 Central European time. All right, here we go. Kim Helen Niederbaumer. 13 meters. Trying to chase down the scores that have been put out in front of her. She was leading after round 2, but has seen that lead being overtaken by the Argentinian athlete Violeta Mosiolski, who's a score of a 3 at 11.25 meters, along with a backup of 2 at 11.25 meters, currently holds the sway. Katerina Vrabkova in second place right now with her score of 2 and 1.5 at 11.25 meters. That's moved her from third into second right now. And Kim Helen Niederbaumer currently in third spot and looking to try and chase down. And I've just been given a note here that Violeta Mosiolski has a pending national record for Argentina in the women's slalom competition. So congratulations to her. I don't know what the specifications are for the Argentine women's national record, whether the rope needs to be measured or anything like that. I'm sure that it has been, and Peter Davis, our homologator or technical controller, has given us the thumbs up. So as far as the rope is concerned, that's a new pending Argentine national women's record. There's number 1 for Kim Helen Niederbaumer on 12 meters. Now she's really have to get down and dirty here off buoy number 3 and number 4. She's settled down off number 4. She's good to go round number 5. Does she make it round number... Barely makes it round number 6 with the tailwind attempt there on 12 meters, setting herself up for a headwind 11.25 meters, in which she's got to exceed the score of 3 to take the victory here in the open women's competition. All right, so Kim Helen Niederbaumer, who is currently lying in third spot right now and looking to try and retake the lead in the women's slalom competition in the open category. Okay, let me bring you up to speed so far as the open women is concerned. Violeta Mosiolski, current leader with 3 on 11.25 meters, the outright lead to combined with a backup score of 2 at 11.25 meters. Katerina Vrabkova currently in second spot with 2 at 11.25 meters, and backing up that score is 1 and 1/2. Kim Helen Niederbaumer currently on 2 with a backup of 1. Let's have a look and see what she's got. Entrance gates, number 1. Takes the snap off number 1. Round number 2. Oh, and it is 1 and 1/2 there for Kim Helen Niederbaumer, which means that the winning skier in the open women's slalom competition here at the San Gervasio ProAm for the 10th edition is the new pending national record holder in the women's slalom, Violeta Mosiolski of Argentina. Kim Helen Niederbaumer got the good start off buoy number 1, but got on the back and the handle got up a little bit too high, and just a little bit angry with herself there as a result of that. So Kim Helen Niederbaumer's best scores are 2 and 1.5, and that is actually also a perfect tie with Katerina Vrabkova. So they actually have a 2-way tie for second spot with 2 and 1.5 in the open women's competition. But the outright leader, and not requiring any kind of backup whatsoever to break any kind of tie, is Violeta Mosiolski of Argentina. So congratulations to those 3 competitors. All right, we're going to take a real break. We're going to show you some messages as we continue on the 10th annual San Gervasio ProAm, and we will be back right after this.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right then, so welcome back to continuing action here with the open men's category competition. In this, the 10th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. My name is Tony Lightfoot and glad to have the pleasure of your company. For those of you tuning in time to watch the pros, you're going to have to wait a little bit because the pro women's and pro men's, as well as the junior girls pro challenge presented by Radar, will be taking place at 12:30 Central European Daylight Time. Right now, we are currently at about 10:10 a.m. Central European Daylight Time, so we still got a fair amount of skiing to go. And then we'll take a little bit of a breather and then bring on our pro competition. Of course, we'll get that out. And hopefully we won't have too much in the way of a potential delay in our way, such as anything to do with weather. But here we go. This is opening pass, 14.25 meters for Salvatore Maturana from Italia. Good shape here, getting everything working in the right direction. I don't see too much wrong with this opener here, as he just navigates his way successfully through the opening pass. 14.25 meters. All right, so we got Nathan McGarry at the helm of that towboat now. He gets ready for a relatively long stretch behind the wheel of that towboat, not only in the amateur events but also in the pro head-to-head competition, starting with the quarterfinals in the women's and men's, interspersed with the junior girls. All that to start at around about 12:30. We're into the open men's and the amateur competition, our very final category in that regard. Round 3 for all of these competitors, and Salvatore Maturana, who scored 2 at 11.25 meters in round 2 in this competition. And Salvatore Maturana scored a 3 on 11.25 meters, as a matter of fact, in round number 1. So he's been consistently getting through 12 meters and into 11. He went through 14. This is 13 meters. Just a little bit open and narrow into number 3 for my liking, but he's still able to take good resistance across the back of the boat on 13. And just maybe saving up a little bit of energy for some of the more extreme passes, starting with 12 meters coming up next. So here we go, folks. Salvatore Maturana. There's number 1 and number 2 on 12 meters. Salvatore Maturana. And there you go, taking a big snap there off buoy number 5 into number 6. And yep, he's been in this situation a time or two before, judging by the way he reacted to that little bit of a disturbance there around buoy number 5. So he was able to calm himself down and just not throw himself and hit the panic button too much. Salvatore Maturana here at the 10th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. Certainly like what he did there, and went through the exit gates, and it looked pretty subdued there for him when it all came down to business at the end. So Salvatore Maturana, 3 on 11.25, 2 at 11.25 in the previous 2 rounds. And looking to try and improve upon his position. He's currently in 7th spot right now. Only half a buoy shy of Vincent Stadelbauer, who's currently in 6th with 3.5 at 11.25 meters. There's 1. There's number 2. Can he make a play on 3? Yes, he can. Oh, and he gets round number 3. But unfortunately unable to get much more past that. So Salvatore Maturana, who is actually in a perfect tie situation right now with Julius Auer from Germany, who we'll see in a short while. But for Salvatore Maturana, I don't think that score is going to help him so far as being able to elevate himself. It is his best backup score, granted, with 2.5. But that's certainly not going to lift him up against Vincent Stadelbauer, who's currently in 6th with 3.5 at 11.25 meters. So it's going to be a 7th place at best for Salvatore Maturana. And there are other skiers that could potentially supersede him as we go further down this list. Matteo Mazzoli of Italia, about to take to the water next. It looks like our cameras are being covered up, at least from the boat side view, and with that taken a little bit of time, we'll pause and we'll return right after this.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Trash bag needs to come off. You cannot run like that.
All right, there, returning to action. Our next competitor to take to the water is Matteo Marzoli. Looks like we're going to have another delay before we take to the water, and that being the case, we'll return right after this.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Okay, coming into the course and at 49 kilometers an hour, this is Matteo Marzoli. Matteo Marzoli currently dead last right now with 1.5 at 55k, 18.25 meters. But making it through 49k to get things up and running. So to 52k we go. Now his previous round score, the second round score was 4 at 52k. Just having a little bit of trouble with the gate timing, but certainly once all of that is resolved, he has a pretty decent turn on buoy number 1, and as actually his turns don't appear to be all that bad. He just needs to work up his good stacked position and try and hold it longer off the second wake. And true, he'll carry a little bit more speed, and he's certainly a little bit apprehensive in that regard, of course. But if he can learn to get a little bit more angle across the back of the boat and actually create more space so that he can bleed off that additional speed, then it'll certainly help him going down the line. Okay, coming back in at 52. Let's see if he can deal with the speed effectively here. Yes, he does into buoy number 1. Let's see what he's got round buoy number 2. He scored 4 in round number 2. It looks like he's going to conjure up something a little bit higher than that. He's gotten 4.5, 5. And there's 5.5, 6 exit gates. He proceeds on to the next run and looking to challenge down his previous best score in this event with 1.5 at 55k, 18.25 meters for Matteo Marzoli. Okay, so Matteo Marzoli, 3 passes deep now. He's gotten through 52 and 55. Or actually, this is 55 coming up for him. He scored 1.5 previously. Getting in a little bit of a struggle there to get through the entrance gates into buoy number 1. Oh, and just tries to tighten up the turn at the wrong time. That is Matteo Marzoli. That is going to be 1 1/2 buoys there at 55 to match the score that he produced in round number 1. Just all over the tail of the ski, unfortunately. Still able to get a halfway decent turn, but then he had trouble with his path into number 2 and brought the handle up high in the process of making that turn, and that was curtains for him going forward. So, Matteo Marzoli, that was him. And our next skier to take to water is going to be Giuseppe De Bernardo from Italia, and he'll be taking to water right after this.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, so skier about to take to the water. Next is going to be Giuseppe De Bernardo. Okay, so and he's taken the sub max route. He's going to go in at 14.25 meters, but instead of going at max speed, he will go in at 55k. And then, provided that he runs this opener, he'll move up to 58k on the same line length before shortening, possibly. Giuseppe De Bernardo, one of the regulars over at Rocchetto, the national training site for the Italians, and not looking too bad at 55k, 14.25 meters, just settling down nicely, not doing too much in the way of movement around the turn. Giuseppe De Bernardo. All right, looking dockside. We got Pepe Leonhardt about to take to the water very, very soon. He comes to us out of Germany. And the skier right now is representative of Italy, Giuseppe De Bernardo. 58k at 14.25 meters now. Water starting to get a little bit bumpy out there with the wind picking up. That same wind, however, is also blowing out some of the rain clouds that have threatened us right now. So whilst the wind is not a desirable feature to have on the lake, especially during the slalom event, it at least takes care of other potential weather-related elements. And Giuseppe De Bernardo getting through all six at 14.25 meters at 58 kilometers an hour. Now he can start shortening the line from 14 to the next one, which is 13 meters coming up next for him. Giuseppe De Bernardo. Also a reminder that, as you can see at the top of the edge of the screen, you've got the pros coming up at 12:30. We anticipate starting around about that time. And also a quick reminder, we've got the votes are being cast for Skier of the Day. So make sure you get your vote in for Skier of the Day by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. The award for Skier of the Day provided by 2 new nutritional bars. And also the entries are locked in for the audience prize. Oh, a little bit of a partition turn for the gates there into buoy number 1 for Giuseppe De Bernardo. That's number 3. This is number 4. Feeling a little bit rushed out there, I fancy, is Giuseppe De Bernardo taking a little bit of slack there. And the wind picking up and certainly presenting itself as a pretty vicious tailwind for Giuseppe De Bernardo. So Giuseppe just trying to handle the tailwind as best he can. Good angle, good strike here on each side. And just trying to maintain some distance away from the boat and good direction there for Giuseppe. All right, so far as he is concerned, his best score is 4 on this upcoming line length of 12 meters. His backup is 2. So obviously wants to try and gain a little bit of ground upon the skiers that are above him. He can start by adding a half buoy on top of his score, which will move him ahead of Ted Cedarquist. If he can score 5, he would go from 12th to 11th. We'll see what he can do here. This is 12 meters into a favorable headwind here. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. There's number 4. Can he make it outside number 5? Yes, he can. Oh, my word. He fumbles the handle going round buoy number 5, and he was that close to running it. So he gets a 4.5 buoy count. 4.5 buoys is actually going to be his best score. It ties the 4.5 with Ted Cedarquist. But Ted Cedarquist currently holds the position ahead of Giuseppe De Bernardo because Ted Cedarquist has 2.5 buoys as a backup on 12 meters compared to Giuseppe De Bernardo's 2. So Giuseppe stays exactly where he is, and unless other skiers come along to supersede him, he will probably end up in 12th spot right now. Giuseppe De Bernardo of Italy. All right, then, with the rain making its way out of this area, it's obviously lessened the need for the plastic covering that is over the camera right now in the boat. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. And once we're all set, then we will continue on with Pepe Leonhardt. We'll be back after this. All right, so Pepe Leonhardt is our next competitor to take to the water. Okay, so under the assumption that he's going in at 58K, this line length is 16 meters, and he will open his account in round number 3, Pepe Leonhardt. His scores have been as high as 4 on 12 meters, as low as half on 12 meters. That was in the second round. And getting into difficulty right from the get-go on 16 meters, just really having a hard time bleeding off the speed, and what the method that he's using to do that with is maybe called into question. And I'll explain a little bit about that. There are two ways of bleeding off speed. There's either not creating too much speed to start off with, which is not the best course of action because it forces you to ski narrow, or you have to keep the speed that you currently run with, especially with the tailwind, and just make sure you direct the ski and make sure that you ski wide and have a tight line, so that even if you're a little bit down course, you're at least ready to go off to the races as soon as you get past that buoy. Sometimes you have to concede to the inevitable once or twice, so far as skiing with a tailwind, and certainly being able to bleed off the speed is critical in that regard. But also realizing, of course, that you have to ski wide, you have to keep the line tight, and you have to be ready to take the odd hit or two with the tailwind. But that's in his rearview mirror right now, because coming in on the next pass, which is going to be a headwind, it's going to be 14.25 meters, the yellow loop for Pepe Leonhardt. And by stark contrast, he seems to be a little bit more controlled with the headwind here, with 14.25 meters. All right then, so Pepe Leonhardt getting ready for 13 meters. He's going to have a tall order here with the tailwind blowing the way that it is right now, but you just never know. You just might get that dream magical start and get into a good sustainable rhythm off the first couple of buoys, and maybe it won't be so hard from that point. Getting broken over a little bit off number one. We're looking at the instant replay here for Pepe Leonhardt. Don't see much wrong here. Working the handle, manipulating it from one side to the next, and not looking bad. And keeping everything working in the right direction. So there we go. That is Pepe Leonhardt. Let's see what he's got. Pepe Leonhardt. This now is 13 meters. He's going to have the wind behind him. There's one. Oh, and unfortunately succumbing to that, just not able to carve a sustainable path towards buoy number one, and just not holding his angle. Matter of fact, he came across the wakes and just lost his contact with the rope and generated his own slack, and in the water he went. So with that, it is a half a buoy on 30 meters for Pepe Leonhardt. It won't do anything so far as his best and second best scores are concerned. Pepe scored 4 on 12 and a half on 12 in the previous rounds. He could be superseded by a few of our latter skiers coming up soon, but he will not be able to ascend above his position right now, which is currently 13th. All right there, our next skier to take to the water coming to us out of Italy is going to be Alberto Gysi, and we will check in with him next.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kick it and go on, go! On your mark, get ready, set,
All right, so next skier about to take to the water. Starting in on 16 meters at 58K, Alberto Gysi. All right then, folks, here we go. Alberto Gysi. 16 meters. Alberto, who normally trains here in San Gervasio. Specifically the ski school here of Jolly Ski. We thank Jolly Ski and our other great sponsors for coming through in the clutch once again with their support of this great event in its 10th anniversary. And not looking bad at all. That is Alberto Gysi. On 16 meters, I suspect he would ordinarily go in on 14.25 meters, but realizes where the wind is blowing and wanting to make sure that he at least gives himself plenty to work with on pass number 1. Then he'll continue on to 14, 13, so on and so forth. Alberto Gysi. All right, continuing on here at the 10th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm, and oh, look who do we have on the dockside. It's Vincent Stadelbauer from Switzerland. He'll be our next competitor to go, wearing those Pro Gear gloves, of which you can find out more about by going to skiprogear.com, one of our sponsors here on the season-long tour of webcasted events by TWBC. Check out those gloves. All right, here we go, folks. Alberto Gysi. .25 meters, and now you see the wisdom of his decision to go in on 16 meters, a pass that he doesn't normally go in with, but it certainly doesn't put him in as much risk as he would have created for himself had he have gone in about 14.25 meters on pass number 1. As it is, this is 14 meters on pass number 2. Nice and easy for Alberto Gysi. Skier who's quite tall, but he's able to leverage that height to great effect, and not really put himself in too much of a compromised position throughout the entirety of that run. So he's 16 and 14 in successive runs. Passes 1 or 2. Pass number 3 coming up right now. It is going to be 13 meters. All right, here he is, Alberto Gysi. All right, seems to have a pretty good grasp of the situation. First 3 passes just as controlled as can be, and no worries at all there for Alberto Gysi. A little chest heavy into number 2, but that's typically his style. A little bit on the back of the ski off number 3 into 4, mind you, but that's pretty much the extent of his movement on that ski for the entirety of that run, and not looking bad on the face of it there. Alberto Gysi. All right, getting ready now. Alberto Gysi now on 12 meters. Looking strong here, staying ahead of the course. giving himself a little bit of room to work with up to a certain point, getting around buoy number 5, and unfortunately unable to get much on top of that. So Alberto Gysi, who in the previous rounds, he's scored 2 at 11.25 meters in round number 1, 1.5 on 12 in round number 2, and that one was a score of 4 1/2, which means that establishes itself as its second best score, but doesn't move. Actually, it does move him up a little bit because his score of a 4.5 there on 12 meters outstrips the backup of Julius Auer, whose score of 3 is his second best score. So Alberto Gysi moves up currently from 9th to 8th spot right now. So a little bit of movement there, not much, mind you, but Alberto Gysi probably more disappointed with the fact that he got far enough into the run to maybe run the whole thing and try 11.25 meters, but in this instance, it's not going to work out for him. All right then, folks, heads up. This is Vincent Stadelbauer now, coming to you out of Switzerland and coming in on 14.25 meters to open his account in round number 3. The skier, originally out of Geneva, makes his home in Claremont in Central Florida. This is Vincent Stadelbauer, and just through on a pass number 1. Happy with that so far, but he's still got a lot more work to do if he's to ascend a little higher on this list. He's got 3.5 on 11.25 meters in round number 2. He has backed that up so far with a score of 1.5 on 11.25 meters in round number 1. So what are his potential targets going forward? Well, obviously the 5 skiers that are above him naturally, but what kind of scores is he looking at? So he's looking for a score of more than 4.5 on 11.25 meters, which will put him ahead of Lars Ola Voltorp of Norway. To put himself ahead of Tim Wild, he would have to go a little bit more than 1.5 at 10.75 meters, actually more than half at 10.75 meters, to move himself above Tim Wild. If he skis more than 1 at 10.75, then that will put him into third against Guillermo Sirocco. Then Manuel Domini is the next target with 1.5, and then 2.5 buoys, or actually 2 buoys at 10.75 meters is the top score from Leo Cederquist. So those are the potential targets ahead of him. But first things first, he's got to get through 13 meters. And gets it through, he does. There you go, 6 buoys there for him, as he rockets his way through towards the next run, which is going to be 12 meters for Vincent Stadelbauer. Holding his width, holding his edge away from the boat, allowing his ski to move through and across course off buoy number 1. He is a lefty, which means he has an easier time with 1 and number 3. Working the handle nicely, not trying to overwork it. Bringing the handle down on his offside turn. And then just easing up a little bit and realizing that he only needs to maintain his cross-course angle to get through the pass. So, Vincent Stadelbauer, who's also a top-level tournament driver himself, though he's had a precious little time to do that in recent opportunities or occasions. This is Vincent Stadelbauer. This is 12 meters, gets the start. He's gone into 11.25 meters in each of the last 2 rounds, but he would seriously love to get through 11.25 meters And he's certainly putting himself in a position where he can attempt to get deep enough into 11.25 meters to have an impact upon the 5 skiers that are currently above him at this time. Holding good angle. Gets a good thrust off buoy number 1. A little bit of a micro hit there that disrupted him for about a split second, but he was straight on it. And just holding some good angle and good follow through off the end of the turn. This is Vincent Stadelbauer. There we go. That is Vincent Stadelbauer. Shakes his fist at the end, and there we pick up there from that previous run. And let's see what he can do at 11.25 meters. His immediate personal target is to get more than 1.5. That will create the backup score. If he gets more than 3, it will create his primary score. Let's see what he's got. Vincent Stadelbauer bleeding off a little bit of speed. Round buoy number 1 takes that one. Round buoy number 2. There you go. That creates his backup. Round buoy number 3. Unable to continue on, and I don't even think that he actually made it through the boat guides to give him a full 3 count. But either way you cut it, Vincent Stadelbauer unable to make any movement upon the starting list, the order of the skiers right now, the current ranking order, which sees him still in 6th spot, and it looks like it's clear to me that he was on the other side of the boat guide, which means that Vincent Stadelbauer is going to have to make do with 2.5, which is his backup score, mind you. But the next spot up above him is Lars Ola Voltorp, who's a score of 4.5 with a backup of 4, is ahead of Vincent Stadelbauer's primary score of 3.5. So that's Vincent Stadelbauer right there. And speaking of Lars Ola Voltorp, who comes to us out of Norway, he comes in on 13 meters for his first pass. Let's see what he's got. So Lars Ola, surprisingly going in with 13 meters to start off with, which will put the 12-meter pass into the wind, therefore put in 11.25 meters with the tail. Wind isn't blowing all that strong right now, granted, but it's still very much present out there. Takes the shine off the water. That's one thing that it does. And that helps. That benefits a good few skiers going forwards. But it can still be felt a little bit on the body, and it could still have a dramatic. Still add a dramatic element to a slalom skier's performance out there. There is Nathan McGarry, who's been driving a good few tournaments so far this season, including the first ever pro tournament in the continent of Africa, the Carmel Marrakesh Pro. And if you want to watch that again, you can go to the TWBC YouTube channel and do just that for days 1 and 2. You can see the winning performance by Will Asher with his score into 9.75 meters. Lars Ola getting in a little bit deep off number 4, really having to wrestle that one out of the jaws of defeat. And now getting ready for 11.25 meters. We'll see what he's got. Lars-Ola Voltorp. Pulling out a little bit early on the gates here on 14 on actually 12 meters, and certainly not the best of thing to do, especially if you got a little bit of a headwind, and the headwind stinging the skier and putting him behind the boat prior to his gate shot, and having to muscle his way out of this run, especially off number 3 and number 4. Number 5 he could afford to ease off. And that was probably about the only instance he could have eased off there, because he had enough angle and enough space to get round number 6, but by no means his best effort to run 12 meters. But he runs it. He does. Let's see, 11.25 meters. This is Lars-Ola Voltorp of Norway. Coming in. There's number 1 on 11. There's number 2. He's on the back foot and will not make a play on buoy number 3, so it's going to be 2 buoys there. No serious movement on the leaderboard is going to come Lars-Ola's way. As a matter of fact, with his backup scores of 4.5 and with a backup score, with a primary score actually of 4.5 and a backup score of 2, that really doesn't do anything so far as Lars-Ola is concerned. It keeps him in 5th place, and that's where he'll probably slay between now and the end. All right, so Lars-Ola Voltorp, we're going to take one last look at the instant replay, and then get ready for our next competitor. A little broken over off number 2. Handle up high, and then it was a case of goodbye, Mr. Bond. So, there we go. That was Lars-Ola Voltorp. Next competitor up will be Fabian Horsch, and we'll get to see him next. All right, welcome back, and we're about ready to bring in Fabian Horsch on the 60-meter line. Fabian Horsch comes to us out of Germany. And he's going to go in with Alpha 1 on the 0 off. All right there, up and at him, Fabian Horsch. 60-meter opening run. Pretty powerful skier, it would appear to be. Fabian Horsch just trying to maintain his width. Just trying to keep that line tight against a little bit of a tail breeze that's come up. Blowing a little bit stronger now, as a matter of fact, but hopefully the competitors coming up, including Fabian Horsch, will have plenty of technical tricks up their sleeve in order to mitigate the effects of a tailwind on the opening passes and even and odd-numbered runs, I do have to say. So, that is Fabian Horsch. In the previous 2 rounds, he scored a 3.5 in the first round, 3 on 12 in the second. Both those scores onto the 12-meter line. All right there, here we go. Fabian Horsch. In good shape here. He's gone through 16. This is his attempt at 14. And makes very, very light work of it. From 16 meters to 14.25 meters. It's not a problem there for Fabian Horsch, as I'm sure we'll get to see with the instant replay. Just maintaining his width and good strike into buoy number 1, Fabian Horsch. Maintaining a good technical posture out there and not moving too much around the turns. Put in the majority of his effort behind the boat to stay with the run. All right then, here we go. Fabian Horsch. "13 meters, not making light work of this one, but still able to generate enough width and enough separation there to get through that run. Getting closer to where his best performances lie. Fabian Horsch out there on the water. Let's have a look at some of the scores from Fabian Horsch this season. Has only competed in one other event, and that was the Bavarian Open over in Hamburg, where he scored a 4.5 on 12 on 12 meters as his max score in the third round of that competition, and backed it up with a score of 3.5 on that same line length. But let's see what he's got now. He's gone through 13. This is his attempt on 12 for Fabian Horsch. Barreling towards the course on a line length that I don't think Fabian Horsch has ever successfully completed. But let's see if he can do something to remedy that. There's number 1 for Fabian. Round number 2, keeping it going. Round number 3 is good and wide, and unfortunately that leaves him into a false sense of security. And that means that he scores 2.5 on the 12-meter line, 2.5 on 12 meters for Fabian Horsch. And that represents his third best score of this event, marginally behind the 3 that he produced in round number 2. So no upward movement for Fabian Horsch. But of course, his position in this men's slalom competition by no means certain, as there are other competitors that could potentially outstrip his best score, which is a 3.5 on 12 meters. That is Fabian Horsch, courtesy of Germany. So we've got 12 skiers remaining on this list. Okay, so make that 11 because the skier that we anticipated skiing is not on the dock, Georgios Valsamas from Greece. We now go on to Martin Grutzer of Germany. Martin Grutzer of Germany easily does it there on the opener, which I believe is going to be on the 14-meter run. That was 14, and Martin Grutzer currently lying in 10th spot right now with a score of 5 at 12 meters. Has backed that up with 3 on that same line length. So skiing quite consistently if you were to look at his results on paper. But we'll see what he's got going for us, see what he's going to conjure up for us going forwards. Martin Grutzer. For those of you interested in how he's done so far in tournaments prior to this one, he skied at the Michaelidis Masters over at Kayafa Lake. This was last season, and that was the last time he produced a score. And he produced a score, 2 scores actually. He scored a 4 at 12 meters and backed that up with a 3.5, and he replicated that 3.5, so he had 2 backup scores of the same one. Here comes Martin Grutzer. Oh, get into a little bit of difficulty here. This is 30 meters, I gather, and gets it to go Martin Grutzer of Germany. So Martin Grutzer, 30-meter attempt, seemed to have this one pretty much on lock. Although he did get a little bit more down course than he was prepared to entertain. Handle a little bit broken over, and that almost sent his right shoulder in towards the wake. But he had enough presence of mind to defend that, and to defend the completion of that run, and that was on 30 meters. Here he comes on 12 meters now. Here he comes, Martin Grutzer. 12 meters, the blue loop. Martin Grutzer, anything more than 5 will help. Not too bad here. Look at this. On 12 meters, Martin Grutzer. All right, not too bad at all. And a good run there. And a fist pump coming out through the exit gates. That is going to represent his best score of the season. Pretty much outstrips whatever he did last season too, by all accounts. But Martin Grutzer, good effort there, making some great inroads here on the 12-meter line. Certainly not afraid to turn the heck out of his offside, especially here into number 4. Just kept the tip running, a little bit behind on so far as being able to get into a stacked position, but he parlayed that patience all the way through to the last two buoys. And yes, go celebrate. All right there, here we go. Martin Grutzer, who's already exceeded 5 on 12 meters. Let's see if he can go a little higher. If he can get 2 on this, then this is going to be a good shot in the arm, and it is! 2 at 11.25 meters for Martin Grützer. Now let's have a look and see what the backups are for him. For Martin Grützer, he scores 5 on 12 as his backup, 2 on 11 for his primary score, which actually puts him ahead of Alberto Gysi at this point. So he's moved from 10th to 9th at this point. And he might actually have hop, skipped, and jumped over Julius Ayer, because even though Julius has a tie with his primary score with 2 at 11.25 meters, his backup is inferior. So we might have just seen Martin Grützer leapfrog from 10th all the way through to 8th at this time. Won't get any higher than 8 for the three buoy score of 11.25 meters by Salvatore Maturana prevents him from doing that. So good movement there from 10th to 8th for Martin Grützer. Now moving on, we go on to another German skier. It is going to be Tim Wild. And Tim Wild is currently in 4th spot right now with a score of 3 at 11.25 meters as his primary score. And his backup is half. Actually, his primary score is half a buoy at 10.75 meters. His backup is 3 at 11.25 meters. So looking to try and make up some ground here. Apologies for the confusion. So Tim Wild, the first skier that we'll see who has a score into 10.75 meters out of the 2 rounds that he's competed in yesterday. Here comes Tim Wild looking at this run again. Good shape, good balance. And looking tremendously good, keeping the handle down and not moving his body too much in or out of the turn. Just trying to allow the ski to do its thing. And all he has to do is be resistant behind the boat to continue on with the run. So there you go. That is Tim Wild, currently in 4th spot. Would certainly help his cause if he can outstrip the backup score of 3 at 11.25 meters that is currently in his possession. And it would certainly help do his cause no harm whatsoever if he can outstrip his own primary score, which is half at 10.75 meters. If he can get more than 1, then he'll move into 3rd. If he can get more than 1.5, he'll move into 2nd. And if he can get more than 2, he'll take the lead on 10.75. But he has to get there first. So we've gone through 14, and this is now 13, and simple dimple there. All right there, so Tim Wild. We're looking at this run, which is 13 meters to the best of my knowledge. All right, so 13 meters, a little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump there from Tim Wild coming across the wakes from 2 into 3. And working his way through to the remaining portion of the run. All right, here we go. Coming in, Tim Field, 12 meters. Good extension there on buoy number 3. Has this pass on lock. Yes. So Tim Field is through that run of 12 meters, now getting set up for a headwind 11.25 meter run. He's strategized, he's thought this over, he's decided that 14.25 meters is the best way to go. He could have gone in on 13 meters had the wind presented itself in a different direction. He's certainly capable of running that pass of 32 off right off the dock. But as it is, here and now, with the wind blowing the direction that it is, it only makes sense for him to go in on 14.25 meters. But we're a little ways beyond that now. He's gone through 14, 13, 12. And now 11.25 meters. This is where he's positioned himself. So let's have a look at some of the scores that he's produced at this point. If he can outstrip the 3 buoys at 11.25 meter score, it will create for him a stronger backup. But ultimately, he wants to try and get beyond 1 on the pass to come afterwards to enable him to move up from 4th into 3rd at least. 11.25 meters for Tim Field. There's 1, there's 2, and number 3 getting a good angle, good stretch into 5, and there you go, as easy as that. That is Tim Field. It's a 6 buoy count at 11.25 meters, the first time we've seen that today. But I tell you what, it's by no means going to be the last time we see an 11.25 meter run. All right, that creates for him the backup. 6 buoys, 11.25 meters, and still skiing. His primary score is still 0.5 at 10.75 meters. Just looking at this instant replay. Fine skiing from Tim Field. All right, so continuing on with the amateur competition, we have got 9 more skiers to come after Tim Field. We'll see what he can do. Let's see what kind of magic he can conjure up right here and now. Tim Field, who's currently in 4th spot right now, and looking to ascend a little bit higher. In order to do that, he's got to get beyond 1. If he can get beyond half, he will be in 2nd. If he can get beyond 2, he will take the lead. Here he comes. There's number 1. There, does he make a turnaround number 2? Yes, he does, and that is Tim Field. A 2 buoy counts at 10.75 meters. 2 buoys at 10.75 meters, which whenever you factor his backup into account of 3 at 11.25 meters, that vaults him straight into the lead ahead of Leo Cederquist, because Leo Cederquist has a backup of 2.5, and compare that to Tim Field's backup of 3 at 11.25 meters. Both of those competitors tying with the best score of 2, and because of Tim's superior backup by half a buoy, he is in the lead. And there, Tim Field getting a little stalled after buoy number 1, barely gets the ski outside number 2, and just gets to the wakes in time for the set of boat guides for number 3. And Tim Field is your new leader, but Leo Cederquist might have something to say about that, or Manuel Domini, or Guglielmo Sirocco, they could well have a final say as to where the win goes. But let's give it up, please, for Tim Wild from Germany. All right there, folks. Good to have the pleasure of your company. My name's Tony Lightfoot, and as you can see on the graphic right above me, the pros will be starting at approximately 12:30. There is your remaining schedule on the left-hand side of your screen. We've got the remaining amateurs. Then we go into the quarterfinals for women's and men's. Then we go into the Girls Pro Challenge to go after that, presented by Radar Skis. Then we go into the semifinals for women's and men's, and then the finals for women's and men's in that order with the pros. We're still continuing on with the amateurs in the open men's competition. And our skier to take to the water, coming to us out of Greece, if my starting list serves me correct. The skier about to take to the water is Nikolaos Visladis. So Nikolaos Visladis, who's had scores of 3 and 2 on the 12-meter line. He comes in on the 16-meter line to open up his account in round number 3. There you go. Opens up well and continues on with the next pass, which is going to be 14.25 meters. All right, so our skier Nikolaos Visladis from Greece, skier number 12 on this 20 skier list. 9 skiers remain, including Nikolaos Visladis. 14.25 meters. And not looking too bad up to a point. And getting the job done. I like what I'm seeing there for Nikolaos Visladis. So Nikolaos Visladis, he's gone through 16 and 14, now getting ready for 13 meters. Is the best score so far in this competition. Is 3 on 12. He's backed that up with 2 on that same line length. And just trying to pace himself out here a little bit there with the successful run of 13 meters. All right then, making a rapid entrance here for his next run. He's gone through 16 and 14. This is still at 58K, and the boat speed will not go any higher or lower, but the rope line length is going to shorten with every successive run. And this is 13 meters, and this is Nikolaos Visladis. Handel going up a little bit high off number 6, but that was to try and get the slack out of the line, and so he has a straight path through to the exits. All right, so moving right ahead, Nikolaos Visladis. Bringing the tip of the ski round and doing a fine job in running that pass. Although he created a little bit of a worry there towards the end, but not too worried there. As we see Nathan McGarry at the helm of that towboat, continuing to warm himself up for the task that's going to come ahead of him, namely driving in the head-to-head competition. Nikolaos Visladis. This is 12 meters. 1 buoy there. And 2. That outstrips his backup score, and that is going to be 3, which actually ties his best score of this competition. So 2 3s. And unfortunately, that doesn't move him up any higher because the 3.5 buoy score by Fabian Horsch, as his primary score, prevents him from doing so. But Fabian Horsch, for his part, with his scores, stays exactly where he is, and so too does Nikolaos Visladis. Each of those competitors finishing currently in 14th and 15th, respectively. Looking at this on the instant replay once again. Didn't exactly have the best of starts, but the finish, unfortunately, didn't really help him out too much. Gets the 3 on 12 meters. That equals his best score. I think he'll be relatively pleased with that. So, next competitor up. From Germany, it is Leo Auer. So coming in at 18.25 meters at 52K. This is Leo Auer. Oh, very aggressive. Not doing too badly on most accounts. A little bit of a hot skip and a jump. Just trying to have a little bit of fun out there and just try to take the seriousness out of what he's doing out there. Nice turn there into number 3 with a good whole arm extension there. An 18.25 meters, certainly a breakthrough pass for a lot of you good folks out there who are learning how to slalom. But 18.25 meters does kind of leave you with an awful lot of rope to work with to get round all 6 buoys on the slalom course. It definitely need to get off 18.25 meters as quickly as you can, as fast as you can, because in terms of being an aid towards improving slalom, 18.25 meters probably not the best choice to make. But anyway, 18.25 meters, pass number 2, 55K. for Leo Hour. And Leo, as a matter of fact, scored 3.5 at 58K, 18.25 meters for a backup score. His primary score is 2.5 at 16 meters. So he ideally wants to chase that one down and try and elevate himself a few spots. The immediate target ahead of him is the primary score of Christoforos Gracias, whose score of 1 at 14.25 meters currently holds the 17th spot right now. And Leo Hour currently in 18th spot with his primary score of 2.5 at 16 meters. So he's got a little bit of work to do. All right, here we go, folks. Leo Hour on 18.25 meters. He's gone through 52 and 55. This is 58. Much like he did in round number 1, he clears this run and puts himself in a position where he can attempt the next line length of 16 meters. And Leo Hour, for his part, has run 2.5 on 16 meters in round number 1. He's already outstripped his backup score of 3.5 at 18.25 meters. So you can scrub that out the equation. So far as his best scores in competitions prior to this one, in the Bavarian Open, he scored half at 14.25 meters. And in the Waterski Open, which occurred a little bit beforehand, he was able to get 2.5 at 58, 18.25 meters. So he's already skied better than that. Let's see if he can get more than half on 14.25 meters. This is 16 meters now for Leo Hour. If he can get more than 2.5, it would certainly help. There's number 2 and number 3. Burying himself here. Look at this. He's still up on the course here. Relax. Oh, almost relaxed. Oh, and he relaxed way too much there. Off buoy number 5 into number 6, and that ski twitched on the inside of number 6. And unfortunately for him, unable to run it. So Leo Hour, and even struggles to make it back to the dock in one piece. But there you go, Leo Hour with a 5 buoy count on the 16-meter line. That actually becomes his primary score, because his backup now is 2.5 on 16. And with that score, unfortunately unable to move up in the rankings, because that keeps him in 18th spot, and the score that stops him from going any higher is that of Christoforos Gracias, whose score at 1 at 14 prevents him from going any higher, as I mentioned. So close. All right, now we move back up towards the higher echelons on the rankings, because in 8th spot, and our next skier about to take to the water, is Julius Hour. Julius Hour, whose best score, his primary score, is 2 at 11.25 meters. His backup is 3 at 12. There we go, opening run. That should be 14.25 meters. I'll double check with our officials to confirm that. That was actually 16 meters, I beg your pardon. That is Julius Auer, skier number 14 of 20. So we've got 7 skiers remaining. Julius Auer on the water right now. Here at the 10th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. Here in 2024, a great summer of sport taking place. Not only this event, but Wimbledon continues on into next week. The British Grand Prix is on today. Euro 2024 continues on Tuesday with the semi-finals are set with France versus Spain and the Netherlands versus England. And many other events taking place, including the Olympic Games, which will take place in the French capital of Paris. Here we go. This on the water is Julius Auer. Nicely done, 14.25 meters. And strategically trying to put the 12-meter run into the wind. But first he has to go through the opening passes to make that happen. And he's done just that right now for at least the first couple. 13 meters comes up next on the strength of this successful run on 14. Don't see too much wrong with this performance here from Julius Auer. So far as the Waterski Pro Tour goes, after we get done here with the pros, which starts at 12:30 Central European Daylight Time. Once we get done with this event, then we'll move on to the United Kingdom for the Oxfordshire Pro-Am, with the event starting there on Friday and concluding on Saturday night. And brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. There you go, Julius Auer. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. And that is a 6-buoy count on 13 meters as he gets ready to attack 12 meters into the wind. So Julius Auer skiing here in the amateurs with about 7 or so skiers remaining before we go into the pro event, which we anticipate taking place starting at 12:30. For those of you watching your clocks, that is in about 45 minutes. So not much of a break will occur between the end of the amateurs and the start of the pros. There's Nathan McGarry. He'll be very much a part of the picture in the pros by way of his driving skills. Six skiers remain after Julius Auer. Let's have a look and see what he can do to extend his stay here. There's 12 meters for Julius Auer. Gets the start. Oh, a little narrow on number 2. But he's still there up until buoy number 3. And that narrowness into buoy number 2 contributed to his ultimate score that he produced with 2 1/2. 2.5 on 12 meters. And 2.5 on 12 meters for Julius Auer. Doesn't do an awful lot because his backup score is 3, a full 3. So he has to make do with his current positioning right now, which is in 8th. 8th spot currently provisionally for Julius Auer with his score of 2 at 11.25 meters and 3 on 12 in each of the last 2 rounds. All right, so working away towards the end. Our leader after 2 rounds, but has seen his score come under threat on a number of occasions since the start of the Open Men's competition in round 3. He has a score of 2 at 10.75 meters with a backup of 2.5 on 11. The skier about to take to water is Sweden's Leo Cederqvist. So Leo Cederqvist takes that pass down and looking very, very strong indeed. And our Open Men's slalom results as it stands right now, if nothing changes between here and the end, Tim Wild currently in the lead with 2 at 10.75 meters via a superior backup. And that puts him ahead of Leo Cederqvist, who is on the water right now with us, having run 6 buoys on the opening pass of 14.25 meters. And needing a score that would outstrip the backup that Tim Wild has, which is half at 10.75 meters. So basically, in order for Leo Cederqvist to take the lead back from Tim Wild, he essentially has to get to the wakes after number 1 on 10.75 meters. Or anything higher, if he wants to. So here we go. This is Leo Cederqvist, coming to us from Sweden. Pretty sharp turns, good angle, good aggression. Certainly skiing with a level of confidence that is certainly to his benefit going forwards. That is Leo Cederqvist. He'll pull out to shorten to 12 meters coming up next. All right, we've already seen some great skiing so far this morning. We've seen a reset of the Argentine women's national slalom record, courtesy of Violetta Mosiolski. And have seen some other performances into 11.25 meters, and that performance from Tim Wild into 10.75 meters not too long ago. And chasing after that now on 12 meters is Leo Cederqvist, driving in real hard off number 4, but still staying with the game plan and gets it to go. All 6 buoys on 12, and now gets ready to go headlong back into the course at 11.25 meters. Just looking at this once again from Leo Cederquist. Just remarkable skiing, such great confidence out there in knowing that the angle that he generates across the course is enough to allow him to edge change early and still track that ski out wide enough to get outside the buoy line. That was 12 meters. Now, different kettle of fish coming right up, 11.25 meters. Ran it for the first time yesterday. Let's see if he can conjure up something now. There's one, there's two, and number three. Can he replicate yesterday's heroics? There you go, there's number four. Round number 5 doesn't make a play on number 6, and he is down. There we go. He is inside buoy number 6. That does give him a backup score of 5 at 11.25 meters, but it is not enough to overhaul Tim Field, whose scores of 2 and a half a buoy at 10.75 meters are enough to get himself ahead of Leo Cederquist. The best that Leo Cederquist can hope for at the moment is a second place finish, but there are 2 other competitors that might have something to say about that, and they'll be coming up very, very soon. But for Leo Cederquist, he's going to return to Sweden. He's going to be a happy camper, having run through 11.25 meters for the first time in yesterday's competition in the amateurs. So, Guglielmo Sirocco is our next combatant, and he'll be going into the course, I believe, on 14.25 meters. Guglielmo Sirocco. Guglielmo Sirocco. And not looking too bad. Guglielmo Sirocco through that opening pass of 14.25 meters. Now, he could have something to say so far as this competition goes, because yesterday he scored half on 12 meters, which may not sound particularly good. And on reflection, it probably isn't all that great so far as he's concerned. But the score that he has as his primary score is 1 at 10.75 meters. So that is good enough for 4th place at this time. It's only half a buoy shy of 3rd, which is held by Manuel Domini on 1.5 at 10.75 meters. And then the next score above him are the 2s between Leo Cederquist and Tim Field. Tim Field having the superior backup of half on 10.75 compared to Leo Cederquist's best backup score, which is 5 at 11.25 meters. So Guglielmo Sirocco, 13 meters. Not bad. And gets it to go. Nicely skied there for Guglielmo Sirocco. As he pulls out to the driver's side of that towboat and gets ready and raring to go for the next run. Guglielmo Sirocco. Nice angle off number 2, easing off a little bit into number 3 to avoid creating too much speed. Guglielmo Sirocco. Guglielmo Sirocco, who normally trains over at the Italian National Training Center in Rocchetto, which is overseen by the Italian Waterski, Wakeboard, and Surfing Federation. Guglielmo Sirocco. Oh, no, and he goes down on 12 meters, and that is not going to help his cause one iota. He scored half a buoy on 12 meters in round number 1, so that actually ties his best backup. Guglielmo Sirocco, for his part, will rise no further, no higher than 4th, but could actually go down so far as his rankings are concerned, depending upon the performances from some of our next skiers who have yet to take to the water. So Guglielmo Sirocco just absolutely dumped it on buoy number 1, and he knows that a golden opportunity to get a little bit higher in this open men's slalom list has gone by the wayside. Hi there, folks. My name is Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have the pleasure of your company on board. We are in the midst of the tail end of our amateur round of skiing for round 3. We're in the open men's competition, not to be confused with the pro men's competition, which will be our, the quarterfinals in that category will be our second event out after we get started with the women's quarterfinal, pro women's quarterfinal event, which will get up and running at that time that you see above me. 12:30 start, Central European Daylight Time. All right. Now we're seeing Guglielmo Sirocco swim into the shore, leaving the way clear for our next skier to take to water, and our 4th skier from last off the dock. It is going to be Manuel Domini. All right there, so Manuel Domini. Coming into the course on that D3 on that Ion 2. Looking good, looking strong, 14.25 meters. Not only is he a competent athlete there on the slalom ski, he's also an above average driver as well. He's driven a number of major tournaments, including last season's World Waterski Championships in Groveland in Central Florida, winning rave reviews. So good effort there on pass number 1 for Manuel Domini. And gets ready for 13 meters coming up next. Now Manuel Domini, for his part, could have a role to play in determining who ends up in the top 3 positions here, because Manuel Domini, for his part, He scored 1.5 at 10.75 meters. Now, if he was to score 2 and tie with Tim Wild and Leo Cederqvist, Manuel Domini, because he would have the superior backup in that instance, would actually move into the lead by that proviso. Here we go. Manuel Domini, 13 meters. It's ABCs, however. He's got to run this pass and then get through 2 more passes before he even thinks about having an assault upon the lead skiers right now. For his part, Manuel Domini currently lying in 3rd place at the moment. But even his position in 3rd right now is still by no means certain, because we still have a bunch of competitors to go after Manuel Domini, namely Eduardo Lamalfa, Christoforos Gracias, and indeed Ted Cederqvist. Manuel Domini, great effort. All right, here we go. This is Manuel Domini, 3rd pass. It's gone through 14 and 13. This is now 12. And for those of you that are just waking up on the eastern seaboard of the United States, you are most certainly welcome. We're getting ready for the pro competition in the women's and the men's, but we still got these last few skiers to go in the amateur division in the open men, and Manuel Domini is out there slicing and dicing away on the 12-meter run. All right, so Manuel Domini getting the job done on the 12 meters. Now, let's re-emphasize what he's got. What he has already is a 1.5 buoy score at 10.75 meters in round number 1. He has a 4 buoy count at 11.25 meters in round number 2. So essentially what Manuel Domini has to do at this point is to run through this pass and get another couple of buoys beyond that to put himself in a position where he can rise up so far as other positions go. He's currently in 3rd. Let's see if he can go higher. There's 1, there's 2, and then there's 3. Little bit of a hike there off buoy number 3, but good to go for number 4. He's good to go for 5, and he's going to attempt 10.75 meters next. Manuel Domini. All right. Now it gets serious. 10.75 meters coming up next. And a position in either the winner spot or runners up on the line now for Manuel Domini in the open men's competition. 11.25 meters. There were a couple of bobbles here, but he's still able to gain his resistance against the boat and stay patient enough, realizing that if he overworks it, then the ski just could stop cold right there and prevent him from producing any more buoys. And he certainly realizes that to his advantage. Manuel Domini, 10.75 meters, needing 2 to take the lead. A 2 on the surface will tie with Tim Wild and Leo Cederqvist, but the backup score is the critical thing that will get him above those two competitors. There's one. Oh, and he comes up short of buoy number 2. So, with a primary score of 1.5 at 10.75 meters and a backup of 1 on that same line length, Manuel Domini has to settle for 3rd at this time. Gets number 1, brings that, and the ski just stops cold, and he just moved way too much and not all the way through the handle. But a decent performance nonetheless, with 1.5 at 10.75 meters in round 1, 4 at 11.25 meters in round 2, and 1 at 10.75 meters in round number 3. Manuel Domini right there. Now we come down to our final 3 competitors. We're going to see Gracias Christophorus and Ted Cedarquist in a few moments, but before those two, it's going to be Eduardo Lamalfa, and we will see him take to the water for his first pass right after this. All right then, welcome back, and we've got our third from last skier to take to water in the open men's. About to take to the water is going to be Eduardo Lamalfa. All right. Eduardo Lamalfa, and if there is ever a joker in the pack, it could well be this skier. In his first round, he scored half on 12 meters. In his second round, 3.5 on 13. But he is a skier that is certainly a lot better than what he's produced so far in the opening 2 rounds. And if he can get towards 11.25 meters or even onto 10.75 meters, that is going to be a disruptive force if he manages to do it. So Eduardo Lamalfa, who's only skied in one other tournament this season with scores of 3.5 on 12 and 4.5 on 13, almost a carbon copy of what he did in the first 2 rounds here at this competition. So Eduardo, good effort there on pass number 1. And that was a 14-meter start for Eduardo Lamalfa. All right there, rock and roll. We've got Eduardo Lamalfa on 13 meters. Entrance number 1. Good hard stab, keeping the handle down nice and low. Bringing it in, round the 4th buoy, the first 2/3 of the course. Behind him, and the entirety of the course also in his rear view mirror. Eduardo Lamalfa, 14 and 13 in successive runs. And by virtue of that run of 6 on 13 meters and getting ready to do 12, that supersedes his backup score and puts him on 6 buoys on 13 meters and continuing to ski. Now let's see if he can outstrip his primary score, because his best score at the moment is half on 12 meters for Eduardo Lamalfa. If he could do that, then it'll be one of his better scores that he's produced so far this season. All right there, here we go. Coming in, pass number 3 at 12 meters. Oh, and overturned buoy number 1 and rocking out towards the rear part of his slalom ski, and that equals actually his primary score of half a buoy on 12 meters. So Eduardo Lamalfa suffering a little bit here on his gate shot into buoy number 1. Brought the handle in and just wasn't prepared for that much line tension coming off at the end of the turn. And when we return, we'll be on to our penultimate skier, Christoforos Gratsias, next.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right there, so our penultimate skier in this open men's event. And coming to us out of Greece, it's Christoforos Gratsias. So Christoforos Gratsias, who works for an automotive dealership in Athens that bears his name. Coming in on the 16-meter line at 58K. Oh, and unfortunately unable to get much past number 1. And he goes down. And that doesn't even provide him with a backup score, because he produced a 5-buoy count on the opening pass in the previous round to this. So just not able to get up and running. But he did actually produce a personal best in round 1 with 1 buoy at 14.25 meters. So on the surface, he may not be too happy right now, but upon reflection, I'm sure he'll return to Athens, Greece, pleased with his performance, at least in round number 1. So Christophorus Gratius brings us on to our final competitor, who is Ted Cederqvist from Sweden. And when we return, we will see him on pass number 1. Coming up next.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
All right then, folks, and coming in on 16 meters for his opening pass is going to be Ted Cederqvist, who is currently lying in 12th spot right now with scores of 4.5 on 12 and 2.5 on 12. And he could actually rise up a little bit, provided that he at least outstrips that backup score of 2.5. But we'll see how things shape up going forwards. Ted Cederqvist from Sweden, a final competitor in the amateur competition, our last skier in the open men's event. And then at 12:30 we go on to the open, the pro women's competition, with the pro women will take to the water first, and then in the quarterfinals, then the quarterfinals of men, then we're going to go into the Junior Girls Challenge before we go into the semifinals, and then to the finals in women's and men's respectively. We'll also have a boat parade, which will introduce to you our skiers in the women's and men's competition in the head-to-head pro championship here at the 10th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. Ted Cederqvist. All right, so let's have a look at some of the scores that Ted Cederqvist has produced. 4.5 on 12 in round 1, 2.5 on 12 in round 2. The skier that's immediately above him is Giuseppe De Bernardo, currently lying in 11th spot right now with 4 on 12 in round 2. His primary score is 4.5 on 12, so very consistent there. Now, to create the perfect tie, Ted Cederqvist would have to outstrip his second best score of 2.5 and replace that with a 4. And then you'd have to go to the third place score of 2.5, in which Ted Cederqvist has a half a buoy advantage ahead of Giuseppe De Bernardo. But if he wants to go higher than that, then he's got to start running some more buoys, like getting to 11.25 meters type more buoys. Ted Cederqvist from Sweden. He's gone through 16. He's attempted to go through 14, but almost went out the back there off number 4 into 5 and making a play on number 6. Certainly not the tidiest pass that I've seen him run on this particular line length. But there we go. That is Ted Cederqvist. Our very last skier in the amateur competition in open men's. And there we see Nathan McGarry, our boat driver in this section of the competition. There we see the first few buoys, and just seems to be overworking the handle, at least in my estimation, and just needs to just try and follow through just a little bit more to create a better stack position. But Ted Cederqvist are doing a fine job here with the opening couple of runs. 16 and 14. Now 13 meters comes up for him next. And there he is, coming in towards the slalom course. There's number 1 and number 2 on 30 meters. Oh, early edge changer to number 3, but that actually helps him out a bit because it keeps him honest and keeps him going. Does he get round buoy number 6? Yes, he does. All right, that's 13 meters. 13 meters for Ted Cedarquist. He's 2.5 buoys shy of his backup score. And another 2 buoys shy of his best and primary score. All right, so let's see what he has to conjure up with the 12-meter line. We're looking at the tail end of his 13-meter run with the instant replay getting strung out a little bit into buoy number 5, but still making a good impact upon the that pass of 13 meters. Now it's 12. Now, Ted Cedarquist, to get above Giuseppe, he has to score 4 on 12 meters, because that invokes a backup for his third best score, of which Ted has a half buoy advantage ahead of Giuseppe Di Bernardo. Here we go. Let's see if he can make it round buoy number 4. Oh my word, he goes down early. It's going to be half a buoy, which means that Giuseppe Di Bernardo maintains his 11th spot. Tim Cedarquist has to make do with 12th, with half a buoy on 12 meters in his third round, but he has superior scores of 4.5 on 12 and 2.5 on 12. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings to a conclusion the amateur round of slalom skiing in round number 3. The next action that we will see shortly will be the pro women quarterfinals, followed by the pro men quarterfinals, and then we'll follow on with that with the junior challenge. Then we'll go into the semifinals and the finals in women's and men's back-to-back. So, there is your timer. Sit back, grab your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage. We're about to throw down in the pro competition coming up shortly in this, the 10th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm, and we will be back with pro action to come right after this.
So excited to introduce to you guys the NR1. Over the past season, we've been working on developing the ski shape that is now the NR1, and I truly do love this shape. I'm so excited to ski on it this season, and I hope you guys love it as much as I do.
I'm really excited to get on the Reflex NR1 this season and see what it can do for my skiing. Every time I get on it, it just feels better and better. So I can't wait for the 2024 season to get some new PBs on the Reflex NR1.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
We are Radar, and this crew is the backbone of the Radar Nation.
They live on the water day in and day out, devoting their lives to bringing skiing to the masses. We have designers, innovators, free spirits, and badass buoy slayers, all charging at 100% to grow the sport. There's no better group of individuals to be driving the ship that leads water skiing.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
I'm so excited to introduce to you guys the NR1. Over the past season, we've been working on developing the ski shape that is now the NR1, and I truly do love this shape. I'm so excited to ski on it this season, and I hope you guys love it as much as I do.
I'm really excited to get on the Reflex NR1 this season and see what it can do for my skiing. Every time I get on it, it just feels better and better. So I can't wait for the 2024 season to get some new PBs on the Reflex NR1.
All right, then, welcome back to continuing coverage of this, the 10th annual San Gervasio ProAm. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and I'm joined here in the announcing booth here by my good friend, Mr. Aaron Davies. How you doing?
Not doing too bad, Tony. How about you?
Not too bad. Just getting energized for the action that we've got ahead of us. And we've got some head-to-head pro women's slalom skiing coming up very, very soon. And then we'll go after that with the men's quarterfinal head-to-head matchups. And there we see we've got the schedule there on the left-hand side of your screen. So all of that to come. But before we bring on our skiers and introduce them, let's introduce the third member of our commentary team. It is going to be Laura Morgan.
All right, welcome everyone to the 10th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. We're getting ready to go with the head-to-head slalom. We've got women's slalom finals coming up first, and then pro men's slalom final, and then we'll have the junior slalom challenge. We have some of the best skiers in the world. I'm really excited for y'all to see it, and stay tuned.
Excellent stuff there, and Laura Morgan herself has actually tasted a little bit of success here in the past. I mean, you'd have to go back to 2010, where she actually won 2 world titles, the girls jump and the girls slalom, in the Junior World Championships that year.
Yeah, it's going back a few years, but her sister Jenna was here today. She skied earlier, and that was one of her goals, to try and get the same score that, or if not beat the same score that Lauren got a few years ago. Didn't quite manage it, unfortunately, but she got really close.
Indeed, indeed. So, okay, looks like we got our first boat about to be sent in towards the spectator bank, and we've got Vittoria Sirocco and Cristiana de Osma that will be competing in the head-to-head Junior Girls Challenge Final. And this is an element to this competition which is unique to the San Gervasio ProAm, and certainly encourages the finest junior skiers to go ahead and pursue a possible path into pro women's slalom skiing there, Aaron.
Yeah, it's something that Matteo thought of, 5 years ago, and it's great to give the youngsters some spotlight on water skiing. This event here, the Junior Pro Challenge, it's only women, it's only the girls.
It's only the girls
girls this year, and instead of just keeping it the same, Matteo said, hey, let's just give them double the money. We'll put all the stuff from all the money from the boys towards the girls, and I think it's a great incentive for the juniors. Other than the Junior Masters and the Junior US Open, I think it's great to have the juniors broadcast by us, by Waterski Broadcasting, and getting some limelight on them guys.
Yes, indeed, introducing our junior girls in this Junior Girls Challenge, which is brought to you by Radar Skis. Vittoria Sirocco will go head-to-head against Cristiana de Osma. It's an Italy versus Peru matchup.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. There's a lot of amazing skiing. Vittoria Sirocco is another young girl coming out of Italy, and Cristiana de Osma I don't really think needs much of an introduction. She skied amazingly last week in Cesena at the Waterski ProAm, and she made herself. She got into the final last week, and she ran 38. And she's just only 16 years old. So I think there's some incredible skiing to see from her in the next few years. And today as well, we're going to see some amazing skiing from these youngsters.
All right, then, once again, Cristiana de Osma versus Vittoria Sirocco in the Junior Girls Challenge, brought to you once again by Radar Skis. So they'll make their way to the end of the lake, to the dock specifically, and then we'll introduce the remaining portion, our remaining skiers in due course. But I mean, you've been here before a number of times. I've been here probably at least 9 times in the course of the San Gervasio ProAm, you know, and I mean, they do a fantastic job here year in and year out.
Yeah, I know there's been so much prep gone into this event. If anyone doesn't know, the weather this year in Europe has not been great, like across Europe, not just in England for once. So, you know, the lake has been high. They've done, you know, Matteo and his team have done an amazing job at trying to manage water height. 2 weeks ago they had a tournament, and the water, I've heard, was, you know, another 6 inches higher than this. You know, which is very unlike here. They've managed it so well. They managed to pump water out, you know, trying to get the best conditions for the skiing as possible, and it's pretty incredible that they've managed to get it as good as they can. They were working all the way through Thursday to try and make sure the courses were all correct and as good as they can be. You know, things were okay, but we all want to make things as good as they can be. So they were working so hard, even through the event, to make sure everything is still as good as it can be for pro water skiing.
All right, then, and looks like we're about to introduce our women's competitors right here at the San Gervasio head-to-head. So let's introduce the pairings as we introduce the skiers that will be making their way past right now. So our black Malibu towboat making its way back into the course, and we'll introduce to you the names that will be part of the pairings. We've got our first pairing, which will be taken to the water, will be Jamie Ball versus Jamie Metcalf. Canada versus New Zealand in that pairing. And in the second pairing, Manon Costar versus Beatrice Yanni. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for those competitors.
Yeah, the level of skiing is absolutely incredible. You know, we've got competitors from how many different countries there, Tony?
We got competitors. We got Jamie Ball, Canada, Jamie Metcalf, New Zealand, United States. There, Ali Garcia, who we saw a brief glimpse of, and also Alicia Bagnoli. So that's 4 right there. Then Manon Costard, you had her for 5th for France. Beatrice Yanni already represented by Alicia Bagnoli. United States there, Ali Nicholson. And Elizabeth Montavon. So you got at least 5 different countries there.
Yeah, we've got 5 different countries. All of these girls are incredible skiers. You know, Jamie is, you know, don't want to say anything too early, but Jamie Ball is probably the one to beat right now. She's been on a roll recently. She's got a lot of 39s, some 10.7s under her belt now. She knows what she's got to do. Almost that puts the pressure on a little more, being the one to beat. You know, it puts a lot of pressure on you, and that's all the other girls know what they've got to do to put that pressure on.
All right then, so our first boat load of female slalom skiers. We've got Jamie Ball, Jamie Metcalf, Ali Garcia, and Alicia Bagnoli. The first and the fourth pairings, and we certainly wish them the very, very best of luck indeed as they work through those pairings in the opening part of this competition. And there is our second boat that will feature our remaining skiers, and we'll introduce those competitors coming up very, very soon. But this event, part of the Waterski Pro Tour, and it's certainly been a remarkable ascent for the Waterski Pro Tour over the last few seasons in terms of exposure, in terms of importance to the sport of tournament water skiing, and certainly these young ladies, and as well as our male skiers, certainly welcoming the presence of the Waterski Pro Tour onto the scene.
Yeah, you know, they've got obviously some incredible skiing about to happen, but let's just talk about the fact that this is the 10th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. You know, Matteo saw that there was a lull in things on the pro skiing on Europe side of things and started it 10 years ago. And I believe there's only 2 people who have been to every single San Gervasio ProAm, and both of them are officials.
Yes, indeed.
We've had, those guys. They've done incredible. It's Mario Pagozzi,
and Candido Moz.
And Candido Moz, who's our chief judge this week.
And he's also the head of the tournament technical council as well.
Yeah, so thank you to those guys for their continued support. But here we go. We've got these guys coming in. Let's give them a round of applause, guys.
Indeed, indeed. Let's give it up, please, for Manon Costar. She'll be up against Beatricia Yanni, and our third pairing, which will consist of Ali Nicholson versus Elizabeth Montavon. And with that, let's check in dockside with Lauren.
All right, I'm here with Ali Garcia and Alice Bagnoli, a little University of Louisiana Lafayette rivalry here. First, Ali and then Alice, can you both just tell me a little bit about your experience with head-to-head and how excited you are to get out there?
I love head-to-heads. I think they are one of the most interesting formats in our sport, and I just think they're really fun. So I'm excited to just go out with a friend and hopefully we both ski well.
Awesome. And Alice?
They do definitely stress me out a little bit, but I'm super excited to do it against Ellie. Usually it's kind of like a bracket where I have no chance and get knocked out the first time. So we're pretty much similar here up and down, so I'm very excited to do it against Ellie.
Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you both out there, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Excellent stuff, and between Ali Garcia and Alice Bagnoli, chalk and cheese between those two.
Yeah, they're both Lafayette alums.
Yeah.
Ali's still there. She's going to be in her last semester. And, a little bit of a Lafayette rivalry there. But I think that's going to be a very interesting matchup. They can both ski very incredibly well. So that's going to be an interesting one to watch, seeing what happens there.
All right, then, as the second boat makes its way to the dock, now we're going to get ready for the quarterfinal round, which will consist of our 4 pairings. We've got Jamie Bull. She's paired up against Jamie Metcalf, Canada versus New Zealand. Then we go on to the second pairing, which will consist of Manon Costar versus Beatricia Yanni, France versus Italy. Our third pairing will have an all-United States feel to it with Ali Nicholson versus Elizabeth Montavon. And there, to round off things, we have Ali Garcia and Alicia Bagnoli, whom we just had the opportunity to get their first thoughts from. So that takes care of the boat parade. We now go on to the... And now we're going to go on to the men's boat parade, featuring our skiers. Now we've got some really tantalizing matchups here because, it was a hard slog for our eight competitors to make it through to this stage of the competition. But when all is said and told, we certainly have some great pairings, and let's see who is in that first towboat. One thing I can tell you is that that first towboat will contain 2 British skiers, because in our first pairing it is going to be Will Asher versus Joel Poland, and in another pairing in that boat is a French versus Italian pairing. It's going to be Sasha Deska versus Thomas de Gasperi. Now, what do you reckon to those pairings?
Will has, some of the most experience in this field. Him and T-Gas, they've been doing it a long time, and they have no signs of slowing down. Will's, it was the first person to run a 41 off a 10-2 in Africa, and that was only a few weeks ago. I think that's incredible. Joel has run 10-2 in a big event at Worlds. That was incredible. We all saw it.
From Series 2.
From Series 2. So it was an incredible ski, and that's going to be an interesting pairing. Joel's going to have to come up with something special, I think. And then we've got, Sasha against T-Gas. That'll be a very interesting pairing because, a lot of people will be rooting, especially since we're in Italy, will be rooting for T-Gas. And, a lot of people like to call him Mr. 3 at 41. And if he does well, this would be also his first podium at the San Gervasio ProAm. He is the 10 times European Open Men slalom champion. He's got a lot of experience here at San Gervasio, and it would be his first podium of the year as well. So,
and that 10th title that he won was right here, around about this time last year.
Yeah, it'd be a few weeks in the future. Last year, that was when he got the 10th right here at San Gervasio. And something just to be aware of for our viewers and the people on the bank, they head-to-heads work. So in every single round until the final, the second skier has to beat the score.
Has to outstrip the score of the first one.
So that is the advantage of going first.
Any other scenario.
So you see with these men, a lot of them got 3 at 41 to cement their place in the final. And, that was great. That was the prelim round. That was to get you into the final. Now, if you do that 3 at 41, the person next has to at least get a piece of 4, whether it's a quarter, a half, or a full 4. So that's the interesting thing about the head-to-heads. Now here at Jolly Ski, we make sure that for the final, it is, even if it's a tie, we keep going until we have an outright winner, because that's what we want. We want an outright winner. Going back on scores, it's never fun to do for a win. So we will be going again. If the skiers get the same score, we'll go again. And here comes our second boat of men. And who do we have in that boat, Tony?
Yes, indeed. Our second pairing consists of Jonathan Travers from the United States versus Vincenzo Marino. And our other pairing, pairing number 3, Brando Caruso versus Corey Vaughan.
Well, there you go. They're... we've got the young gun, Vincenzo Marino. You love to say his name, don't you, Tony?
Yes, indeed.
He's a young gun. I think he's done what he came to do at the moment. He came to get in the final, run his 39, run his 10.7, and then, prove himself here. I think he's going to have some fun with it. And, just as we see these guys come across, we've got, him against JT. JT's another incredible skier. And then Corey and Brando, that's going to be a tight one. That's really going to be tight.
Indeed, indeed. And with that in mind, let's check back in with Lauren.
All right, I'm here with Will Asher and Joel Poland. Will, you ran 4 at 41 yesterday. Joel, 2. And last weekend, you both had a great tournament, Team Great Britain here. Tell me a little bit about what it would be like to kind of redo that this weekend.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. I mean, we're definitely not going to make it to the final together. But I'm excited to ski against the best overall skier that England has. So I think it's going to be great.
Awesome. And Joel?
I think he's terrified to ski against me, honestly. No, last weekend was pretty good. We were talking a little bit of trash and having a good time. And this weekend's going to be the same. Obviously, only one of us can advance to the final, but I got a good feeling that this pairing's going to go far. At least one of us will. So.
Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you both out there. Anyone you want to shout out to at home?
Yeah, family, all the people that make this stuff happen. We're just going to have fun.
Awesome.
Hi, Mom and Dad. Also, my Nan, she's always watching. Love you, Nan.
All right, back to you guys.
Awesome.
Indeed, indeed. And you just notice, seeing them side by side, how much Will Asher towers above Joel Poland.
Yeah, Will's a tall guy. I mean, I'm a tall guy myself. Will is a tall guy, and he's immensely strong. And you see that in his skiing. You see that when he's coming across those wakes, there's just absolutely no movement. That's what we all strive for, absolutely zero movement across the wakes. Now, Joel's another incredibly strong skier. He's always skiing. He does about 3 sets a day. He's always skiing. He's always on the water. That's the type of person he is. He always has been. He's just got bundles of energy. Now, we've got obviously 2 boats. We've got 2 drivers. We're going to have Mario Pagozzi in the black boat, and we're going to have Nathan McGarry in the blue boat. Mario has, a ton of experience. His son, Robert Pagosi, who unfortunately can't be with us at these few weekends, and we've also got Nathan McGarry, who has started driving from a very, very young age. He's another incredible driver, up-and-coming young driver. Those will be for the men, I believe, and for the women, we're going to be having. Who have we got in the men's drivers, Tony?
Okay, we would ordinarily have.
So we've got Nathan driving the guys.
Yes.
And Mario driving the guys.
Yes. And Manuel.
We've got Manuel and Mario for the women.
Indeed. All right then. So let's send it dockside and let's check back in with Lauren.
All right, I'm here with John Travers and Vincenzo Marino. John, you have a lot of experience with head-to-head. Vincenzo, your first one. So can you both tell me a little bit about what you're feeling, your excitement level?
Yeah, we just came from a head-to-head last weekend, so I didn't do as well as I wanted last weekend, so it's just kind of exciting to have a chance again here to come in as a higher seed this time, to be able to pick maybe to go first or pick the driver of the boat. So yeah, it's just a different way of a format, but for him it's going to be exciting. It's going to be he's a hell of a skier, so it's going to be a fun round.
Awesome, thanks. And Vincenzo?
Yeah, I'm super excited about it. First ever pro final, first ever head-to-head. It's going to be fun. Two lefty. Going to be good, yeah.
Awesome, well, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Good luck to you both.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
And even though JT towers above Vincenzo Marino, did you have a look at Vincenzo's arms?
Yeah, we've seen him ski, and I mean, to be running 10.7, running 39, you have to be strong. But he has some guns on him, that guy. And it's interesting what Vincenzo just said. He said they're both lefties. So, you got the offside for the lefties is going to be your 2.46. So getting that starts on 41, getting out of 2-ball is crucial, because then, technically you've got a better onside. A lot of skiers have a better onside. And so if we can see some of these lefties get out of 2, we could see some big scores.
Indeed. As we ready ourselves for the head-to-head matchups, we're going to do the minimum starting line length. Minimum starting line length for the women is going to be 13 meters. Minimum starting line length for the men is going to be 12. And as you rightly said earlier, we go with Pro Tour rules so far as the head-to-head matchups is concerned, with every single round except for the final. The second skier has to outrightly defeat the first skier, because if a tie exists, then the first skier would advance.
Yeah, right. So I think, that is the advantage of going first. So, as per Pro Tour rules and head-to-head rules, the higher seed has either the choice of driver or the choice to go first or second. So it looks like Jamie Bull has decided to go first. That is the advantage of going first, is that you can choose to go first or second. You get to set the score, and then the person after you has to beat the score. No ties. But then the other person also has the choice of boat or driver. We ski with both boats and both drivers in their respective boats that they're going to be in the final or in the head-to-heads. So that is the advantage that you get there. You get to choose your driver that you've preferred over the past few days. And yeah, so what have you got there, Tony?
What have I got here? I've got the Skier of the Day trophy, provided by 2U Healthy Snacks, and there it is, right there, right in front of your eyes. And vote for your Skier of the Day. The voting starts right now. Waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play to vote for your Skier of the Day, being brought to you by 2U Nutritional Bars. Now, you've got one of these, haven't you?
I do have one, and it's one of the few that is on the wall back in my room at Bennett's. It's on the wall. I look at it all the time. I go, that's a cool one to have. There's not too many of them out there, and it was pretty cool because it's a public vote as well.
And you won that one at Caiafa, right?
That was Caiafa 2022. I thoroughly enjoyed that tournament, and I was very sad they couldn't do it again this year.
But
however, in recent news, they have got their site back. They're skiing on it again, and hopefully we'll be there this time next year.
Yes, I certainly look forward to that event, and I mean, it's actually become a little bit of a paradigm for future events that are organised from that point forward, and they kind of gave a little bit of an inspiration for the Carmel Marrakesh Pro.
Yeah, in 2022 there was 2 events on at the same weekend, and it was kind of go to one or the other. And I thought, well, I've never been to Greece. I'm gonna do that one. It seems like a lot of fun, and we went. And put it this way, a lot of people went to the next year. It was pretty incredible event, and it seems to be the forefront of how tournaments should be run, as well as this one here. But here we go. We've got Jamie on her first pass. She's going to be behind our blue Malibu TXI. She'll be starting at 13 meters.
Manuel Domini's driving.
Yeah, we've got Manuel behind the boat, behind the wheel, sorry. Jamie's behind the boat, but look at this. This is Jamie's regular start here.
13 meters.
Nothing, that you wouldn't expect from Jamie. Nothing but precision there. There's a reason that she's the world's best.
Yes, indeed. Current and 2-time World Slalom champion Jamie Ball, 6 buoys on 13 meters. Now, in order to maintain this pairing, Jamie Metcalf out of New Zealand and needing to come in on that same line length of 13 meters and run that to pressure Jamie Ball into going back in on the 12-meter line to continue on with this matchup.
Right, now Jamie Bull, we're going to have to start saying last names instead now because we're going to get confused through this one. But Jamie Bull usually starts at 13 meters. That's her regular start speed. I don't know about Jamie Metcalf. I think, most of the time, she probably starts at 14 meters at that 28 offline length. However, these pros, they prepare for this type of thing. So she definitely has practice at 13 meters first line length, first pass. So it's just different when you going in a pass, above what you usually are. Everything just seems increased, everything's just coming at you so much quicker. Your passes, your more relaxed passes, they aren't relaxed anymore. They go, oh right, let's get going. But let's see how she does on this first pass.
Here we go. This is Jamie Metcalf, 13 meters.
The only competitor this weekend who's from New Zealand. And she looks so comfortable right there, looking good. Nothing untoward at all, and round number 6.
Seems to have found a rhythm back, and a 6 buoy count on 13 meters, which forces this matchup into the next pass of 12 meters. Now, interesting thing here, we'll touch upon that in a moment, but let's check in dockside with Lauren.
You had the higher seed, so what are you going to choose?
I picked to go first, and Bea is going to pick the boat, which, I think she goes with the blue boat. Yeah.
All right, well, good luck to both of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, then, short and sweet. And the thing that I was about to mention is that the timing in the drop-down zone is actually governed by the other boat, because
correct
when the first skier drops, in this instance, they have about 50, a little bit more than 50 seconds.
Yeah, so the drop down time this weekend has been 50 seconds. That has provided good conditions for the skiers. But obviously, when you're head to head, you're going to be down for more than twice the time, because you've got to drop at the end, then you've got to wait for the skier to come through the course, and then you've got to do the wait time again. If it's cold, the problem we don't have that problem here in northern Italy. But Jamie's coming through on her second pass here. We'll touch upon that in a second. 12 meters, so good. Just coming up, on that onside tip, just rising ever so slightly, but absolutely nothing that she's worried about here on 12 meters. But yeah, we were saying about the drop time. It becomes a little more complicated. You're down sat at the end for a little longer, maybe than you'd want to. You've got to be careful not to get in your own head. You know, you can't hear the beeps as a skier. Like as skiers, we use those beeps to go, okay, let's kind of get ready. But you can't hear those, so you know you're relying on your driver and the boat judge in there just to make sure they tell you, okay, we've heard the first beep from the other boat and the second beep from the other boat. Here we go. So it's a lot more communication between the two boats, and you know, if we're in really hot water in places in the world, you know, like Florida or South Louisiana, you know, you see a lot of people get up on the back of the boat, or also if it's really cold in the water as well, you see a lot of people get up on the back of the boat, try and relax. We might see it here, you know, in the future, but we'll see. And yeah, that's the difference with head-to-head. Your drop time is almost tripled, which is, you know, could be a good thing to help you just catch your breath after, say, your fourth pass or you know.
All right, here we go, and we've got Jamie Metcalf now coming in on 12 meters. Decent start there, good snap of the line, bringing the handle down nice and smoothly.
No,
a little bit down course, and inside buoy number 4, which means that Jamie Metcalf is out of the running, and that means that Jamie Ball advances through to the next round, and where she will meet the winner of Ali Garcia versus Licia Bagnoli.
Yeah, that's a shame there. We all know she's capable of more. She got a few boys into 11 in the previous round. That's a real shame there for Jamie. And that kind of goes what I was saying about the going in on a pass ahead of what you're usually ready for. I believe Jamie Metcalf skis 14 meters first pass. I think that's what
typically,
she did.
yes.
I think that's what she did in the prelims.
And should be typically be better prepared for something like this.
Yeah, so it just gives you that extra pass of not relax, but just warm up. Okay, let's get ready. Okay, let's start to build the intensity. When you start a pass ahead of what you usually do, those intense passes are obviously a pass earlier, and that makes the big difference. Here, let's watch what went wrong here for Jamie.
Okay.
She kind of just gets,
getting a little pitted into one.
Yeah, just letting them hands come away from her a little bit, and then it kind of cascades itself down the course. Here, you see that it got on the back out of 2, and she knows she has to do something big, so she tries to get something back, and the ski is just not under her feet when she's trying to get going, unfortunately, and that's only a 3 buoy count there for Jamie Metcalf.
All right there, so Jamie Metcalf, a 3 buoy count, that eliminates her. It advances Jamie Ball to the next associated pairing. That pairing will be the winner of Ali Garcia versus Licia Bagnoli. Now we're going to go on to the second pairing, which will feature former world slalom champion Manon Costard against Italian female slaloming legend Beatricia Ianni.
Yeah, so here we go. We've got the French skier here, Manon Costard, coming in on 13 meters. Also another skier that usually starts on that 13-meter line length, I think. So, as you said, a previous world champion as well, skiing on that Connolly and looking great. She has recently moved back to France this year.
Yes, she has.
So typically colder winters, longer winters than you usually would when you're in Florida.
Kind of splitting her time a little bit between Lacanau and Aix-en-Provence, and
and she's been down in Roquebrune-sur-Argens where we had the Monaco Slalom Cup. But let's check in dockside with Lauren Morgan.
All right, Jamie, you advanced to the next round. Congratulations. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, thank you. Feeling okay and looking forward to the next pairing.
Yeah, well, we're excited to watch you. Anyone you want to give a shout out to at home?
My parents are for sure watching, so hi guys.
Awesome. Well, good luck for the next round.
Thanks.
Thanks.
All right, there, Lauren Morgan there with Jamie Ball, and now we take a look over the dockside edge to find that our next competitor is getting ready to go. Skis over at Sperlonga, which is a little ways outside of Rome, and her name is Beatricia Ianni.
Yeah, Bea, she's another solid skier. She kind of splits her difference between her first pass, depending on conditions, between 14 meters and 13 meters. So she's got plenty of experience starting on 13. Let's just watch her through this first pass. When you start on the 13-meter line length, it's just about being intense from the get-go. 14, you can, these pro skiers, they can kind of relax, find their rhythm, feel the conditions out a little bit, and, get their eye in. On 13, you can do that up to a point. You still have to be ready. But let's go back dockside with Lauren.
Allie here and Elizabeth. Allie, you have the higher seed. What are you choosing to do?
I've elected to go first. Yesterday I thought, both boats felt pretty good. We have amazing drivers in both boats. So yeah, choosing to go first today.
Okay, and Elizabeth, that means you will be with which boat?
I chose the blue boat. Yesterday, my second round, I felt like my rhythm was coming together, and that was behind the blue boat, so that's what I've elected to do.
Awesome. Well, good luck, ladies, and I'm excited to see what happens.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, then. Thanks a lot there, and we've got on the water at this time the second pairing, Manon Costar versus Beatricia Yanni, and Manon Costar has been on the podium 6 times in this competition, winning half of those appearances on the podium, and has been attending this competition for the last 8 times.
Wow. Now there's not many people that have skied the San Gervasio ProAm more than that. I know Benny Stallerbauer was one of the few that had skied every single one up until last year. He couldn't unfortunately make it this year. And let's just watch Manon come in on this 12 meters. It looks like she came in just a little on that gate there on 12, but she's intense through the wakes, out wide, making sure she's strong after that second wake, knowing what she needs to do, looking good so far, looking like she knows what she's doing, know what she's capable of, and out through the exit gates easy.
Yes, indeed, and really looking strong out there towards the tail portion of that run, and gets into a good rhythm and just maintains behind the boat for the majority of what she does. So the 6 buoy count on 12 meters, but will she be forced to go back into the course on 11.25 meters? We'll have to wait and see, and the answer for that question will lie with our second skier out in this pairing, which is Beatricia Yanni.
Yeah, we'd like to see another pass, I think, and I think we should see another pass. So looking like a solid pass there for Manon. It's something she's done so often, and she knows what she needs to do to run this pass, which is not a problem. Yeah, we saw the dockside with Elizabeth and Ali Nicholson, and we saw no surprises that Ali decided to go first. I think it's very rare that we ever see the top seed decide which boat they want to go on, unless there's a big difference in the side of the duel which we had in England a few years ago. We had a head-to-head, which was side by side. Now, a lot of people found that one course was better to the other because it was closer to the bank, so there was less wind, because the wind was pretty, not ideal. So that was the big benefit of that tournament. Now, here we go. We've got Bea coming in on 12 meters. Great gate shot there, and
little on the back of the ski, however.
A little on the back of the ski. She's a little later than you want to be at this part of the course at 12 meters, but she knows what she needs to do. She's staying strong here, maintains incredibly well, and makes it out the end of the course no problems at all.
And a skier who's actually podiumed once in this San Gervasio ProAm, and has also made 6 appearances in this competition. That is Beatricia Yanni.
Now, something that not many people know about Bea is that she actually had to reverse her handle grip a few years ago. So you see there, she is a left foot forward skier, but holds the handle with her left hand up. Which is interesting. That's not the usual way. We usually have it the other way around. But she had elbow surgery a few years ago and had to switch around, which is an incredible thing to adapt to. And to be skiing at this level after, first of all, elbow surgery, and then also switching the handle around to adapt to, what her body needs. And I think it's incredible to get, where she is right now.
I spent years and years of skiing left, left foot forward, left hand up, and I still ski, a little bit and with left hand up, and it's just how I typically learned, it's only until Chris Sullivan decided to ride in the boat and said you're holding the handle wrong.
Yeah, whenever I see someone, I tell them to switch it. But here we go, Manon coming in on 11 meters here. She's just a little bit on the back there out of 2. Staying
but
strong.
She's still
out
there.
Of 3. She's still there out of 4. Coming around number 5 now. Staying strong.
11.25 meters, and she gets it to go.
And, that was an incredibly well-maintained pass. She had maybe a little bigger 2 than she wanted. She got a little bit on the back, got a little bit on her shoulder, but was able to stay calm. When you get on that shoulder, a lot of people really just offload really quickly after that second wake. Let's just watch it here on this replay. Comes out of 1 in really great shape. Gets that ski around, good, nice tight line. And comes out of 2 here. She did a little bit of an aerial edge change there, but gets big on the back of the ski. And there you see, she's strong after the second wake. She hasn't let the boat get her, and now it's just, okay, business as usual. Let's just get around these buoys. Let's get out the end of it, and we'll go on to the next pass. Or we'll see what Bayer can do. But, well maintained there from Manon. She just pulled her handle up a little bit into 2 there. That's, maybe what happened there. And we'll see what she can do. See what Bayer can do first on the 11-meter line length.
All right, then. Now, this is definitely going to be one of those take a deep breath and grip it and rip it here. This is Bayer coming into the course right here, right now, 11.25 meters.
Here we go. Come on, Bayer. We've seen her run this before. Oh,
but not today, unfortunately,
no.
which means that the winner of that pairing is Manon Costar, and she will meet up against the winner of the Ali Nicholson versus Elizabeth Montavon pairing.
Yeah, so congratulations to Manon there. Commiserations to Bayer there, She skied so well all year, and she has nothing to be ashamed of at all. She's made it through to this final, and I know she wanted a lot more. You could see that on the replay there. So commiserations to Bayer there. She wanted a lot more than that, to get through that pass. But let's just watch here on the replay. I think maybe she just got on it a little soon in that gate, came really quick into 1. Tried to get that ski turned and just unfortunately got the shoulder into it.
The handle was in, the ski wasn't round.
Yeah, so when you turn hard on the gate, you see she just drops on it a little soon there, for me. Kind of has that aerial edge change a little bit, gets that shoulder down out of 1, and it's just not what she wanted, unfortunately. When you happen to get on it a little soon in that gate turn, get on that shoulder, and everything just happens just to come up just before the ball. You start to fall into the lean, and then your ski comes around because nothing else to do, and it's really strong. So unfortunate there for Bayer, but Manon's going to have a go at 10 anyway, by the looks of it.
Indeed,
she wants a little bit of practice. She's got around number 1 there. She's coming into 2. She's looking good out of number 2. Let's see it. Manon coming out of 3. She's going towards 4. She's outside of 5. She's out to 5.
Yeah,
come on,
rolling
Manon.
a bit
Here
back.
we go.
There you go. 10.75.
Yeah. I think that's the first time she's done that this year.
Yeah, it's. But I tell you,
she's on a roll there. That was amazing skiing. And she just wanted a bit more practice, and I think she's going to go again on the 10.25. I don't know the last time she did run it, actually. I think she did it last year, but I think she's so happy to get that out of the way. Also, the pressure's off. Let's just say that the pressure is off completely. She's just skiing for fun a little bit. But just look at this pass. She's so strong out of 1 there. Incredible. Lets the ski finish. 2, not exactly the 2 that she wanted. Kind of stalls a little bit. But here, watch this 3. There you go. Skis around. Let's get going. maybe, you see into 2-4, she just collapsing a little bit with those legs. But just watch that onside turn. It's incredible. And then just sneak it around number 6. She's so happy to get that done. I'm so happy for her to do that. It's great skiing there from Manon. And I think we're going to see her come back at 41 off, 10.25.
Yep, absolutely no pressure on her shoulders whatsoever, as you mentioned there. Aaron is coming in 10.25 meters. We see the next pairing getting ready to go, but Ali Nicholson has got a ski on and ready, but she's not going to be hitting the water.
Yeah, so we've got. Just it's good to mention that there's only one other person in this head-to-head round that has run the 10.75. That's Jamie Bull.
Yes.
So Manon is just this is all confidence now. As we said, that's no pressure on her shoulders at all. And that's the difference. You see the confidence when there's not as much pressure. But here we go. 10.25, Manon Costard. Let's see her. She's around number 1.
Round number 1.
Can she get to number 2? Not quite make it to number 2. But great job there from Manon. Skiing amazingly. That's almost the difference when the pressure's off a little bit. But incredible skiing there from Manon.
All right, then. So Manon Costard will ski back into the dock and taking a ride inside that boat. Back to the dock is going to be Beatricia Yanni. But let's take a look at this entrance gates into buoy number 1.
There you go.
Just rocked onto the back and absolutely... It's totally unforgiving so far as errors are concerned on 10.25 meters. No way you're going to get outside number 2 with something like that.
Great skiing there from Manon. I think if she needed to, she could have got outside that too. She could have thrown it a little bit, but there's absolutely no need right now. She knows she's got to ski later, so let's just keep it safe. She kind of came out of 1 with a little bit of slack line. Not exactly the position she needed, but there you go. Our second skier in the women's category through that 10.75. That's, I think it's incredible stuff. We've got at least 3 skiers who can make it into that 41 off, that 10.25 meter line. That would be Ali Nicholson, Jamie Bull, and Manon Costard now. Yeah. I think we're going to see something special later on, I think.
Absolutely.
And even possibly in the next 10 minutes or so, because one of those is skiing next, I believe.
Yes, indeed. A third pairing coming up. We've got Ali Nicholson going head-to-head against Elizabeth Montavon. Now, could that be an early candidate for skier of the day? Put your vote in right now, waterskibroadcasting.com/play. That's waterskibroadcasting.com/play. We've got a little bit of adjustment that had to be made on the towboat. But once that is taken care of, we're going to bring in Ali Nicholson into the course for her opening pass, which is going to be 30 meters.
30 meters again. So funny you mentioned the skier of the day. Who would you put your vote on, Tony, right now? Out of the whole weekend, have you seen, you've got Vincenzo Marino, the young gun, coming in, making himself into the final. Yeah. You've got a great score from Manon there.
The comeback effort from Joel Poland.
Right, he had a great comeback effort. He made his way into the final. Also, the skiing isn't finished. It's far from finished.
Far too early.
So, would it be any of those? If anyone else has any ideas, let us know. Let us know in the live feed. Also, get voting. Get voting on that on waterskibroadcasting.com/play.
All right, then. So it looks like we've got a message in from Zane Nicholson saying, let's go, Ali.
Of course, he's watching. I think he's in Europe at the moment as well. Is he
I think it's in Denmark.
He's in Denmark at the moment. So, hey, Zane, good to have you on. We miss you over here. But here we go. Ali Nicholson coming on first pass, 13 meters. Another pass for Ali that she usually goes out on 13 meters. She's another pro skier. No problems. This is her usual first pass, I believe. I think she has gone out on 14 if the wind conditions need her to. However, 13 is her typical standard, I believe, and you can see it off that first pass.
Yeah, indeed. No worries. And let's check in dockside with Lauren.
All right, I'm here with Manon Castar. Manon, you put up a huge score, 1 at 41 off, 10-2, advancing to the next round. Can you tell us a little bit about your decision to keep going? I thought maybe you would conserve the energy after the 11, but either way, it paid off. Good job.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm so happy. Yes, I did consider just stopping. Actually, at first I said that I was going back to the dock, but I changed my mind. I thought, okay, well, let's give it a try. I haven't been able to have so many rounds and so many tries at 10s. I haven't run it in, I think, 2.5 years now in a tournament. So yeah, I wanted to have a shot at it. It was a nice headwind. I've skied really well here before in the past years, so I thought I might as well try, and I'm so happy I did.
Awesome. Well, I'm incredibly happy for you, and good luck next round.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Alrighty, here we go. Our next competitor on the water coming to us from West Palm Beach in South Florida. This is Elizabeth Montavon, and a skier that's definitely had a good run of form in recent times, ever since she switched on to that good Ventura slalom ski.
Yeah, the new ski from Good here. Elizabeth is a very aggressive skier here. You see that out of the back of the turn. You see Ali's typically a little more smooth, and Elizabeth's a little more, right, let's get up and go. And you see the difference there. However, that works great for her, and she seems to be enjoying that good slalom ski. Another skier who usually goes out on 13 meters, has been known to go out 14 if the wind conditions or the weather conditions need to. However, she's capable easily, as we see.
And let's go dockside with Lauren.
All right, here with Ali Garcia and Alice. Ali, tell us what you decided to do.
I decided to go first.
Awesome. So you will have the blue boat?
I'll have the blue boat with Manuel, yeah.
Awesome. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, then. Excellent stuff there as we get ready to go into the second phase of this number 3 pairing. Ali Nicholson from Gallatin in Tennessee. Up against a skier who comes to us from South Florida, Elizabeth Montavon.
Yeah, and, we've just seen Ali Garcia and Alice there. Another one of no surprises. We see the top-seeded skier decide to go out first. I think that's generally what we're going to see. But here we go. We've got Ali Nicholson coming in on 12 meters. There's a little bit of a head breeze now. So, you've got to hold on a little bit longer. Just make sure you get around those turns. Oh, a little bit on the back of the ski there out of one, but nothing she's worried about so far. Skiing really good at the moment. You see Ali she's got long legs. She's strong, and she's working that syndicate ski incredibly well.
And she's quite light as well.
Yeah, she's a very light skier. I've driven Ali when she came to England before the duel, and it's not much there. As with many of these girls, especially when you've got good boats like what we've got here this weekend, and great skiing there from Ali, never in doubt. So let's see if Elizabeth can do the same. And, one would think so. And let's just watch this replay here from Ali. Look how tall she is there in that gate glide, just getting ready, set, and go. See this out to number 1. She just gets on the back of the ski a little bit. Not the perfect start, but she manages well here, skiing how she needs to get through this pass. That's the difference between an experienced skier and what you might, a rookie. And you see if they make a mistake, that it's not so much of an issue if they make a mistake and they know what to do next. They know what they need to do to run the pass. I think that is the difference between, a slightly less experienced skier to a very experienced skier. So here we go. We've got Elizabeth Montavon coming in now.
Yeah, indeed.
On 12 meters. Another pass where we should see her through the end. Looking, just a little bit on the back of the ski there into 3.
There's a little bit of a double pump into 4.
Yeah. And you see that with Elizabeth sometimes, just getting on the back of the ski and just causes her to have almost that second, bump from the wake, and just, if that happens a little later on, that could be her downfall. But she looks like she's got it under control. As we said, she knows what she needs to do to run the 12-meter pass. You don't have to ski. You don't have to ski the hardest you have to run the 12 meters. However, as you see on your screen there is a gate review underway. We see it there. We can't see the pass there. We can't call it until we hear an official decision. But other than that, the pass looks okay. But you see here, she just pushes that ski in front of her a little bit. You'll see it into, and just good news there, gate approved. But you see there, she's just on the back, and the ski just comes up a little bit after that second wake. But I know she'll be breathing a sigh of relief there. Just make sure she got that gate. That was no issues there. And she lives to ski another pass.
All right, then, here we go. This is Ali Nicholson on 11.25 meters. Let's see what she's got.
So, Ali looking good here. Coming around number 2, looking good. She's early so far. Coming into number 4, looking good. She's early to 5. Out towards number 6. Great skiing there from Ali. Really, really great skiing.
Good, aggressive, purposeful action out there from Ali Nicholson from one side of the course to the next, and she will get ready for 10.75 meters. Whether it will be necessary for her to attempt that pass or not is going to rest on the shoulders of Elizabeth Montavon, who will be coming into the course next. But let's take a look at the instant replay for Ali Nicholson.
I think this was better than her 12 meters. It looked so easy, so comfortable. Even there, it's the slightest little wobble. Absolutely no worries at all. You see how strong she is behind the boat there, making sure after the second wake, she has the line. She's got that line in front of her there. She doesn't have slack line. That's that's not in her vocabulary when she's skiing. She has a tight line all the time down the course. I think it is incredible stuff, and that looked like a good pass there for Ali, and we will see what Elizabeth can do on the 11.25. We see her there. We saw her, giving a nod to, I'm guessing it was Stevie on the side of the lake there. So let's see what she can do here.
All right, then, let's rock on. We've got Elizabeth Montavon coming in. 11.25 meters. The start is critical here. Even the gate pull-out, which is around about now, becomes even more critical.
Yeah, so you've got to make sure you're wide on this 11.25 now. You're officially shorter. Oh no, coming up.
Horrible number 1, but she's still there and stalls up around number 2. Skis for the wakes, and that gives Ali Nicholson a path through to the next round.
Yeah. What I was saying was, the rope is officially shorter. You have to make up that with your reach and your width on the course. So that's even if you're perpendicular. Let's just watch this replay here, see what went wrong here for Elizabeth. She looks okay, and then just turns hard, manages to hold on, tries to make a play at number 2, just has so much speed, and the ski comes up in front of her, unfortunately. She's obviously upset with that, and let's just watch this boat camera here. Starts maybe just a touch hard, comes off a little early. I think she felt almost a little bit narrow. Coming into number 1, that's maybe why she teed it over a little bit. If you come off the handle a little early into the buoy, that's what's going to happen. Unfortunately, you're going to come narrow. You're going to fall over slightly instead of riding that line out, making sure you're wide enough. That's the difference between 12 meters and 11.25. You're officially 25 centimeters shorter. I wonder if Ali's going to run a pass again or not. I'm not sure.
Ali's coming back at 10.75 meters to see if she can produce a better score right here and now. She's already advanced through to the semifinals.
Let's see what she can get. Let's get a good start here,
There's
Ali.
one.
Good start. She's out to number 2. She's a little bit on the back. Can she make a play on number 3? She's turned number 3. Here we go.
Look at number 3.
Going out to number 4. And S turns.
S turns on 4. Gets
number
4
4
as she advances. Let's give it up for Ali Nicholson.
Good skiing there for Ali. Another one with no pressure. I think that was awesome. So yeah, she had no pressure again. A little bit like Manon. She wanted a little bit of practice. I would always take the practice myself. I often think I would need it. Often skiers, I don't know, I can't speak for them, but more experienced skiers, might go, hey, I know what I'm doing. We saw that from Jamie Ball earlier. I know what I need to do. I'm going to conserve my energy for the later rounds. But Ali decided I wanted a bit more practice. Let's get something going. And, if she needed to, maybe she could have made a bit more of a play out of number 4, tried to make a bit more. But that's not what we're trying to do here and now. Here it's just about experience and being safe and things like that.
All right, and that sets up a tantalizing matchup between herself and Manon Costara in the semi-finals, in the second half of the semi-finals. Now to complete the pairings for the first half of the semi-final is going to be a battle between Ali Garcia and Alicia Bagnoli.
Yeah, so, these are probably the 2 younger girls of this head-to-head round. So we'll see what we can do. See what they can do, and I think it's going to be very interesting to see what happens, and also what happens in the next round with our first matchup that we've got, which is going to be Manon Costard versus Ali Nicholson. 2 very similar skiers who can get very similar scores, and again, this is in the quarterfinals of the women's head-to-head, the semi-finals of the women's head-to-head, we are still doing regular head-to-head rules where you have to beat the previous score. So the first skier sets the score, and then the second skier has to beat that score.
All right then. So to put a button on the quarterfinals of the women's slalom head-to-head, we've got the 4th pairing. We have got Alicia Bagnoli versus this competitor, Ali Garcia.
So here we go. Ali Garcia, first pass. She's one of those skiers who, again, kind of chooses whether 14 or 13. Most of the time she starts on 13, I believe. At the start of the year, obviously she was going 14, just because that's, the start of the year. However, now she kind of switches between whatever she needs to for the weather conditions. So as you saw, no issues there for Ali.
All righty, so going through the opening pass, let's check in dockside.
All right, we're here with Joel, and Will is over there getting ready. Will, what are you going to choose? You have the higher seed.
I'm gonna choose first. Yeah.
Okay, that means Joel, you get to choose the boat.
So I'm going to be in black boat.
Awesome. With Mario, correct?
Correct indeed.
Awesome. Well, good luck.
Thanks.
So do we get a few moments here to talk some trash?
Yeah,
sure.
You may start.
You may start.
Okay, so I guess the pressure's kind of off me because I'm against Will Asher here, 4th best slalom skier ever. So if I lose, it's against, Will Asher, the 4th best slalom skier ever. But if Will loses, it's against, some short little trick and jump dude. So pressure's off me and it's on you, buddy.
Will?
Yeah, at this point in my career, it doesn't matter if I win or lose. So I'm just having fun. It's awesome. I'm getting to watch these little shits.
Good call, good call. Well, looking forward to it, guys.
Should be fun.
Thanks.
Let's just say that's typical Joel.
Total disruptor.
Me, Joel, Rob, we've all grown up together, and that's just typical of Joel. So that was pretty funny. I hope that was a bit of entertainment for you guys at home. But here we go. We got Alicia Bagnoli, Team TWBC, right on the water.
Here we go.
Starting at 13 meters, typically she thinks she usually starts at 14. However, she practices at 13 meters as well. She knows what she needs to do. That intensity is up a little bit than usual, but there we go. 6 buoys there for Alice, and I'm sure Vince will be breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief.
Note. All right there. So Alice getting the job done. Opening pass with 13 meters being the minimum starting line length for the women in the quarterfinals. We ratcheted up as we get deeper and deeper into these matchups.
Now, this is another thing with head-to-heads. That's a great view there of our 2 skiers. You have some matchups like Joel and Will, where Joel will probably want to be talking. Now, on the other hand, I believe Will doesn't like to talk. I have skied against Will before in a head-to-head situation back at the Jewel, and he was much more of a quiet, and Joel is the complete opposite. What do you think Alice and Ali, do you think they're, talking at all?
No.
Do you think they're talking, or do you think they're complete silent? I'm doing what I'm doing, you're doing what you're doing. That's it.
Yeah, they're completely focused. I mean, especially Ali.
Yeah, for sure. Ali likes to focus on what she's doing. So,
all right,
here we go.
So, seeded 4 versus seeded 5. This is Ali Garcia.
Let's see what she can do on this 12 meters. Looking good so far, making it outside number 3. She's a little later than she'd want to be, I think. Getting on the back around 4. She's around number 5, skiing out towards number 6. I think she's going to breathe a little sigh of relief there, getting outside of number 6.
And using a little bit of snow ski technique there towards the end, implanting that ski on a 246.
Yeah, she has some snow ski background as well, growing up in Mammoth, California. A little town up that way, and yeah, she probably had to bring some snow ski knowledge. Okay, let's get going. Let's pull this ski around. Let's get out of number 4. And then at 5 it's just maintaining. But let's see what went wrong here. Let's see, why she got a little bit late. You see her outside number 2. Just
a little too patient.
A little too impatient maybe. Just trying to get on it a little too soon instead of letting that ski finish. And the same again at number 4. Just a little bit impatient. She needs to be a little more patient. Let that ski come around. Ski wide. That's the biggest thing I found about skiing here is skiing wide. Last week we were in San Gervasio. We were in Botas, and that's just completely different. With making sure you're wide enough, but don't have too much speed at Botas. Here at San Gervasio, it's a little bit the opposite. Making sure you have enough speed to keep wide. That's the biggest difference at the moment that I found. I don't know about anyone else. But here we go. We've got Alice Bagnoli in what would say our toughest bracket. We've got 4th against 5th.
All right.
Probably a lot closer, but here we go. Alice coming through the gates around number 1 on 12 meters. Looking good so far. Out of number 2.
A little bit
coming
of a
out
dip
to number
there.
3. Looking strong.
She's
there.
good for
Looking
3.
really good. Turning number 4. Number 5.
And she comes through with a 6 buoy count on 12.
And I would say that looked like a little bit of a better pass. A little better 12-meter pass from Alice than Ali. But however, that is all in the past. Now it's all about focusing on the next pass, not worrying about what has already happened, but what is going to happen. That's the biggest thing with, mind games. It's, that pass was so bad, but she made it through it. That's not a problem. Let's move on to the next one. And let's just watch this replay here from Alice. I think it was a pretty normal 12-meter pass. Looked awesome. No worries at all. She comes around number 2 here. Maybe a little slower than she wanted to, but not a problem. Remember, we're watching this in probably like 75% speed here.
Yeah, we are.
Which you can pick it apart so much more. When you watch it, as skiers, we feel things are going a lot more wrong than we think they are. And I do especially. And you watch it back and you go, that's not too bad. And then you can really pick it apart when you slow it down and everything. And, it's not necessarily the best thing to do to pick it apart completely rather than
right.
look at it as a complete pass. But here we go. We've got Ali Garcia coming in, 11.25 meters.
11.25
We know she
meters.
can run this pass. See what she can
Dropping
get.
in.
She got a good number one there.
There's
Coming
number
out
one.
towards number 2. A little bit on the back. She's getting a little later than she wants to be. She's out of
But
number
she's
3.
still there, though.
Turning around number 4. She's still there. Can she make it around
Keeping
number
it
5?
going.
She can. Can she get towards number 6?
Yeah, she can. She
can.
gets around all 6 buoys. And a skier who podiumed the last season in the San Gervasio ProAm, looking set to try and repeat that with that run, certainly helping her out.
Yeah, and that was coming back to what I said just after Alice's pass. Ali just completely forgot about that 35, that 12-meter pass that didn't go quite as planned. She put it in the back of her head and she went, okay, game on 11 meters on 38. Just watch this. It looks completely different. She's a little bit on the back, maybe at 2, but she's still on time. She knows what she has to do. She get a good 3. There you go. Not perfect, but lets the ski come around, stays patient, lets the ski come down, and then, okay, let's go. Number 4, again, not perfect, but she does what she has to do to get out the end of the pass. That's, Ali's a young skier, and she's gaining experience here. Hey, I don't, and it's also, let's just mention, that's a tailwind pass.
Yes.
So we have a wind coming from the dock end. So it's a tailwind 38. That's nothing to rub your nose at. It's hard. That's a hard pass, 38. And let's see what Alice can do here.
11.25 meters. Let's see what she has now. She edges away.
Coming through the gates now.
in.
She knows what she has to do. She gets a good number 1 there.
There's
Coming
number
out
1.
number 2.
And just carrying too much speed.
Just had a lot of speed. I don't think she, quite got as much angle as she wanted out of number 1. I may preemptively said it was a good one at the start, but whether she came off too early, whether she was thinking about the tailwind too much, I'm not sure. But there we go. Ali Garcia through to the next round. And yeah, that's our women's quarterfinals complete.
Yes, indeed, and we'll see if Ali Garcia will attempt the next pass at 10.75 meters, just to try and bump her score up a little bit.
Yeah, I think Ali will go for it. I mean, she could do it. She might want a little bit of experience on that 39 pass. Let's see what she does. It looks like she's staying out the back of the boat there, so she'll probably have a go. I mean, why wouldn't you? She, wants a bit. Hey, I need a bit of experience on this 39. Let's do it. I've got a nice headwind. See if I can get a good score. I think her best is 3, I believe. So see what she can do on this 39. This 10.75.
Yes, indeed. And if I'm reading it right, it means that all 4 skiers that went out first have advanced.
Correct. That is correct. Here we go. It looks like there we go. Ali's going to attempt on the 10.75. Looks like she's going to get some experience here.
Alpha 2 coming in.
Here we go. Not the best number 1 on the back a little bit.
And drops in and scores 1.5. But I'm sure
there.
that a Gulf car is on her way to her to pick her up and take her back to the dock so she can rest and recuperate.
Yeah. Great skiing there from Ali. Let's give her a round of applause. Awesome job there, running that 38 tailwind. That's a hard pass to run, so I think she's happy. She'll be happy with that, and she advances to the semi-final. That's what we're doing. It doesn't matter about score. We saw that last week from Waterski ProAm. Rob Hazelwood, who, he's at a wedding this week. That's why he couldn't be here this weekend. Unfortunately, we missed his presence. But last week he got a win when he went 1 at 38, purely because that's what he needed to happen. So it's all about scores on the day, what needs to happen there. And yeah.
And I'm sure that Rob Hazelwood is probably watching this from where he happens to be.
Oh, he will be. Even if it's in the church itself, he'll have it on his phone, probably looking down at it.
Well, it is a Sunday, isn't it? So they probably don't have the wedding.
Probably not got it on today anyway, but he'll be watching it probably at Hazelwood's, as you said. Yeah. So, moving on to the men. We have our semi-finals here. We're going to have Jamie Bull against Ali Garcia. Yet another Lafayette lineup there. and we're going to have Manon Costard versus Ali Nicholson.
So interesting point to put a cap on Ali Garcia. She has been here 4 times, and one of those 4 times, the very first time she was here, she was part of the Junior Girls Challenge.
Yeah, so she has experience at this site. She's skied here all week as well. She's been here, how many times? She's been here, what, 4
times, yeah.
4 or 5 times, and, so she's got a lot of experience here as well. She knows how it skis, and, some great skiing there from Ali. And, I'm excited to see what she can do in the next round. It's going to be a tough one, of course, because it's going to be her against Jamie Bull. But, we saw it last year, Ali against Jamie, and that's, it went Ali's way that year.
All right, then, let's go to Dockside.
All right, Alice, unfortunately not going to make it to the next round, but great skiing. How'd you feel?
I actually felt pretty good, and I was pretty convinced. 12 a little bit on the tail, but 11 I was kind of going for it. I think I pulled a little bit too long, so big slack out of 1. At that point I knew I couldn't run it, so I just turned out of 2 to get a 5th place. I think it's one of the highest place that I ever achieved, so I'm pretty happy.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, and that's a good point as well, as we get ready to bring in the male skiers in for their quarterfinal. Is that the first the eliminated skiers have their places solidified? So let's see if we can work that one out. Jamie Metcalf in 8th place, I would say, with 2 on 12 meters, and then you look down and see that the next highest score above her for 7th spot is Beatricia Yanni with half on 11.25 meters, and then actually there is a 2-way tie for the next position above, which is 5th spot between Alicia Bagnoli and Elizabeth Montavon. And I believe Alicia Bagnoli actually has the tiebreaker because she has a higher seeding going in, which means
I believe that's right. She's higher seeded going in, so obviously that's the countback score. So that's the difference between being ranked higher as well. You get, if it is a dead heat for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. You do have that advantage of, hey, I got the higher seed, so I get the higher place.
And it's especially relevant whenever it comes down to paying down to a certain point as well. So congratulations there to Alicia Bagnoli, the highest ranked eliminated skier so far, with 2 at 11.25 meters. And in 6th place, Elizabeth Montavon. 7th place, Beatricia Yanni. And in 8th spot, Jamie Metcalf. And it's also significant as well so far as the Pro Tour points are concerned.
Yeah, so Alice's, grabbed quite a few points there for the Pro Tour leaderboard. I think it is one of her highest placings. Maybe she's got a 4th or a 3rd. I don't know if she's made a podium in a Pro Tour event before. But, she said she's happy with that. And with that, let's go to see Lauren Morgan on Dockside.
Yes, indeed. All right, then we're back with us.
Yeah, so
we look much better, though.
I don't know. I don't know about me, but whatever. So looks like we are just gonna remap the boats a little bit. Make sure everything is the same and as good as it can be. That's, this tournament is for skiers, by skiers. Matteo Lizzeri is a pro skier himself. He skied in the prelim rounds. He organized the event. This whole site is organized by skiers. I think that's something special, that not many sports have, I believe. Something where we can organize it ourselves and do stuff ourselves. They're not provided for us necessarily. And it's what the skiers want. It's the conditions that we want, as good as they can be. How, the site is as good as it can be. Just everything is what a skier wants rather than what everyone else wants. Okay, things are how they should be per the rule book. That's obviously how they should be. Everything accurate, and but all the other effects, they have all the other variables that cause what's the conditions of the banks, how do we eliminate the backwash, how do we provide everything to be as good as it can be. And that's the difference between other sites and a site like this, where it's as good as it can be. And even though I say it's as good as it can be, we have big renovations coming, I believe, over the next 12 months here at San Gervasio.
Yes, indeed.
There's plans for a second lake to be built, which is pretty incredible stuff.
Basically to separate this one from the course.
You've probably seen in the drone shots, and you might have spied that there's another slalom course. That is actually a 3/4 course. 3/4 the width of the regular course. I think it's another great tool that you can use for first time people running the course. First time skiers running their course for the first time. Hey, let's just make it a touch easier. Let's give you a 3/4 width, and so I think it's a 10-meter wide course, I believe. Rather than 11.5. It just, gives it that little bit easier and gets experience in the course. So yeah, that's what I believe the lake is going to be extended from the far end. And I think it's incredible stuff what they've got planned. So as we see the boats coming back down the lake, we see Joel Poland there, getting ready. Give us a wave, there we are.
All right then. So and as a first, Joel Poland will be taken to the water first. Now he is the first lower seeded competitor to be first off the dock in this competition. Every pairing has started off with the highest seeded skier going first off the dock, and that's turned out to be very successful in the case for those competitors that have made it through to the women's head-to-head semi-final, particularly Jamie Ball, Ali Garcia, Manon Costar, and Ali Nicholson.
Yeah.
And
so whether Will changed his mind or not, I'm not sure.
I think after that little verbal altercation, yeah.
Because originally Will said he was going to go first. I'm not sure which way we're going to go. Whether he changed his mind or not. We've just heard that Joel is going to be going out first. We'll see what happens here. Yeah. So usually the highest seeded skier chooses to go first because of the advantage. However, we'll see what happens here.
And one person who's salivating over this particular pairing is Whitney McClintock-Greeny, who's watching this.
Of course. Joel skiing at Matt Reeney's Waterski School in Florida. Another an amazing site to ski at. I actually haven't skied there myself. And so Will is going first.
Mind games.
Whether he's playing mind games or not, I'm not sure. So yeah, confirmed that Will is obviously going. Sorry, not obviously, but Will is going first. He will be setting the score for Joel. We've seen Joel under the pressure pull out big scores. Last year at the Worlds, everyone counted him out for overall. He fell halfway through his run and in his trick run and went. He went home, shaved his head. Must be more aerodynamic or something, because then he came out the next day, and ran the 10.25, which is interesting because he's the
from
first,
Series 2.
Yeah, from Series 2, and the first person on a radar to run 10.2.
All right.
But here we go. That's later. Now though, we've got Will Asher coming in 12 meters. Now
minimum starting line length 12.
Right. We saw Will last round go out at 12 meters. He had zero pressure on his shoulders with that round because he was already through,
making it look like 14.
And yeah, that's Will Asher all over.
Yes, indeed.
I remember as a youngster watching Will. It was harder to watch stuff because we didn't have TWBC with us. So watching stuff on webcast and just seeing it as a youngster, watching him cream, 39. 10.7 is a joy. I remember there was one time I actually had the privilege to watch him in the boat when I was a youngster at Hazelwoods, and I just remember feeling like I could reach out and grab him at 10.25. It was pretty cool to watch. But now he's still making it look easy. All these years later, he's still making it look easy, as it should be. And yeah. So Joel, interestingly, has chosen Mario. Interestingly or not interestingly, he is a very experienced driver. And however, Joel had grown up skiing with Nathan McGarry as his driver back at Thorpe down at JB.
And he likes dog starts.
And he does like dog starts. You know, something you see from Joel is it's almost like a coping method. You know, he has a bit of fun with it. That's what he does. He has fun with his skiing. You see that on his videos on Instagram. But here we go, 12 meters from Joel coming in, first pass. Looking good right now, coming around number 2.
12 meters.
You see, he has such a different style to Will, I find. He's turn, go. And however, all the fundamentals are still the same. Now we do have a difference of a lefty versus a righty.
Yeah. And certainly some great skiing that we've seen so far from Joel Poland and indeed Will Asher. You know, looking at the list of people that are watching right now. We'll address that once we've spoken with Lauren.
All right, John, you have the higher seed, so are you choosing to go first or second?
This time I'm going to go first.
All right, cool. And which boat would you like?
The black one, yep.
Awesome. Well, good luck.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, then. So one of our good folks out there in live chat land, Rob Hazelwood.
Oh, speak of the devil. You know, he said his name too many times.
Eventually he'll reply.
Yeah. So, hey, Rob, hope things are good back at home. Not too rainy, I hope. I don't know.
Yeah.
But, you know, and yeah, so I was going to say he'll be cheering for his, I think he'll be cheering for his older cousin. I'm not sure, you know, him and Joel are very, very good friends as well. So, I mean, either way, you get a Brit on top. Speaking of which, the F1, we also have 3 Brits starting later.
Yeah, indeed.
At the start of the British Grand Prix. Anyway, here and now, we have Will Asher coming in on 11.25 meters. Looks like a great start here from Will. You wouldn't expect any less, really, let's be honest. Looking good, skiing great, as it should be. You just watch him across those wakes, not moving at all. And Will has, you know, so much experience behind this boat.
And what this pairing guarantees at the very least is a British skier will be in the semi-finals.
Correct. You know, we've got the standard of British skiing at the moment is incredible. You've got, you know, the likes of Rob, Joel, Will, Pooley.
Yourself.
Well,
sometimes. It just goes without saying, really.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, so, but, you know, who's never heard of a tall British slalom skier, you know?
Yeah.
Even back, you know, Andy Mapple back in the day, you know. I think another incredible
sometimes
skier,
you don't
people
necessarily
the greatest of all time.
But sometimes you don't have to necessarily be tall. I mean, take John Battleday, for instance.
Exactly. You know, now he's a shorter skier himself, but he was a turn and burn type of guy. Let's just say that. And
he'll snap a few skis.
You know, and not just skiing either. I've heard stories of John wrapping skis around trees, which you don't see anymore because
they're expensive.
They're so expensive these days. Even if you're angry with your skiing, you protect that ski with your life. You know, you never ever do anything to that ski, and you know it's your lifeline. Let's be honest. It's your tool that you use to work. You know, that these guys use to work. And here we go. We see Joel coming in
behind the black boat.
Behind the black boat with Mario driving. And let's see what it can do on this 11.25. Now, this is the difference between starting at 13 and starting at 12. You are on this 11.25 meter line so much quicker. Looking good. Joel's looking like he's just getting pulled forward a little bit out of 4. Gets it together around 5 and 6. But you see, that's the difference between going out at 13 and going out on 12. Joel went out on 12 in the first round. Didn't quite work out for him because he only got 2.5 on 10.7 in the first round. And in the second round, he went out on 13 meters, gave himself a little bit more time. You know, he wanted to make sure also that he ran that 39, that 10.75 pass to make sure he at least gave him a chance to get into the final by getting onto the 10.25. You know, Joel's skiing really well at the moment as well. So, you know, I wonder what he's saying there. Something about his glove. Oh, there you go. So apparently his left glove was coming off a little bit. So hopefully he's readjusted that, ready for the next pass. There we go. There we go. We see one of our younger drivers as well, Nathan McGarry there. He's, you know, got a lot of experience behind the wheel in terms of time. He's, you know, one of the younger drivers coming up. We also have Manuel, who's another young driver coming up, who also has plenty of experience behind the wheel. He's also another young driver on the Pro Tour coming up, and I think it's great to have the youngsters coming up as well.
All right, then, here we go. This is Will Asher, who's had a real good run of form recently with some high-class wins at various locales ever since the Waterski Pro Tour went this side of the Atlantic.
Yeah, looking great. Will's looking, you know, he's managing now. Now, Will's in the managing spot. Okay, things weren't perfect. I could try to pick it apart. I'm not going to, but Will managing that pass perfectly. He knew he had a tailwind. It's tailwind 39. He knew what he had to do. Was it perfect? You know, one could argue not, but
No.
Will managed that pass exactly what he needed to do. Let's watch it on the replay again. You know, I think on 2 he just came a little, ever so slightly on the back of the ski, but that's where the experience comes in. You know, let's watch this 2 here. It kind of jumps across the wake a little bit. It just gets on the back, then resets. Okay, I know it wasn't perfect, but it's happened. It's behind us. 3 again, just gets ever so slightly on the back, but we're in maintenance mode here. Let's get out of the end of this pass. Let's make Joel sweat a little bit. Make him think, I have to do this, which, you know, Joel is very well capable of. But it's still make Joel run this pass, and then we'll move on. We'll go on to the 10.25, which we have also seen Will run this year. You know, first man to run 10.25 in Africa, which is an incredible feat as well.
Certainly a lofty distinction there as we get ready to bring in the current world overall record holder. This is Joel Poland. Let's see what he's got.
So here we go. Coming in, buoy number 1.
10.75.
Great tight line out of number 1. Oh, he's got a little big out of 2, but he's looking good. Out of number 3, strong. Turning number 4, not the perfect 4 he wanted. He's outside number 5. Can he make it outside number 6?
And
yes,
he forces it to 10.25 meters upon successfully making that run.
Yeah, another probably a pass that he didn't want. You know, however, it's not about in this sport we don't get points for style. And, you know, some people are glad about that, you know. I think Joel would be if he was against Will Asher. But 0 points for style is just about buoy count. So, yeah, so Joel getting a little deep out of number 2 there. Number 3 again. Joel is so good at just staying patient when he gets big turns. He stays strong after that second wake, what he needs to do. Here we go, coming into number 5, a little hot. But turns, be patient. I need to get outside number 6. Let's do what we need to do to get outside 6. Takes the line, and there you go.
All right, then.
Outside.
So now the element of being second off the dock comes into play, because in order to advance through to the next round, if you are a second skier off the dock, you have to completely out-ski the score produced by the first person. Let's have a look and see.
Will doesn't know what score he needs. He just needs to do the best score he can. You know, so you're probably not going to see many S-turns unless he gets to 5. Here we go, Will Asher, 10.25 meters. He gets a good one. He's outside to number 2.
There's 2.
He turns well. He's out to 3. Oh, he gets...
and he inside 3.
I'm not sure. Let's see what the judges say.
He certainly wasn't in any hurry to get to the wakes.
Yeah, that score is going to be under review. We're going to see what the judges score him. Yeah, wow, I was not expecting Will to go inside number 3 there. Let's watch that again and see what Joel can do here. Also, Joel is going to have to get a piece of 3, so it's not over yet for Will. Let's just watch here as we come into the gate here on the replay. You know, Will got a great start here on number 1. Looking good there. Outside towards number 2 again. Wide. Early. Not quite a perfect 2. Or just get pitched forward there. And yeah, I mean, it's not for us to call right now, but that is the score for Will. 2 at 10.25 confirmed. The official score, 2 at 10.25 for Will. So now Joel has to get 3.
Piece of 3.
Joel, in the prelims, his best score was 2.
Yeah.
So he has to do a best in this event to make sure he gets outside, Will's score.
Yes.
To make sure he beats it, because that's what you have to do. If he S-turns 2, you can't S-turn 2. You have to get outside, you have to beat the score. So here we go. I can hear the boat behind us coming in. Here we see Joel Poland coming in, 10.25 meters, 41 off.
The number 8 seed looking to take down the number 1 seed coming in. This is number
Joel,
1.
Number 1, not
There's
the number 1 he needed. Here we go, number 2.
Round number 2.
Can he make it outside number 3?
Oh,
big crash there from Joel.
Huge.
See what we are given here.
Wow.
He doesn't know. We don't.
He doesn't know whether
yet.
he advances with that
Let's
or whether.
See. Swimming to get his ski over there. So we will see what the score is. It was not the start he needed. He knew he needed a piece of 3. So let's watch here. Gate, gets wide. Just is a little hot towards number 1. Tries to reset. Get outside number 2. Okay. Now he's pitched forward. Here we go. See what happens here when he comes towards 3. And unfortunately, that is going to be, not for us to confirm. Oh, there you go. Confirmed. 2 at 10.25. Unfortunate that there for Joel. He skied incredibly well. Just went just inside number 3. So that puts Will Asher through to the next round. So into the semi-final. Let's on that gate there, I think, we could almost see Joel just get a little hard into number 1. A hard gate. That's what caused him to get pushed a little quick into number 1. But just while he gets set up here in the booth, and while he gets set up, we're gonna go see Dockside with Lauren Morgan.
All right, let's go there.
All right, Will, you made it through the next round. I know there's a lot of emotions going on right now. How did that feel?
Honestly, I felt awesome. Probably the best I felt all weekend. And then, I don't know, a major brain fart out of 2, just lost my hips, and then I just wasn't getting the 3 for some reason. Man, Joel, obviously he really wanted it. He really threw it out there, and it's always tough skiing against these young guys because they're so hungry and they're so talented, and it's always fun skiing against Joel because he just wants to bring the game and he wants to have fun and talk shit.
Well said. Thank you, and good luck next round.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, then we're looking at Jonathan Travers. He opens up with the 12-meter line, the start there, and a decent effort. And we got Joel Poland right here next to us, and we're going to get a word or two from him. So, what's up? How's your day been?
It's been an all right day, hey. That was a shame. That was a nice 1 ball. I felt like I really had a good opportunity there and just got a little excited at 2 and came off a little early. Just didn't go long enough to 2, really. And then, threw myself at 3, but not quite tall enough for that stuff, am I?
No. So we heard you on the dock talking to Will, a little bit of trash talk. And we know you like that. You like a bit of the trash talk. What happened at the end of the lakes? Now, we can't hear the end of the lakes, but was there any more trash talk? Did you talk to him? Did he talk back to you?
There wasn't a whole lot of talking until the 39s were run, and then, coming in on 41, there was definitely a bit more trash talk going on. I won't tell you what we were saying, but that's between me and him. But, we were talking some trash, and, he was giving it back as well, which was quite nice.
Nah, it's good to hear, a little bit of sporting,
Yeah, it's fun. It's meant to be fun, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, as we see Vincenzo Marino come into the course on 12 meters to continue on the matchup. Now, stick around just for a little bit longer before you go.
So, this is, I'd say, one of the few times Vincenzo has been out on 12 meters. Joel, what's the difference going out on 12 versus 13? You know,
you just have less time to sort of find your rhythm. Like, you got to go straight in and be pretty confident with what you're trying to do. When you have that 13 pass, you just have one more to get a bit of a feel-good pass and a bit of rhythm, whereas if you go out on 12 and it's not a great 12, you're a bit in the deep really quickly. Like, next thing you know, you're on 11, and a pass later you're on 10-7. It comes up quick.
And then last week at Botas, did you make it? You made it to the semi-final, and was it still 12 meters then?
Yeah, so we went 13, 12, and then in the final they went out 11, and that's a good challenge right there. But you've already done 2 rounds of skiing, and you know it's down to the top 2 best skiers of the day. So I think going out 11, we're almost thankful for it, because it's one less pass to ruin your hands.
Right.
All right, then. So thanks a lot there, Joel Poland, eliminated at the quarterfinal stage. But did that kind of effort there to try and get outside number 3, was that worthy of him winning this Skier of the Day prize? I know you've been eyeing it up for a while, but was that enough of an effort there for you to get the vote? Make sure you go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play and cast your vote. Thanks a lot, Joel, and we'll see you a little later down the line.
Cheers, guys. Catch you later.
Thanks, Joel. Let's watch JT coming in here. You know, it looks great on 11.25. Now, this is second pass. Whoa, just being pitched forward a little bit at number 4, doing what he needs to do to make sure he gets out at the end of the pass. Probably not the 38 he wanted, but again.
And he doesn't seem to panic all that much, really.
No, he doesn't. That's the thing about JT. He knows what he can do, and he knows what he needs to do when he needs to do it. Now, that pass is in the past. You know, it's done. He's completed it. Let's move on to the next one. See what, first of all, that Vincenzo can do. And then when we moving on to the 10.75 line, let's just see what happened here. Let's, watch JT here. Good start, good gate. Comes out of number 2 in good shape. Not perfect, but it's 11 meters. These guys can run 11 meters with their eyes closed. It looks good. And then here at number 4, just gets pitched forward. The ski bites slightly. However, he resets by the time he hits that first wake. Gets around number 5, and then gets around number 6. That's a very well-maintained pass there. Let's see what Vincenzo Marino can do. I can hear the boat behind us revving that engine.
All right, looking good there with the gate shot. Let's see what he can do on 11.25 meters. Vincenzo Marino, who comes to us from the southern Italian island of Sicily.
It's a little slow there on number 2. He gets back on number 3.
He's back
on
it.
Number 4, you get
4.
Just that offside for Vincenzo just doesn't seem quite as strong.
Whoa!
Just gets
Almost
pitched forward out. That was almost commentator's curse there. Coming, on that 2.46, he's offside. Just seems like he's being a little bit impatient. That ski's rising because it's not quite ready to accelerate across the wake. Okay, now that pass is in the past. It's done. So we're going to have tailwind 39 next time, and we're going to go dockside.
Yes, indeed.
All right, here with Brando and Corey. Brando, you have the higher seed, so are you choosing to go first or second?
I'm going first.
All right, and what boat would you choose?
So I'm going to take the black boat.
Awesome. Well, good luck, guys.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks.
Looks like Corey didn't quite know which one to choose there. I think we've got 2
kind of pressed into the decision, hey?
Yeah, it looks like we've got 2 great drivers, 2 boats that do feel very, very similar. So I think it's either, but whichever boat you get, it's fine. I won't worry about it too much. So here we go. We have JT coming in next. And let's watch this. 10.75 tailwind from JT. Here he comes. Good gate shot there. Coming out of number 1. Nice tight line. Coming around number 2 again. Exactly as he wants. Coming out number 3. Just on the back of the ski at number 4. Number 5. Oh, dear. Oh, wow. The rope has snapped.
Oh, my word. Oh my word! The
What happened
rope broke, and it wasn't his handle either. It was.
So, goddamn.
Wow.
Excuse me. That was very unfortunate there. Yeah. So let's just think about what happens here. So John is going to have, obviously, I would say
a rerun.
A re-ride.
Yes.
I would also say he would have a protected score of 4.5 because it was equipment failure.
Tournament
equipment failure. That's just a great pass here so far from JT. Looking great. Comes out of number 2 and coming towards number 3. Looking good also. Out towards number 4.
Yeah.
Looking good. And he just gets in a little deep out of 5. You know, nothing to worry about. Comes out. And there.
Oh, and that carabiner almost hit him.
Yeah, you know, and that's the problem right there. Unfortunately, the rope, it's not even the carabiner that snapped. I'm pretty sure it would be the switch section. And that just shows how much force these skiers put through the rope. You know, upwards of 1,000 pounds. We see it at Swiss Pro. So, yeah, it's pretty crazy what happens. The amount of strength that these skiers have, you know. Yeah, that's
wow.
A shame right there. So
wow, that would have left a scar or two.
Yeah.
All right then. So we're going to bring him back to the dock and
let's just watch. This was going to be an incredible watch here, as it's the yeah.
Wow.
I really feel for John here. It's just I feel for him so much.
Well, the rope can still be used, right?
The rope can still be used. That's not the problem. We can see that it was actually a switch. It looks like the switch section of the rope broke, and you know, I think we're going to have to take a pause here while we find another switch section. We're gonna keep you updated. And we'll find a switch section, and we will be using the same rope, I guess. The rope is okay. We'll find a new switch section, and now this is when the timer starts from when John fell. We have
what is it? 10 minutes.
Up to 10 minutes, and then the skier has a warm-up pass. Now, this is almost an issue because we have a head-to-head. If that happens again,
what affects John also affects
Vincenzo
as well.
So what we'd have to do is if it does go over 10 minutes, I'm guessing, an educated guess that they would both run 11 again, or you would get a warm-up pass from the far end, run a pass, and then have another go. That is after 10 minutes. Until then, we would have to, just go out on the 39, and John would have to run it again, and then Vincenzo would have a go at 39. I would believe that was what would be happening. But here we go. We are going to go dockside with Lauren Morgan.
Indeed.
We're on a quick little hold. Vincenzo was getting ready to come back at 39. What we thought was John falling around 5 ball was actually an error with the switch part connected to the rope. So that broke. John's kind of taking a minute to decide what he wants to do, if he wants to do maybe a re-ride or keep his score. I'm assuming it will be protected, but we will keep you updated and let you know. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Our reporter on the scene there, Lauren Morgan, keeping us up to date with what's going on the dockside. And
So it's failure of tournament equipment. It's a real shame because it's horrible to, as organizers, you kind of feel a bit of a responsibility. Anyway, that being said, it's the failure of tournament equipment. So I would say that, as a judge myself, and from the rule book, it would be I believe a protected score because it was not John's fault. So you'd have a protected score of 4.5. He can go again. if he doesn't score as many buoys, he still gets 4.5. However, you know, he could have done more. It's a real shame. I feel for John right now. You know, we saw, unfortunate, what happened to him in Funglis. You know, that was unfortunate. He got injured a little bit, but it's incredible that he's skiing back again. Yeah, so we're going to have to wait and see how long it has been so far. I believe it's been probably 5 minutes or so. We'll see what's happening, see if we want to do a warm-up pass. We'll get that information to you as soon as we know. And yeah, so we'll see what happens. Whether John's going to run 10.75 first pass or he's going to get a warm-up, I'm not sure. It looks like he's getting ready now.
Yeah, it certainly appears so. We saw him briefly with Will Asher. And let's look at the circumstances again on 10.75 meters that prevented him from getting round, or at least getting close to 6 buoys and through the exit gates. Now everything looked pretty good from here.
Yeah, you know, we were talking here, and it was a pretty textbook 39 here from John. Just up until 4 and just gets on the back of the ski slightly, but nothing we're too worried about. And here we go. He just gets a little deep, but you know, John was ready to take that hit there, and
he knew almost immediately that he fell.
You know it when it happened. You go, I've still got hold of the handle. What the hell happened? You know, I've had a rope break on me, and initially you're like, oh, what happened? You know, and then you go, oh, I've still got the handle. Okay, so you go, well, first of all, was it my end of the handle, or was it the tournament end? You know, the rope end?
Was it my rope if it's in practice?
You know, well, yeah, was it my rope if you're in practice? But here we are in a tournament. I know you want to make sure the line of your handle didn't snap. You go, oh, and then you see the rest of the rope in front of you. You go, oh, okay. So that is, it's such a shame.
Oh, it's drama, isn't it? It's sporting drama, isn't it? I mean, you can compare this to basically any other major sport, really, where
right.
things happen.
You know, but yeah, it's a shame when this type of things happens. Unfortunately, yeah.
All right, then. So in the meantime, we'll let the officials do their thing and get everything re-equipped. And with that in mind, we'll step aside, take a quick break, and when we return, we'll have continuing action here at the 10th Annual San Gervasio ProAm. Be back in a few.
Skiing is fun. It sounds simple, but it's what drives us to build the best products day in and day out. Radar was founded and led by skiers who have instilled in us the passion to push beyond the norm and make better products. This passion fuels our desire to innovate and create. It means early mornings and late nights, red-eye flights followed by dawn sessions lead us to conversations that flow to progression. We never stop dreaming of what's next and what we can do to make skiing even better. Our constant desire to push the sport leads us to where we are now. We have fun creating every day so that you can have fun on the water. Just go ski.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
All right, then. Welcome back to continuing coverage of this, the 10th annual San Gervasio ProAm slalom competition. We are in the quarterfinals of the men's competition in the second pairing, and we've got Jonathan Travers getting back into it. And for those of you who are just joining us, you are most certainly welcome. Jonathan Travers on the initial run at 10.75 meters. Came up against some equipment failure, not his own, mind you, but with a tournament equipment failure. The carabiner, which is used to the rope holding the carabiner to the pole, broke. And you can see here on the early part of the run, getting round buoy number 3, and everything looked pretty hunky-dory at this point, around number 4. And then this is what happened. Round number 5 took on the line, and it basically snapped the rope that was holding the carabiner together. And Jonathan Travers was sitting in the water, and before you know it, and started piling in the rope along with the carabiner, and that means that the Jonathan Travers will be back out onto the water very, very soon with a protected score of 4.5 on this 10.75 meter pass that he will attempt.
Yeah, so let's just explain a little bit what what's going to happen. So we have exceeded 10 minutes since the last pass was attempted. So looks like we've got a new switch, and a new switch section for the rope, and we are going to be bringing John and Vincenzo back up to the far end of the lake. They will get a warm-up pass of their choosing. Typically, they'd choose the 11 meters, but they can choose whatever pass they want because it's a warm-up pass. They don't have to do anything. They don't have to do 38. They don't have to do 11. Even if they miss the warm-up pass, that doesn't matter. the pass that matters is the 10.75. So they both get a warm-up pass, and then John also does have a protected score of 4.5 at 39. So if he doesn't exceed that, then he gets 4.5, and we'll see what Vincenzo can do. However, he's still able to run the pass, and he can improve. That's not a problem. So looks like we are getting John and Vincenzo ready. We're just, making sure everything's as good as it can be. But while we are waiting for that, we're gonna see, who has the skier of the day so far. We saw that big crash from Joel in his attempt to try and get Will. We've seen a few others. We've seen some great scores so far. We saw Manon go through 39. That's the first time she's done that this year. That's a very worthy score of getting skier of the day. So get in your votes. Get in. waterskibroadcasting.com/play. You saw the link there at the bottom of your screen. So some of you may be wondering why we are using a switch section. That's what is guiding the camera. So that's what guides the camera to follow the skier. That's why we have a switch section on the other boats. But however, both ropes have to be the same. So here at Waterski Broadcasting, we use a remote camera that we control from up here. However, since we have two boats for head-to-head, the other boat also has the one that actually John wasn't using.
Has a system that is reliant upon the carabiner. Right,
that follows the rope. So that's why we have switch sections. That's why, and unfortunately, that is the part that broke. So we're going to be. Looks like they found a new one. You saw Will testing it out, giving it a good tug. So hopefully we get some action underway shortly. And we are going to go dockside to see Lauren.
All right, John, sort of an unfortunate situation there with the rope, but you have a protected score and an optional warm-up pass, so what's your plan?
Yeah, I'm just going to head down to the other end, and we're both going to come back on a warm-up pass. So I'm going to do 38 and try to reset my mind and just try to run a good 39 again. That pass was really good until a malfunction, but shit happens in our sport, and you got to get over it.
Yep, it's unfortunate, but you looked really good, and good luck for this round.
Yeah, thanks.
Awesome. Thanks.
Thank you, Lauren. Sorry if you heard any language there, but we all know what John's like is. But in the heat of the moment, that's okay. I mean, it's unfortunately what happens. So sorry if you heard any bad language there, but yeah. So John, we just heard John's plan. We don't know about Vincenzo yet. So John's going to come in on 38. That was his last completed pass. Obviously, as we said, he doesn't have to do 38, but that's what he's opting to do. He has plenty of experience on 38. But as we said, even if he doesn't run the 38, which I expect he will, but if he doesn't run the 38, he still gets an attempt at 39. So that's a bit of a weight off his shoulders, not to worry too much. We see our homologator and my father Pete Davis making sure that we've got something that's strong enough there. I don't know, maybe. I think that's what that's what we're doing. We are actually replacing both of them. If one has gone, maybe the other might be on its way out. So better to replace both of them.
Yes, indeed.
Take just a touch more because we've already gone past the 10 minutes. Okay, yes, these
in for the penny, in for the pound.
Right, in for the penny, in for the pound. So we're not, Dad there, the homologator Pete Davis, and just making sure he's got the correct length for what it needs to be. Doing his job as good as he can do. We've got Candido, our chief judge, overseeing it, who also actually is a homologator himself.
Yes, certainly.
Or to our American viewers, TC. That's the
technical controller.
Technical controller. So they're all rated and making sure everything is correct and as it was before the malfunction. So. Yeah, I think they've replaced both of them. We've already got, as I said, we've already gone past the 10 minutes. So taking another 10 minutes to just make sure both ropes, both switch sections are new and, giving them the best chance to not malfunction.
All right, then, and it looks like Will is on dockside, making sure that everything is above board as well, as someone who's very experienced in competing at this level.
Yes. So we are listening in just as everything goes quiet. But yeah, so, just you can hear Jamie and Will, Team HO, they train together all the time. They train at Jack Travers, at Sunset Lakes. They train together. They know each other's routines. They know, if something happens, things happen, and not necessarily the good things that we've just seen. And it's all about calming down a little bit, seeing what's happened, and not taking it on the chin, but just like calming down, resetting, as John said, reset his mind and go again. But it looks like we're getting underway again.
Yeah, and the boat's making its way to the opposite direction where Jonathan Travers has the free pass, the free warm-up pass of 11.25 meters, and could be any line length really, but I mean he'll probably go in on the pass previous to 10.75 meters, knowing him. And we saw on dockside as well, Corey Vaughan, just trying to be quiet and stay in the corner, far from the madding crowd, as it were.
Yeah, so we heard John. He said he's going out on 11. It's a pass he can run, day in, day out. It's kind of a fundamental for these pro skiers. And yeah, you saw Corey. It's funny you mention Corey and the other skiers, because Corey would have expected to ski by now. That's one of the things. And he's kind of just go, okay, I'm not skiing now. I'm skiing in another 10 or 20 minutes. He's got to kind of reset his mind as well, which he's got plenty of experience of as well. So it's about those guys getting reset, getting warmed up again, because obviously he's probably been sat down for 20 minutes while we're just sorting out the issues here, while the other boat comes back up with Vincenzo, who's also going to have a warm-up pass. We haven't heard what line length he's going to be going out on. We'll get that information to you as soon as we can.
Because in a head-to-head situation, what applies to one applies to both.
Yes, but this is something that's a bit unordinary. Whether that's
extraordinary.
Yeah, extraordinary, I guess. I haven't seen too much of this in a head-to-head if something goes wrong, so I assume that Vincenzo also gets to choose whatever he wants. It's not like John chooses to go out warm-up 38 and Vincenzo has to do that as well. It's still a warm-up pass, so he still gets to choose. And with that, we'll go and see Lauren dockside.
All right, I'm here with Pete Davies, the technical controller. So can you tell us a little bit about what happened out there and how you sort of resolved that?
Okay, so what happened was that one of the switch lines, which is the small piece that goes between the pylon and the actual ski rope, actually broke. Fortunately, John didn't hurt himself because the carabiner that was holding it did come back. The problem is that we wanted to make two the same, so we've changed both switch lines from both boats. So we had to quickly make up two 50-centimeter sections, which you could see us doing on this here, was to putting 20 kilos on the two switch sections, measuring them, and getting them as close as they are to the same as possible. So we're back on it, we're back going. Hopefully we don't get any of that sort of thing again, because it makes my day hard.
Well, we appreciate the explanation, and thanks for working on that and doing it pretty quick.
Thank you very much, no problem.
Back to you guys.
Okay, so
yes, indeed.
Thanks to Dad and technical controller for getting us back, getting the information to us. But here we go, John coming in on a warm-up pass, 38. Looking good so far. Remember, it doesn't really matter what he does on this pass, whether he runs it or not. But he looks good. He looks like he's got back in the zone. What he needs to do. Okay,
there he goes.
That was his warm-up pass.
He
ran it.
Yes,
and he also has 4.5 protected.
On the next pass.
So, also, our next pass is going to be Vincenzo.
Of course.
We still don't quite know what line length he's going to be on, but also that doesn't really matter either, because, again, it's a warm-up pass. It's not like Vincenzo doesn't get a warm-up pass, because he's also weighted 20 minutes or however long it's been since his last pass. So yeah, that's the scenario we're in. Vincenzo's going to come next. John's now reset. He's got his eye back in. He's run 38, ran that 11.25, and he'll be coming back in on 39 after we see Vincenzo do his warm-up pass. Interestingly, Vincenzo is actually going to be doing a 12-meter pass. I guess he wants to make sure he runs a pass. You don't want to be falling, really, because then that thing makes things really awkward, because the boat's going to have to go back to the middle of the course to pick up Vincenzo. Whether we get him into a golf cart with that could happen. But here we go, 12 meters for Vincenzo. He wants to, just run this pass, get back into it. But also, it's like he's opting up after this pass. So here we go, Vincenzo coming in, 12 meters. Again, doesn't really matter what he does on this pass, just getting back into it. Gets a little left on the back of the ski at 2 there. Looking good, though, so far. Coming around number 4. Number 5 also looking good, and gets outside number 6, whether with a bit of a hand drag there as well, just for the crowd.
Just having a little bit of fun out there.
A little bit of fun. We see that from Joel Poland. He has fun. Vincenzo's having a bit of fun, trying to release some of the tension a little bit, get some of those nerves out the way. But here we go. We're back on game time now. The clock has restarted, if you like.
Yeah.
After injury time, a bit of a, well, I say injury time. Fortunately, no one got injured, but the clock is now going. We are back competing again.
Mm-hmm.
We're back on that 10.75. So that's interesting what Vincenzo did there. He's basically opting up now. He's missing the 11.25 meter line, which is the first line length where it's shorter. John did 11. It's a little different. So. We'll see what happens with Vincenzo after John runs his pass. So and also, as you see there, John has a protected score of 4.5.
Yes, indeed.
Obviously, he's going to want more than that.
Can't score any worse than that.
Can't score any worse than 4.5. But here we go. JT, 39.5. Here we go. He wants that good start again. We heard that from him. Looking good. Good gate shot. Oh, bit big out of number 1. Number 2, he's okay. Coming into number 3. Big number 3. Coming out towards number 4. Out towards number 5. And he gets 5 there.
Wow.
We'll see
Vincenzo
come through. That was a bit of a different pass there for
That's going to be a conversation
JT.
piece, isn't it?
Yeah, now that is going to be interesting, depending on what happens with Vincenzo here. So John has improved his score by half a buoy. Let's break this down a little bit. He kind of pushes his ski out to number 1 a little bit, gets fallen over a touch, but manages it well. Gets out to number 2, turns 2 well, looking good. Comes out to number 3, again, another little bigger than he wanted, gets slightly on the back of the ski. He's maintaining over here to number 4, gets pulled over the front of the ski a little bit, out towards number 5, and just tries to get going a little too soon, and doesn't quite make it over to number 6, unfortunately. So, unfortunate that for JT. He's got the bad end of the stick, but also Vincenzo, remember, went out at 12 meters on his warm-up pass, so he skipped 11. But he also has to beat John. He needs a piece of number 6.
Needs a piece of seat.
Needs a piece of 6, whether it's a quarter or not. So here we go. Vincenzo Marino coming in, 10.75. We saw him run it in the prelim. See what he can do here. Coming around number 1. Gets a good number 1.
Gets
number 2,
he's
on the back out number 2.
He's out towards number 3. He's still there.
He's still here. Number 4.
And he goes down on number 4. And that means that Jonathan Travers advances.
JT advances, which such a shame there for Vincenzo. He didn't have a great start, but he got back in that pass on number 2 and number 3. I know he's going to be frustrated with that because he saw it good. He kind of took quite a lot out of number 4. He could see, the headlines. Vincenzo Marino upsets, Italian upsets American However, didn't quite make it out, out of number 4 correctly. Such a shame for him. Let's break it down a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. Let's have a look at this one more time for Vincenzo Marino, and he certainly had the best opportunity possible here.
Actually, it was a good number 1. Number 2 here, that was it. Number 2 wasn't perfect. Comes out, number 3 there. There you go, nice and strong out of number 3. Now he's back on time, looking out towards number 4. Then just goes down, unfortunately. He knew what he had done as soon as it happened. Unfortunate there for Vincenzo. You can see the frustration. We've just seen John go back down. Obviously, he's breathing a sigh of relief, but a real unfortunate there for Vincenzo. Also, let's talk a little bit about the confidence that John maybe didn't have anymore in the tournament equipment. Obviously he's just seen 2 brand new things being made, but still, that's in the back of your mind. You see him get pitched forward there, unfortunately, just being a little bit impatient. But when something goes wrong and you get something unexpected happens,
it's always in the back of your mind, isn't it?
It's in the back of your mind. What if it happens again? What if it happens again? And that's what a great athlete can do, is put that in the back of their mind and go, okay, that was then. I've just seen, we've got brand new equipment. Let's go again. And, whether that was on John's mind or not, I'm not sure. We'll probably hear from John any second. But it's, good to hear that. Also, in a way, good to hear that John made it through. And yeah, I think almost a sigh of relief for
Jonathan Travers, really.
For John, and a little bit for the organisers as well, just because John was running that 39. Without that.
And thanks to him advancing, he'll have another chance to run it again. If the pairing goes down that far.
Right. Hopefully, he gets another, he gets another chance at it. Anyway, that was then. Right now, we are going to have
Brando Caruso versus Corey Vaughan, and Brando's going out first.
So Brando's going out first. He was the highest seed. That's what he chose to do, as with all the others so far. Let's see Brando coming in on 12 meters. Here we go. Coming around number 1, looking good. Outside number 2, pitch forward a touch, but nothing he's worried about. Outside number 3, looking good. 4, easy. Outside number 5, and a very textbook pass there for Brando Caruso.
Looking exceptional out there, and let's go dockside with Lauren.
All right, JT, a little bit of drama out there, but you made it through. You're skiing again. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm good. Vincenzo's a really good skier. I kind of got lucky there. I didn't ski as well as I wanted to in that second time, and I thought 4.5 wasn't good enough. But hey, he's young. He's up and comer. We'll see him again, and I'm just happy to move forward.
Yeah, good job. Anyone you want to shout out to at home?
Yeah, little Alex, my wife, my family. Thank you guys.
Hi, guys.
I'll be home soon, I promise.
All right, thanks. Back to you guys.
And that's another thing right there. He's away from family. He's away from his little son, Alex. Everyone's seen Alex,
Yeah, of course.
Cutest little boy, and I believe he's in ski school at the moment, trying to run things like his dad. I saw there's a picture of what Alex had made of the list of everyone, and he's, waiting for dad to come home. I think skiing with dad is one of his favorite things. So it's a family thing. Skiing is a family sport. I think I can speak for, probably 95% of this field, if not all of them, where they're either the second or third generation of water skiers in their family. My granddad skied, my dad skied, and I ski, and it's just a great family sport. But here we go. We've got Corey Vaughan coming in 12 meters.
With a young family himself. I mean, his youngest is at home right now, probably watching this coverage, and his wife Amelia skied a little bit earlier on in the amateur competition. So yeah, so it extends to that aspect too.
Yeah, and speaking to Corey, this is actually the first time him and Amelia have both been away since the birth of their son. Just over, 18 months ago or something like that.
Yeah.
or no, maybe a bit more than 2 years ago, sorry. So it's the first time they've been away in nearly 3 years together. So yeah, that's always so different as well, being away from the family for the first time, being away from this, your youngsters for the first time. So shout out to them over in, I guess, they're in West Virginia, I think, aren't they?
In Virginia.
Yeah, Virginia, yeah.
Bumpus.
In Bumpus, Virginia. So shout out to those guys.
Including one of their regular patrons, Mr. Bob Marley.
Yeah, Mr. Bob Marley. We've seen him. We've all seen his videos. They're very entertaining. We like what he's doing. Bit of comedy never hurt anyone, and it's making a fun of ourselves, if you like. So anyway, here we go. Kind of a must-run pass here for Brando. 11.25. This is when things ramp up so much.
All right, then. Here comes Brando Caruso chasing his first pro win, but he needs to get through this pairing first in order to make that closer to being a reality. He gets round 3, 4, 5, and number 6, and that was 11.25 meters for Brando Caruso.
And a great pass there for Brando, another textbook pass. A great skier. He's been skiing for a long time. He's got a lot of experience. I think he took a short break from pro skiing. And he's been a regular on especially the European Pro Tour for the past few years. He's made his way across the States a few times. So
actually spent a good amount of time in the early part of the season skiing in Miami.
Oh yeah, okay, skiing in Miami with those guys over there. So skiing on that good slalom ski. Making it look easy, running the passes they should be run, skiing well, and yeah, it's how it should be done. Staying completely still across the wakes, working out wide. See, there's power across the wakes to get wide because we say you've got to make up 25 centimeters, but that's only if you're perpendicular up to the boat, which is really hard to get to. And the only way to do that is to accelerate across the wake and hold your direction after the second wake to make sure you get wide enough. But here we go. Another experienced skier. One of also the few of the 11, I would say, or 11 to 15, 10 to 15 skiers who've made it through the 10.25 in the past is Corey Vaughan. Here we go. He gets a little slow out of 1. He's outside number 2. He's now in maintenance mode. Here we go. Number 3, looking good. Outside number 4. Out towards number 5, a little slower than he wanted, but absolutely no worries there for Corey Vaughan.
And a skier who's made 5 appearances here in the San Gervasio Pro, but yet to podium, looking to try and change that in his favor, is a Corey Vaughan riding a brand new ski of his. He's only been on it for a short while. It's the new KD Platinum CV edition of that slalom ski.
Yeah, he's looking good on that thing. He helped design that. Him and Terry Winter have done a great job with that ski. I haven't ridden it myself, but I've heard great things about it. KD, people have heard from back in the day. The KD Platinum, the KD 7000. A lot of people.
Oh, I love the 7000.
A lot of people had a KD 7000. The red and yellow and black ski. And it's great to see KD back on the market again. And showing some good scores, some good skiers making some good scores. Corey here obviously has loved what he's been feeling with that ski and has decided to switch from Radar to KD last year. And he's on a new ski this year, the CV. And yeah, we will see what he can do on the 10.75 after we see Brando Caruso.
All right, then, here he comes. 39.5 off 10.75 meters. Here comes Brando Caruso, originally out of Rome.
On
the back of the ski, but he can recover.
Oh no! Unfortunately, Brando going
does
down
not
on
recover.
2. Unfortunate there for Brando. Whether the tailwind caught him a little bit, I'm not sure. Just going down though, unfortunately, out of 2. So Corey knows what he needs to do now. He just needs to S-turn number 2, make sure he gets a full 2. Yeah, that's where we're at right now. That's what's going through Corey's mind is, okay, let's get 2. I don't know whether he'll try and run the pass. It depends whether he's in good shape.
But sometimes, as easy as the score is, on paper, it comes down to just all of the elements being at least 85 to 90% right.
Yeah, so you see Brando had a lot of speed coming into number 1. He managed to bleed it off okay, but then there at number 2, just getting on the front of the ski and unfortunately popping the fin, losing the handle. You can see the frustration in his face there. So let's see, he did a good gate turn, maybe held on 2 hands a little long for the tailwind. He had a lot of speed coming into number 1, managed to try and bleed it off here at number 2, and he's trying to get going quickly to overcome what happened at number 1 and just getting on it a bit too soon and popping the fin at number 2. So here we go. We have Corey Vaughan now coming back in on 39. He needs 2. He needs more than 1.5. So Corey knows what he needs to do. Get through the gates and outside number 1 there. Make sure as he gets around number 2 and just takes the number 2. Just takes 2. Not the perfect one either, but however, he probably was just like, okay, let's make sure we get around 2. And
Corey Vaughan actually becomes the first lower seeded competitor to advance.
Correct. Out of all the women and all the men so far, he is the second skier to beat the first score, which is, that's incredible. Great job from Corey there. And we will see what he can do in the semi-finals. Let's watch here on the replay. I think Corey was kind of just like, hey, let's just get to number 2. So he made sure he got round number 1 good enough to get around number 2. So wasn't the perfect one. And, number 2, he knew what he needed to do, get outside it and just get back to the wakes. So great job there from Corey. Not quite what, I don't think it's a score that he would have wanted score-wise. However, it's the score he needed to get through, which is all we're worried about. Again, I think it's just that tailwind from that end. It's just pushing those skiers a little bit past where they're a little bit faster than they want to be. But great job there from Corey. And yeah, we will see him in the semi-final.
Wasn't it the Rolling Stones that once sang, you can't always get what you want?
You can't always get what you want, but he got what he needed.
Indeed.
So,
all right.
Great job from Corey there.
So, number 2 seed versus number 6 seed in the semi-final.
Right. So, Corey with you could say a little bit of an upset, taking down what seed was it? 3rd seed?
Number 3 seed, Brando Caruso.
Yeah, so number 6 seed took the number 3 seed. So that's our first, as you would call, upset. And it's going to be also a US versus US semi-final with Corey against JT. But that's in the future. We're going to have Sasha. And so we've got Sasha against Tigas coming up next.
To determine who will ski against Will Asher in the semi-finals.
So we've got the French versus the Italian. So we've got the older guy against the young guy. We've got the Italian versus the French. We've got HO versus Good.
Yes.
So absolutely nothing's the same in this one. So this is going to be an interesting battle. Sasha is another one of the handful of skiers who's made it through the 10 to 5 meter line. He has scores on the scorebook into the 9.75. He is capable of running it. So we'll see what happens here.
And also a reminder that once we get done with the quarterfinals in this category, we go into the Junior Challenge head-to-head final between Cristiana de Osma and Vittoria Sirocco.
But before all of that, we have Sasha coming in on 12 meters. So another skier who this is a textbook pass for them. Run it every day. A little slow off number 1, if I say so. Gets it back off number 2. Back into maintenance mode now. We've seen Sasha. He can take big hits, this guy. We've seen what he can do. He can come out of buoys, absolutely slam the buoy, and, make it work. That's what we saw a little glimpse of out of number 2, but nothing to worry about for Sasha there.
And actually around about the same height as another relatively short athlete from way back in the day, and who was just as successful in reality, John Batterday. We mentioned him before.
Yeah, no, we mentioned John. John was an aggressive skier as well. John was an incredible overall skier as well. So,
yeah.
John used what he lacked in height, he gained in strength. I've skied with John a little bit back in England, and I've had the pleasure of watching him ski, and he's still the same. He's still turn and go. John, when
he could give some of these guys a run for their money.
I bet he could. When driving John, he says, "Keep spinning me." So he did. At 65 years old or 60 years old, however old John is now, he running 6 passes on 13 meters, 55 back to back, like 6 passes, spin, which is incredible. So that just shows what type of athlete John was and still is. So shout out to him over at Thorpe. I don't know whether he's watching or not. He's probably in a boat at Thorpe. But here we go. We have Thomas de Gasperi coming in on 12 meters. That's another incredible skier. Some of us like to call him Mr. 3 at 41 because that's what he can do. So let's see what he can do right now. Another one of those skiers to make it through the 12-meter line right now. However, he has also made it through the 41 off-meter line. The 41 off-feet line, if you like, with the 10.25 meter line, getting scores on 9. That's a very small set of people who have done that. It's incredible.
Yeah.
And Tigas was one of the first few, I would say. You got.
All right, then. So we got to Thomas de Gasperi, who comes to us out of Trento in the northern part of Italy, almost into Austria.
Yeah, we see our driver there, Nathan McGarry, getting good there, and getting set, ready to bring Sasha back into the course. So Sasha deciding to go first, and Tigas deciding to take the black boat with Mario, and Nathan pulling Sasha back into the course at 11.25 meters.
All right, here he is. This is coming into the course, Sasha Deska, right in that syndicate ski. And nice start there of buoy number 1, around number 2. Not nearly as aggressive now as he once was. He's modified that technique to give him a little bit more longevity, because he still struggles with injury, especially across the back of his shoulders.
Yeah, so I don't know if you ever saw Sasha on the dock wearing the tape around his shoulder and on his side. Sasha took a little break from skiing a few years ago due to injury to his elbow. He was always a very aggressive skier, and with these new boats and even with zero off in the past 10 years, it's just a lot of skiers had to adapt, one of which being Will Asher. Will was a very incredibly aggressive skier and has had to adapt his form slightly, which he's done, incredibly well. And as we see Sasha come through here, on that onside there, looking great, being patient, has a tight line, looking good all the way through the wakes out to number 6, as it should be, textbook right there. And we'll see what Tigas can do with this 11.25, the 38 off line length. And as we see there, the conditions are pretty good. You can't really get much better. You got a slight wind, gives you, obviously the 39 is a little harder, but it gives you a good headwind on 41. But that's then, let's move to now. Tigas coming in, 11.25, looking good so far, coming in, another incredibly experienced skier, and again, making it look good as it should,
On a good.
Yeah, looking for redemption after last week. He went down a little early in the head-to-head, I believe, against Rob Hazelwood last week at Cesena. And looking for a little bit of redemption this week. However, also, just to note, Tigas is the second skier. He's the lower seeded skier, so he's going to have to beat whatever Sasha does. So let's just have a quick look at this replay here.
And Thomas de Gasperi riding a new slalom ski that he had sent over from the Good factory over in Ogden in Utah. Struggled a little bit with the ski that he was on, so he asked them to make some modifications, a little bit a modification in the actual core and everything else.
Yeah, so we've seen Tigas ride a ski this year, and this one that he's riding now was a ski he was actually on last year. It was his ski from last year. He got it shipped over from the US to his house in Trento. At great expense. I'm not going to say how much, but it was a decent expense because he preferred it, and it's showing at the moment. But here we go. We've got Sasha coming in, 10.75, getting a little slow out of one there. Big number 2. He's back on time now. He's out to number 3.
7.5
towards number 4, looking good.
Round 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and he's on it.
Yeah, that ski slid a little bit outside number 5, but nothing he can't handle, and making it outside all 6 buoys there in that tailwind 39 pass.
So, just a question to you, being a pro-level slalom skier that you are. I mean, how sensitive are you to like changes in bevels and stiffness and rocker and all that on a slalom ski? Can you pretty much tell right away that the ski is gonna cooperate, or do you have to spend some time to adapt?
Yeah, so it is a little bit of adapting. You know if a ski is stiffer, what performance it's going to do, what the characteristics of the ski are going to, translate into on water, and it's about feeling what's comfortable. Tigas didn't feel as comfortable on that ski that he was being on at the start of the season, and I need to reset. I need to go back to what I know. If the ski's a bit stiffer, it isn't going to flex as much around the buoy. You might, it's different for different skiers. Typically, stiffer skis like to carry, a little, slower turn, and softer skis attack a little more. Also, it's bevels and arcs and things like that. There's a lot more to it. But here we go. We have Tigas coming in now. 10.75, looking good so far. Coming around number 2, looking at number 3, looking solid. Number 4, not quite a perfect 4, but a little slack out of 5, but looking good out of number 6 there. Making it, maintenance mode. That's, something I've used quite a lot. A lot of these skiers kind of get around number 4. You can't ever, I say maintenance mode, but with aggression. On 10.75, you cannot ever, you say, hey, this is in the bag. We saw that from, JT's, that accident that happened. But even before that, on his number 4, didn't quite go perfectly. But he knew what he had to do. Unfortunately, things happened as they did. But these skiers know what they've got to do to make sure they make it through the pass.
So coming back at 10.25 meters, the second bracket where the pairing has been resolved on that line length for 10.25 meters, and Thomas de Gasperi eager to prevent an Italian whitewash in this section of the event. We've seen Brandon Caruso; he is eliminated. Vincenzo Marino, him too, and he's the only one that can prevent a total.
And going back to the women's, unfortunately, Bayani not quite making it either,
or Alice for that matter.
Alice, so looking for a bit of Italian redemption here, but. Let's see what Sasha can do here. 10.25. He knows he needs to put down a good score. Let's see what he can do. He's out to number 1. A little slower than he wanted out of number 1. Out to number 2. Just gets number 2. We'll see what that will be for Tigas. But Sasha, just 2 buoys there. Not quite getting the start he wanted. We'll see what Tigas can do. But let's have a look at the replay and see what went wrong here for Sasha. Good wide gate there. And, could argue he did a bit of an aerial edge change there to number 1. Didn't quite have the line there out of number 1, out towards number 2, just about making it around number 2, but not able to get any more than that, unfortunately. Maybe he started a little bit hard in the gates. He had a lot of speed coming towards number 1. You have to have speed to make sure you're wide enough, but then you've got to be able to bleed it off. You see it, and you saw his fin there just out, on the aerial edge change.
Yeah.
Almost, getting peeled a little bit after that second wake. That ski just.
What do you reckon? Do you reckon he made it outside too or no?
It looked like it from here. I think the judges scored him 2. We just have to get. We got confirmation on number 2. So Tigas knows what he needs to do. I said it once already. I don't know that
Piece of 3 would help.
A piece of 3. We've said it before already, but Tigas is Mr. 3 at 41. A lot of people know that Tigas can get to 3. So let's see what he can do here. He would only be the second person to upset the higher seed. So let's see what Tigas has in store for us here.
All right, here we go. This is Thomas De Gasperi from the city of Trento, who's been involved with the Scinautico Trento facility for a good portion of its existence since 1969.
Here we go. Tigas coming in now. He's outside number 1. He's got a good number 1. He's outside number 2. Can he make it outside number 3?
There
he can make it to
there
number 3.
There it is.
And he's
doesn't even need to S-turn and get back to the wake.
He made it outside number 3. He's regained some pride for Italy. All, the Italians on the side of the bank giving him a round of applause there, So also, interestingly, the only Italian to make it through to the semi-finals. So great job there from Tigas. Good job, job done. And he's got his sights on the semi-finals coming up now. Let's have a look at this replay. You can tell what's going through his mind here. Make it towards 3. He's outside number 1. Not perfect, but looking good. He's strong across those wakes. Make sure he gets around 2 in decent enough shape to make it out towards number 3. Here he's like, yeah, okay, here we go. There we go. Job done. He's happy. He's, he knew he just needed to get a piece of 3. So he's happy with that. And, yeah, game on for the semi-finals.
Okay, so good news, Thomas De Gasperi is through. Bad news, he's up against Will Asher.
Yeah, now, who's heard that before? Yeah. I think a lot of people have heard that a lot of times over many, many years of competing against each other. Will and Tigas basically grew up competing against each other through Europeans. There's a big rivalry between Italy and UK there, but let's go and talk to Lauren Dockside.
All right, here with Tigas and Sasha. Sasha 2 at 41, Tigas 3. You move on. How did it feel out there?
A little challenging, but it's always a little nerve-wracking doing head-to-heads because a little mistake just sends you home, like every other tournament. But starting to getting my confidence back on this ski, so yeah, Tasha has been skiing great this year. They beat me many times, so it's good to battle with him.
Yeah, and tough break, Sasha, but great skiing. I know it was a little challenging out there with the wind.
Yeah, it was a little bit, but when you do 2 at 10-2 against him, is almost impossible to win. So my mistake, I had the quarter buoy advantage and I didn't use it, so next time.
Yeah, well, good job to you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Sasha being relatively humble there, I'd say.
Yeah,
I think he's thinking, God damn it, I could have done it again. But as he said, he's up against Mr. 3 at 41. We've seen Tigas get 3 so many times. No matter what shape he's in at number 1, we often see him get towards number 3.
All right, then. So we continue on. We've got the junior girls head-to-head final, and the bracket will be coming up right about now. And yes, Cristina de Osma will be doing battle against Vittoria Sirocco in the head-to-head junior girls final here at the 10th annual San Gervasio ProAm. And let's tune in dockside with Lauren.
All right, here with Christiana and Vittoria. Christiana, you had the higher seed, so what are you going to choose?
I'm going to choose to go first in the head-to-head.
Awesome. And what boat will you choose?
Ski behind the black boat.
Awesome. Well, good luck to you, girls.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to you.
All right, then. Okay, so we continue on. We got the junior girls head-to-head final. All that to come as part of continuing coverage of the San Gervasio ProAm, the 10th edition, and we'll be back right after this.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
We are Radar, and this crew is the backbone of the Radar Nation. They live on the water day in and day out, devoting their lives to bringing skiing to the masses. We have designers, innovators, free spirits, and badass buoy slayers, all charging at 100% to grow the sport. There's no better group of individuals to be driving the ship that leads water skiing.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, so before we go into the junior girls head-to-head final between Cristiana de Otzmar and Vittoria Sirocco, this is the women's head-to-head bracket as it is right now. Jamie Ball advances to the first semi-final half of the bracket, and she will take on Manon Costar. She will take on Ali Garcia. I beg your pardon. We're reading these from semi-final all the way through to final. Manon Costard will take on Ali Nicholson in the second semi-final. So that's the way that it shapes up right now.
Yeah. So if anyone any good memory, we saw Jamie versus Ali Garcia last year. Also, a little bit of an upset last year with Jamie unfortunately going down a little early, and Ali made it through the semi-finals to ski against Ali Nicholson, I believe, in the final.
That's correct, yeah.
And here we see the men head-to-head.
Yeah, Will Asher going up against Thomas de Gasperi, as we mentioned before, and Jonathan Travers versus Corey Vaughan in an all-USA affair.
They always seem to be paired together, Will and T-Gas. I don't know why. It just seems to be the way of the will of the gods, I guess, And we're going to see, obviously, an All-American semi-final with Corey Vaughan and JT there. But before all of that, we're going to have the Junior Girls Slalom Challenge. As we said before, this is the first time I think we've had an all-girls junior event. Well, it is the first time we've had it here.
Yes,
I believe
indeed.
Probably in history, it's probably the first time we've seen that. And we're going to have a 14-meter start for these girls. I think typically that's the usual for Cristiana. I'm not sure about Vittoria. We'll see. But 14-meter start for these girls, and it looks like Cristiana's decided to go first, and Vittoria has decided to go with the black boat with Manuel behind the wheel.
All right then, and first boat driven by Nathan McGarry. We've got Cristiana de Otzmar on 14.25 meters, 47 feet behind the towboat. And because because this is a final in a head-to-head competition, the Pro Tour rules do not continue to exist at this point. They'll go to a runoff if they end up tying.
Yeah, so you don't have that quarter boy advantage of the second having to beat. So here we go. We're going to have Cristiana de Otzmar coming in on 14.25 meters. Let's see what she can do here. Good gate shot there. A relatively normal pass for Cristiana. Looking good on this 14.25. Doing everything as it should be. Cristiana is skiing amazingly. She's a very young girl, skiing 16 years old, skiing incredibly well for her age, and we'll be seeing a lot more of her in the pro scene in the next few years, I'm sure. And even last week at the Waterski ProAm, I can't remember what place she got exactly, but made it through to a pro final, which I'm not sure that was her first, but one of her first for sure. So great skiing from her. And here we have the local girl. We have Vittoria coming in, also on the 14.25 meter line. As we said before, she does not have to beat the score of Cristiana. So we're going to run off if they have the same score. But with that then, but we have to get there first. So here we have Vittoria coming in getting ready to come in on her first pass, 14.25, 28 off. With that black boat, with Manuel driving, she's skied a lot of sets behind Manuel, I'm sure. She's an Italian, Manuel's also Italian. So plenty of experience behind Manuel. It's always good to have a friendly face behind. So let's see what she can do here on this first pass. 14.25 from Vittoria Sirocco. coming in a little bit on that gate there, looking great around number 1, and around number 2, a little slow off number 2, looking great around number 3, number 4 looking good, nothing to worry about Vittoria, a little slow out of number 5, but first passes, probably the first pass nerves there just a little bit, but getting out the end. Now it's game time. Let's see what Cristiano can do on 13 meters, which should be coming up shortly, but looks good so far from these two girls. Plenty of experience between the two of them. I guess they're young, but they've been competing for a long time, and yeah.
And as one boat maneuvers out of the way, we've got our second boat, actually a number 1 boat that came off the dock with our first skier, Cristiana de Osmar, getting ready for 30 meters, coming back next for the pass. So both of them managed to run their openers.
Nathan McGarry behind the wheel again. He's had a busy day today. They all have. All the drivers have had a busy day. You've got Mario driving, both men and women. Nathan's. It's an incredibly hard job to, in the past, pre-show path, okay, obviously we all, we're watching boat paths and things like that, but nowhere near as precise as we have now with shore path. It's the latest innovation. First we had Perfect Pass and Stargazer. Now we're coming in with 0 off. As we watch Cristiana coming in on a 13-meter pass, you've got to make sure you're on your ball as a driver these days, and everything is monitored. So, any funny business is going to be found out, and it's very frowned upon. So it's hard as a driver as we see Cristiana go through another easy pass there for her, looking great. She ran the 38 last week at Botas. What was her? Do you know what her best score was this so far, Tony?
Best score so far this season, according to the stats that I have up here. I don't have a deep read on her so far as her best performances go this season, but has gotten 1 at 10.75 meters so far this season. Has been really stacking up some good results, even extending back to the previous season. And and so far as Vittoria Sirocco is concerned, she's scored into 11.25 meters, but not nearly as much as Cristiana.
Yeah, so Vittoria's got 1 as her best, and Cristiana's got 1 at 11, and Cristiana's got 1 at 10.7. So she's about a pass behind, but never say never. Vittoria's skied incredibly well this season so far. As well, so let's see what she can do here. I believe she usually goes out on 16, so she's getting going a little sooner than she wanted. Again, just coming in a little bit on that gate. Needs to make sure she stays wide, but here we go. She's overcome that really well, looking good on this 13-meter line length.
Seems to come through underneath the line very efficiently.
Yeah, she gets that ski under the line and gets going. A strong young girl. Making her way towards the professional level. So great skiing from her as the boat makes its way down to meet the other one. And do you think they're talking at the end? Do you think they're having a chat?
Nah.
Do you think they're
maybe they are, but it's all pleasantry. It's all like rainbows and unicorns.
Yeah, but yeah, 2 great girls. We'll see them proceed to the next pass. Cristiana coming back in on 12 meters. We see Vittoria here looking great, working out wide, making sure she's bleeding off that speed before the buoy, ready to turn. Never ever looked in doubt. A little slow off number 4, you could argue, but nothing she's too worried about on 13 meters. When we get down a little shorter, maybe she's got to think about that a bit more, but good skiing there from Vittoria.
All right, we'll now go down to the third pass for each of our competitors. Cristiana de Osmar will attack the course next on the 13-meter line.
Yeah, so 12 meter line.
I beg your pardon.
We will see her on the 12-meter line coming in. This, another pass that she can run really well. We'll see her out of number 1, looking good out of number 1. Number 2, a little slow. She needs to make up a little bit of time here. She does on number 3. out towards number 4. Again, a little later than she maybe wants to be, but making easy work of it, knowing what she needed to do. Now the pressure's on Vittoria.
Yes, indeed, making it through the 12-meter line, and the defending champion from last season here at the Junior Girls Challenge, being brought to you by Radar Skis. It is Cristiana de Osma of Peru.
Yeah, so as we said, an incredible skier coming up and coming so far. Already made it into her Open Pro finals last week, as we've said before. A little big maybe for 12, but nothing she's too worried about. Got really early to number 2. That's maybe why she's a little bit on the back, but looking good there. Turning number 3 well, out towards number 4. Maybe not the perfect pass that she wanted, but as we've said many, many times, these passes don't have to be perfect to run them. These girls, they know what they're doing. They've run it many, many times before, and she makes it out the end. So you say with Vittoria, she's got her best score so far of 1 on 10 on 11.25.
Yeah,
so
which essentially means
this is kind of her money pass anyway. So we'll see what she can do. She's got a slight tailwind, not too much, but she's got to be aware of it. There you go, manages to stay wide in that gate, maybe back a little bit. She's got a good number 1.
Number 1.
She's out number 2. She's a little slow off number 2. Coming around number 3. Looking good at number 3. Coming out of number 4. Looking
Keeping
good.
it going. Come on, Vittoria.
There
Round number 5 and number 6 for Italia.
Yeah. Really
Vittoria
good.
Sirocco.
Okay. She overcome the pressure a little bit. She skied, really well through that pass. It wasn't, as we've said, not a perfect pass. However, as we've said many times, and I've just said, 10 seconds ago, it was... You don't need to be. She made it through the end of it. That's all that matters. Making it through the end of the pass is all that matters. So I've noticed she's a little narrow on those gates sometimes. So that's maybe why she's coming a little narrow onto 2-4. Watch this here. Just long into 2. Manages to turn the ski. Just comes over the ski ever so slightly. Turning around number 3 there. Just getting pulled forward. A little long to number 4, but she's managing well. At this point, she is managing. She's like, okay, I'm in this position where I am, and we need to get out the end of it. This is what we're going to do.
And the pro women skier that she reminds me of is a little bit like Elizabeth Montavon.
Yeah, she definitely turns and holds. That's what she's doing at the moment, turning and holding.
And that little double pump as well.
Yeah, a little bit of a double pump as we see Ali Garcia there getting ready, and Jamie getting ready on the dock there. So let's see what Cristiana de Osma can do on this 11.25. She knows she needs to put down a big score. Gets around number 1, looking good so far. Out towards number 2, a little slower than she wanted to. Out towards 3, looking good so far. Out towards number 4, looking great. Number 5, a little slow. Just about squeaking around number 6 and making it through the gate. She runs the pass.
Oh, man.
She is very happy with that, as she should. That's put a lot of pressure on Vittoria.
That puts her on cloud 9 right now.
Puts her on cloud 9. She knows she's put a great score down, and we will see what Vittoria can do. So yeah, we can hear her at the end there. She's, I didn't get 2. I got more. So. My Spanish isn't amazing, though, despite...
Well, you're learning.
I'm trying to learn.
As much as...
Okay, that's what she was saying. Just been told if she gets more than 2 now, she beats her older sister, which, there's always a bit of sibling rivalry, no matter how old you are, no matter the age difference. So, great pass there from Cristiana. Okay, so... Vittoria's up next. I don't believe she's ever run the pass. I mean, we've said she's got a personal best of 1. It looks like, Vittoria can get further down that pass as well, down the 11.25. So let's see how far she can get, see what she can do. Yeah, so here we go. Vittoria, I can hear the boat behind us, gaining speed.
All right there, deep breath. Let's see how far Vittoria Sirocco can do, the second skier out in this pairing. The Junior Girls Challenge.
Aggressive through that gate.
Oh, nicely done. Round number 1. She's good to go. Round number. She's still there. And she barely holds onto the handle to ski number 2. But what that essentially means is that your champion in the 2024 10th San Gervasio ProAm Junior Girls Challenge, supported by Radar Skis. Your champion in the water right now, it is Cristiana de Osma of Peru.
Big congratulations to her. She's done incredibly well. I think she's gonna. I think we heard her want to have a go at the 10.75. She has to get more than 2 to beat her older sister. I think that's the goal. So we'll see what she can do. But commiserations there to Vittoria. See what happened here. Really aggressive at the start of that gate. Maybe she was a little narrow, but coming around number 1, just had a bit of slack line. Can't quite make it over to number 2 here. Oh, sorry, she made it around number 2, just not able to get much further. Only just holding on to the line there. But I think
iron grip on that handle. You know, she had to be aggressive right from the very start. It's probably uncharted territory for her in that respect.
Yeah, we'll have to get confirmation whether that is a personal best or not. I'm not sure, but definitely one to watch. She's very young, a young girl making her way, through the ranks at the moment, and we'll see a lot more of her shortly. In the U's. So season's best so far for Cristiana is 2. See what she can do here. Come on, Cristiana. Around number 1. She looks good out number 1. She's not
Inside
quite making
2.
it around number 2.
But there's your champion.
There she is. Junior girls head-to-head champion for 2024 is Cristiana de Osma.
Yes, indeed. So close to making it around buoy number 2 as well. We're going to see the instant replay and just to see how close it is. But it all starts with the gate shot, Aaron.
Yeah, so good aggressive gate there. This is a short line for these girls. They're, looks like a decent one, just didn't quite get the angle she wanted. She just went inside number 2 there. But, the pressure was off a little bit. Let's watch this gate. She maybe dropped back on the gate a little bit. Didn't quite get the angle set. Maybe she was a little early. Want to make sure she goes through the gates. Fell over a little bit and just gets her hips back towards number 2. No need to injure yourself. She's already won, so we don't need to throw the ski out for number 2. But great skiing there from her. She's waving to the crowd. Probably her mum as well. And another great performance from Cristiana de Osma, just to back up what she did last week as well.
Yes, indeed, as a skier that placed pretty high in the junior US Masters as well, which took place in Callaway Gardens not too long ago, and looking to try and cement her dominance in the slalom event. And don't forget, she is eligible to ski in the Junior World Championships, which will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC in about 2 to 3 weeks' time.
Yeah, and where's that going to be held?
That's going to be at the Lakes of Cast and Stone in Predator Bay, Calgary.
Predator Bay. So I know a lot of the juniors now have their eyes set on the Junior Worlds. It's a big event. We've skied in it. I've skied in it, and a lot of skiers have skied in that event, and they know the pressures. So good luck to every single skier who's going there. And let's have a quick look at the women's head-to-head brackets. The first one we're going to see is Jamie Bull versus Ali Garcia. Jamie Bull being the higher-ranked skier, I expect she's going to be going first. She still has the quarter buoy advantage we were talking about before. She has that advantage since this is not the final yet. It's still the second person who has to beat outright beat the first score. So with that in mind, let's go dockside with Lauren.
Indeed.
All right, Cristiana, congratulations, winner of the Junior Girls Challenge. 1:39, you tied your PB. What is so important about that, and why were we hoping that you would get to 2? I know that there's some people at home.
I mean, I'm always super glad whenever I get to run my 11. I'm super happy I did in the final, and I wanted to get 2 because that would surpass my sister's PB, but I'm super happy with what I got.
Yeah, you did great, and we're so excited you can make it, and maybe we'll see you next year?
Yes, I'll see you next year. And I want to dedicate this to Filipa Adensam. She's a really close friend. She couldn't be here because she broke her leg. She's an amazing slalomer, so I hope she gets well soon.
Yeah, we hope she gets well soon. Well, good job, and enjoy it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, that's nice, isn't
Yeah,
it?
that just shows that even though, even at that level, they compete against each other. There's no animosity between them. It's all they compete against each other, but they're friends. They probably train together as well, and it just shows the beauty of this sport. Okay, there's rivalries and things like that, but you never wish harm on anyone else, and it's horrible to hear that a competitor hurt themselves. We never like it. So that's good to see that the sporting rivalry, shall we say?
Yes.
About that, it's great to see.
Indeed, and we're getting ready for Jamie Bull to take to the water against Ali Garcia. We'll have a look at that bracket to see who goes against whom else.
There you see Jamie getting ready on the dock. It looks like Jamie will be going first. She will have that quarter buoy advantage, which is, at this level is a huge difference. You see a lot of girls get towards 2 and 3 on 39 and 10.75, and that's the big difference. So here we go. We have Jamie Bull versus Ali Garcia.
Mhm.
They've skied together a lot. They're two Lafayette skiers. Jamie graduated from UL with a degree in engineering and a minor in, I think she did graduate in bioengineering.
Yes, indeed, bioengineering.
Engineering is hard. And
Yeah.
then she added some biology into it, added another science. So it's pretty incredible for her. She's an incredible athlete, an incredible student athlete as well. So, it was great to ski alongside her on the team. And yeah. And we've also got Ali, who's another incredible athlete and student athlete. She's still studying law at Lafayette, and she's got one more semester to do. She's got another nationals, so you'll see her skiing this fall in Lafayette. But right now on the water, we have Jamie Bull coming in.
All right, then here we go.
13 meters.
30-meter start. Let's see what we got here. This is Jamie Bull, who comes to us out of North Bay in Canada. Has had a pretty good sequence of wins so far this season.
Yeah, looking good. Something to mention is Jamie might have a little bit less experience today because she only ran 2 passes. Ali had to run a few more to make it through to the final. Now Ali probably has a little bit more knowledge of the conditions out there today. However, Jamie, being the incredible athlete that she is, knows what the conditions are like. She knows what she has to do. She knows what she knows what to expect, and that won't be a worry for her. She conserved her energy for exactly this reason. She's got, at least another set to have a go at. So we'll see what she can do. But coming in next, we're going to have Ali Garcia, another incredible athlete. She's, worked incredibly well to be where she is incredibly hard to be where she is right now. So, great to see her skiing well over here again in the European Pro Tour. Last year she made it onto the podium, I believe, and yeah, it's great for her to be back.
All right, here we go. This is Ali Garcia about to take to the water on that good slalom ski.
So, 30 meters yet again. Ali kind of flip-flops between 30 meters and 40 meters. So it's probably the shorter of the two options. Well, it is the shorter of the two options. So let's see what she can do here. She made easy work of it earlier. So let's see if she can do that again. So here we go. Ali coming around number 3, making things look easy here. Around number 4, looking good. Out towards number 5.
Easy work on this run.
And pretty easy work on that pass. She completes that pass. We'll go see Poochie on dockside.
Indeed.
All right, here with Manon and Ali. You both skied great in the quarterfinals. How do you feel in going into this matchup? And tell me a little bit about what you chose first, second.
I picked to go first. I'm feeling excited. It was really nice to ski earlier, so I just want to go out there and see how it goes.
Yep. And Ali?
So she got to choose to go first, so I chose the boat. So I took Mario, same boat. I think we both had earlier. So I just kind of kept it the same. But yeah, excited. I mean, the first round was big scores, so I think this one's going to be a fun fight. We had a fun fight last year, so see if we can do it again.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited to watch both of you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
And that's going to be an interesting matchup right there. There you go. You see Vince in the control room right there, making the magic happen. All the things you see on the screen, all the changes you see. There we see Jason, our drone pilot right there, looking great. And he's doing an amazing job there, giving us the aerial shots that you see that hardly any other broadcast you never see the aerial shots, so it's great to see.
And our camera person there was Giuseppe De Bernardo.
And yeah, so a great matchup coming up with Ali and Manon, two amazing skiers who can make it through that 39, that 10.75. But right now we have Jamie Bull and Ali Garcia coming in, 12 meters. You know, a regular pass for Jamie usually, looking good. Making light work of this pass so far. You know, big turnout number 5, but nothing she's not used to. She's incredibly strong, an incredible athlete. She knows what she needs to do. She knows that pass like the back of her hand. She, you know, no matter where she is in the course, whether she's late or early, she knows what she needs to do to make sure she gets out the end of it. So great skiing there for Jamie. And we will see Ali Garcia come in next on 12 meters as we watch the replay of Jamie.
All right, then. Good dynamic turn there towards buoy number 1 there via a gate shot, and just gets locked into the course as soon as she makes it round buoy number 1, and round number 2, a little bit of slack, but nothing she can't really handle. The 2-time women's world slalom champion on the water, and has basically set every world record in age category skiing in her younger days, and I'm sure that one of these days in the future she's going to have a serious pop at the world women's slalom record, and at the same time try and reset the Canadian national slalom record too.
Yeah, well, let's not forget she also set the collegiate record. It was, I believe, a couple. I think there was a few on 10.75, and then she went out and got 5.5. There's incredible skiing there from Jamie. But here we go. We got Ali coming in on 12 meters now, looking good so far, making light work of this, looking strong, looking good. Got a nice rhythm with the boat there. Coming out to number 5, looking great, and out towards number 6. Kind of, as we said before, maintaining the pass, being aggressive where she needs to be, being patient, looking great.
All right, Ali Garcia, who comes to us from Winter Garden in Central Florida.
Originally grew up in Mammoth in California, originally from California as well.
That's right. She spent many a winter season plying down the slopes there at that resort.
At Mammoth, yeah. I know she spends a lot of time up in Mammoth as well, you know. A lot of time up there, splits her time between there and Florida. But look, let's have a quick look at this replay. It was easy. This was always in the bag for her. Looks great. Out of number 1, working really well over to number 2. You just see how when she crosses those wake, just nothing moves. Like really well maintained, really good skiing in general. You know, turning well. Maybe you could say she's getting those shoulders a little forward in the turn, and make sure she's not getting on her back foot. But great skiing there from Ali. And we will see Jamie come back in on 11.25, a must-run pass, because she knows Ali Garcia can do the same. So we've seen Jamie do this many times. Let's see if she can do it once more time.
A little buckled over on number 1, but she's still there and rearing towards the back of the ski off number 2, but she manages to find a sweet spot, a default stance on the ski, just in time to take out the remaining 2/3 of the run. So there we go. That is Jamie Bull wearing the white bib that indicates that she is the current leader on the Waterski Pro Tour women's slalom standings. As we see Manon Costard look out beyond the dock, and we'll see the instant replay there for This is Jamie Bull.
You know, this is a very, another great pass. Great number one, so early. A little, when you're that early to the next buoy, number two, you're like, just make sure you're not coming narrow. She made sure she was wide coming out of number two into number two. You see there, number four, holding that angle great out of number four, turning well, and then out towards number six. She knows she's got it in the bag at this point, and just very incredible, precise skiing. So great job there from Jamie. She's on fire at the moment. She's got plenty of 39s under her belt. She's skiing really well. So we'll see that pass next.
And that's going to pressure Ali Garcia to do likewise coming in. She's got to be just as precise.
Right. So Ali has run this pass every round so far. She's done an incredible job. She's skiing really well right now. She needs to do it one more time. Coming around number one. Great position out of number one. Turns number two a little slow. Can she make it a good turn at three? She's handle a little thigh at three. She's just
double pulls into number four, and that is basically it for Ali Garcia, which means the first of our finalists has been determined, and the name of that finalist is Jamie Bull.
Yeah, great skiing there from Jamie. Credit to Ali there. Unfortunately, just not making it through the 11-meter pass once again for the first time in this whole tournament. So unfortunate that just a little bit on the back of the ski out of one. That brought it. It exaggerated the back of the ski at number two as well. She just couldn't quite get off the back of the ski. Handle comes up high out of number three. She's saying, I need a big four here, and just has too much speed to make a turn on it. Unfortunate there for Ali. So yeah, she knows, unfortunately, but great skiing from the both of them. Great skiing all weekend from Ali. She skied really well earlier, and just getting on the back of the ski in that gate and just not quite able to get over the front again. So yeah, we see Jamie coming back in the boat. She's deciding not to ski the 10-7. She knows that she wants to conserve some energy. She doesn't need to ski again. She knows the lake like the back of her hand as well. She knows what the conditions are like. So there's your winner, and that's our first skier going through to the final. Will be Jamie Bull.
Indeed.
But who will she go against? Will she go against Manon Costard
or Ali Nicholson?
Ali Nicholson. So we will see. Right now, I think this is going to be a good battle, this one. We're going to see, we've got two skiers who both have personal bests into that 10.25 meter line, that 41 off. So this is going to be a good battle, I think. Manon deciding to go first. She has that quarter buoy advantage. She knows what she needs to do. She needs to stay calm. She did some incredible skiing earlier. I think it's the first time she's ran that all year in tournament. I don't know if she did it last year, but a great skiing there from Manon. Yeah. So just a quick shout out also to Fred Winter for having a horrific accident at the Monaco Slalom Cup. Manon helping him out with place to stay and everything in France. So. Big shout out to Fred. I know you're going to be watching. I don't even have to think. I know you'll be watching there from your bed, and I hope things are going great. I hope things are going well, man. Hope you get better soon. Can't wait to see you back on the tour next year, hopefully. But next, here we go. We have Manon Costard coming in 13 meters.
All right, here we go. Manon Costard, 13 meters, opening run there for her. Spends her time between Lacanau on the west coast of France and Aix-en-Provence, which is not too far away from the French Riviera, a little ways north of Marseille.
Yeah, skiing a lot at Roc Brun-sur-Argens, at the host of the Monaco Slalom Cup, and yeah. The reason we call it the Monaco Slalom Cup, even though it's there, it's because there's no site in the Principality. Anyway,
try and fit one.
Manon skiing well, and let's send it dockside with Lauren Morgan.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here with Allie and Jamie. Jamie, congratulations for making it. Allie fell a little short, but great skiing to you both. Jamie, what are you looking forward to for the finals?
I'm just happy to ski in the finals. But yeah, it's nice. Ran 11 and then didn't try 10.7, and I know I'm going to have to try it in the finals and probably a full pass at 10.7. So I'm going to try and go get a little bit of rest, and then I'm looking forward to skiing again.
Well, good luck.
Thanks.
And Allie, fell a little bit short on this last round, but you ran 11 3 times this weekend, and good job.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to make it a little bit harder on Jamie, but you know, that's a lot of tailwind for me right now where I'm at in my skiing for 11, so I'm still pretty happy with the day.
Yeah, and we'll hopefully see you next week.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, then. So, continuing on, our second skier out in this second semi-final pairing. This is Ali Nicholson. 30-meter start.
This is kind of Ali's regular pass here, I would say. You know, her regular, I say regular pass, her regular start pass. 13 meters, kind of, you know, clockwork for her there, making it look easy. You know, doing things as they should, letting the ski finish, working hard behind the boat. I know her brother Zane's watching, so shout out to you, Zane. I know, just breathe, man, you know.
And so too is indeed Freddie Winter thanking you. Puts a little heart there at the end.
Yeah, no, I know he's sad he can't. He's so upset he can't be here, but good to hear he's on the mend, and I'm sure he'll be fighting to get back here next year. So, you know, good luck in his recovery, and yeah, so. We're going to see both of them come back on the 12-meter line length. So we'll see what he can, what they can do on the 12-meter line length. Coming up next. And now we've got Manuel at the helm of our blue Malibu.
Malibu.
Sorry,
the
for
blue
the habit there.
The Blue Thunder.
The Blue Thunder. All right, Manuel. You know, another young driver. It's great. I've said this before. It's incredible to see the youngsters and the young officials coming through. No matter what they are, you've got Martin Coleman, and there's a young TC. You got a bunch of young drivers coming through. But right now, here we got Manon Costard, 12 meters, making it look good.
Just
just a little big out of number 3. Now she calms down. She knows what she needs to do. Get out of number 5 and towards number 6. You know, I say a big 3 or 4 ball. That was big, but nothing she can't handle. You know, those turns are a little typical from more of a 10.75 pass, but nothing she couldn't handle around that number 4. So great job there from Manon. So we'll be seeing her come through for the 11.25 meter line. But first, we're going to have
the instant replay.
The instant replay of that 12. That was a great pass there from her.
She's been here 8 times. She's been on the podium 6 times and has won half of those for a total of 3. And so she's well experienced here at San Gervasio.
And don't forget her performance earlier. You know, she skied probably definitely her best of the season, and probably her best of the past few seasons as well. You know, making it through that 10.75. Just, would you say that's worthy of a vote for skier of the day?
Maybe. Get those votes in as quick as you can. waterskibroadcasting.com/play. And don't forget, she was part of that four skier duel at the Malibu Open not too long ago, which featured her, Whitney McClintock, Rainey, Jamie Ball, and Regina Jacques all battling.
All through it. It was incredible skiing by all of them. But here we go. We've got Ali Nicholson coming in, 12 meters now. Around number 1, looking good. You know, we don't expect any different from Ali right here on 12 meters. She's looking solid, looking strong, all the way out through number 5, looking good out towards number 6. Another clockwork pass there from Ali Nicholson, so great job.
6 on 12.
6 and 6.
There you go. Fantastic effort there from her as she continues to motor right along the the traveling nurse, as it were, whenever she's not applying her trade out there on the water.
Yeah, let's not forget that all these pro skiers
have jobs.
Have jobs as well, you know. So the likes of Elizabeth Montfort, Stevie Island, Ali, you know, people who aren't here either because of it. Like, you know, you've got Regina Jaquith, is absent. She's running her own pharmacy, and other things like that. So all of these skiers are not full-time skiers. They have jobs as well. So it's incredible that these athletes ski as well as they do, even, you know, despite having a full-time job as well. So.
All right, so we've got on the water at this time Manon Costard getting back on top. She's gone through the 12-meter line on the previous run. And now this is 11.25 meters, the purple loop.
So we know what Manon's capable of. We saw it last round. She can get through this pass. Let's get behind her here. Coming around number 2, looking good so far. Around number 3, looking strong out through those Malibu wakes, out towards number 5, looking good. And
There you
around
go.
number 6, back to the wakes and through those exit gates. So
Excellent skiing.
Good skiing there from Manon.
Yep, she's definitely on her best form right now, and even though she's been conspicuously absent from the scene in the United States, she's definitely still has the skills in the European side of the Atlantic.
Yeah, for sure. You know, and Manon is a very pretty skier, I would say. You know, does everything correctly. She's so strong across those wakes, making sure she's got a tight line coming into that buoy and maintaining that tight line through the turn. Looking good, you know, she's so strong behind those wakes that, you know, for example, in that pass, you just knew that things were going correctly and you knew that it was in the bag. You know, could she have done things better? Maybe, but still, 6 is 6. You know, it's incredible skiing we're seeing here.
All right, line about to tighten up on our second skier in this pairing, Ali Nicholson, out of Gallatin in Tennessee, skiing behind the Black Beauty.
So, we saw Manon get through this pass last round. Sorry, we've got to see Ali through 11.25 first. So let's get behind her, make sure she gets through this. We've seen her do it many, many times before.
Indeed, let's have a look and see.
Gets around number 1 in good shape. She's around number 2, a little bit of slack line. But she makes around number 3 in good shape. She's out towards number 4, back of the ski slightly. Coming around number 5, looking good. Maintains all the way through number 6. Oh, no!
Oh, no, and I don't know what happened there, and things just collapsed there. The bits and pieces over in that direction, and the skis there, and so on and so forth. I'm not too sure what happened at all.
I dare say there was a little bit of equipment failure there. I'm not
But it's
quite
her
sure.
equipment, unfortunately.
I would say, see what happened there, and we're gonna go dockside with Lauren.
All right, here with Will and Tigas. Pretty iconic matchup here. Will, you have the higher seed. What are you choosing to do?
I'm just going to stick with the plan. I'll go first. Felt good with Nathan first round, so just kind of go from there.
Awesome. And what boat do you choose?
Mario, the black boat.
Awesome. And can I ask, how old are you guys?
22.
I think I'm 2 years younger than him.
Yeah. Look young.
Yeah, the two most experienced guys on the field there. So we see Manon coming back, not deciding to take 10.75 this time. She's got the experience she needs on the lake at the moment, and I don't think she wants to tire herself out too much because it's actually not that long until she skis again. We've only got 4 skiers left, and then she'll be skiing again. So,
and what this means, indeed, with our final pairing is that we will be crowning a new women's slalom champion here in San Gervasio.
Of course. You know, I would like to see what happened to Ali there. You know, she looked like she had that in the bag, and then I'm not sure quite what happened. We'll see it on the replay. Looked like she was really good throughout this pass. Number one,
Handle
great.
up a little
She's
high, but that's
a
fine.
little, but like, remember, we're watching this at a slower speed. We can pull it apart. However, when you're out there on the water, things happen so much quicker. And she's on time here. She looks good right here. Coming into number 5. She's early enough. She's, a little safety check at number 5. And here we come around number 6. And she...
she just like porpoised out of the water.
Her ski jumped out of the water ever so slightly. The tip went down. And it looks like the boot released when it came down. That's so unfortunate there for Ali.
9 times out of 10 that she would have been through the gates and continued on to the next pass, but unfortunately that's not the case, and it is going to end up.
I think she was just as shocked as we were. So great job, there from Manon. She will be going through to the final with Jamie Ball. So that's going to be another interesting matchup right there. Jamie, the young gun, and then Manon's got a little more experience behind her, but, no way counting Manon out. We saw the score from her earlier, so great job.
A couple of things to end off with. Both Jamie Ball and Manon Costard advanced through to the final with exactly the same score, 6 at 11.25 meters. Now, so far as the third placer position goes, that would actually go to Ali Nicholson because her score is superior to that of Ali Garcia, so she takes third place ahead of. So Ali Nicholson has third spot ahead of Ali Garcia. So we've resolved all of the positions up until first and second place in the women's slalom competition. So Ali Garcia in fourth and Ali Nicholson in third.
Yeah, just spoke to Ali. She didn't know what happened either. She said never ejected like that. So unfortunate. And yeah, so we've got our finalists. But we are yet to get our finalists for the men.
Yes, indeed. Will Asher will go up against Thomas de Gasperi. That's our first semi-final pairing. And we've got Jonathan Travers going up against Corey Vaughan.
We just saw Will and T-Gas on the dock there. And you've got the two most experienced people on the tour right there. Even men or women. You've got the two most experienced skiing on the tour. So... this is going to be another, we've seen it many times, Will versus T-Gas.
And this rivalry extends all the way back to collegiate days because Will...
It goes before that. It goes back to junior Europeans. It goes, they've always skied against each other, then they always went through Monroe and Lafayette. Will went to Lafayette. T-Gas went to Monroe. So... they've always had that rivalry between skiing and then through college and then into the pro skiing. I think, Will had I think his first win in 2003, I believe. That was his first pro win. He won in Worlds in 2003 in China, I believe. That was his first Worlds win. And he beat another Brit, actually, Glenn Campbell, in a runoff. So,
and if you're watching, Glenn, give us a shout on the live chat.
I'm sure he'll be watching as well.
Or his sister.
Or his
parents.
All of them probably might be in the same house, probably watching it. So these two guys have got the most experience. By no means is experience age. Age is a number. That's it. We've seen Will and T-Gas both run incredible scores this year, last year, and the same scores that we were running back 15 years ago. So it's incredible stuff to see. We've just got to see what happens this time. I'd love to see a count of who has got more wins over who, and that would be an interesting one to see. You'd have to go back. It'd be a day's job to find out who's got more than who. But I bet it's pretty close.
Jack Burden, if you are listening, grab those stats.
Yeah. So if anyone knows, let us know for sure. So So Will's got a run of 90 pro wins. So, and let's just go back a little further in history. We've got Andy Mapple, many regard as the greatest of all time. Andy's at 167. That just proves how good Andy was in his day. So we know Will's knocking on. Well, I say Will's knocking on the door. He's got a little bit to go, but still, I think there's less pro events on now than there was then. You don't. Back in Andy's day, you had the Bud Light Pro Tour and the Coors Light Pro Tour and everything like that. So there was a lot more events, I think, as well. However, Will, you've got many other the pro scene. So to be knocking on that century of wins, pro wins, is incredible. So
Yeah,
Will,
indeed.
we know, we've confirmed that Will does have more pro wins than T-Gas. However, T-Gas has a lot more European wins, title wins, and things like that. So it's this.
But they are on the same amount of titles in the World Championships as well.
Yes, they are 3 each.
2 each.
2 each.
Yep.
They both have 2. So yeah.
The clash of the titans right now.
I know we're hyping it up a lot, but it's what it is. And so,
all right, here we go. This is Will Asher.
12 meters for Will here. He went out on this on his last round, optionally as well. He didn't have to do this on the last round of prelims. So he has more. I don't know what T-Gas did. I can't remember, but I do know that Will went out on 12 on his last prelim round. So Will might have a little more experience going from this end on the 10.75 and getting the 41 from the dock end. As a skier, I believe these gates are very similar. I don't think there's too. You go straight in at both ends. There's no islands. There's no turn. So they're very similar, other than the wind conditions. Kind of got about as much run in, the same run in at either end, so they're very similar. All it is the visuals. You have the ramp at one end, that could cause a little more wash at one end than the other, so there's these things to take into account, but that ramp is only on your gate pull-out, so after that. So Will was first. He was the higher seed, so Will has decided to go first, and T-Gas has decided to take the blue boat, which has Mario Pagozzi the black boat, which has Mario Pagozzi behind the wheel. And Will is skiing with Nathan in the blue boat, which is also, funny enough, what he had in the quarterfinals as well. So
trying to maintain that consistent streak continuing on. We've got Thomas de Gasperi, who in the history of this competition has made 9 appearances, the most out of any of our skiers, save for Matteo Lizzeri. 5 podiums, 1 win. Thomas de Gasperi looking for his second.
Looking strong, looking good. I mean, I'd say this is one of the skiers who it looks exactly the same. Especially these first few passes, they look exactly the same, and you can't tell the difference between 13 meters or 11 meters, or even, dare I say, 10.7. It makes it look easy.
It's like golf. You try to employ the same swing throughout the spacing of your clubs, and it's basically the loft angle from the clubs that determines the distance and how much height you get from the same swing.
Yeah, it's just replicating, and both these guys know. Oh, there's Joel trying to break himself once again.
Good on skis, not quite there on unicycle.
I tell you what, though, Joel has got one of the best balances of any skier. We've seen videos of Joel. He has.
Are we talking physical balance or bank balance?
Physical balance. Probably bank balance as well. He's won a lot of stuff recently, but he has incredible balance. He's got a slack line, and I actually seen he's got a ski rope tied up, which is not that tight. So he's working on his balance, which shows on the water. But here we go. Will Asher coming in 11.25. Another, solid pass for Will, making it look easy so far. Looking good. Turning consistently.
And just his edge change alone is something that's been studied year after year.
And something that I love about Will skiing, he may not like me saying it, but when he comes around 135, which is his
offside.
His offside. So his head and shoulders can come forward, but he can reset before the wake. But we'll talk about that after we hear from Lauren Morgan.
All right, JT and Corey. JT, you had the higher seed. What are you choosing to do?
I'm going to stick with going first.
Cool. And Corey, which boat would you like?
We'll go with the one I went with last time. I'll go black boat. And I was just going to add that this is nice. You know, the semifinal, we got the veterans here. You know, we got all these young kids coming up crushing it. It's so nice to be back in this group. That's the old guard. I feel honored to be in there now. So, buddy, let's go get it. We'll put on a show.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Just another one of these sportsman, little talks.
There's a lot to be said for experience.
I don't know whether JT considers himself old yet, or in the veteran. I shouldn't say old. I should say in the veteran class.
I tell you what, Corey looks chiseled.
Yeah, Corey. If you do, you can say so yourself, but
certainly more than me.
Yeah. So look, it's great to see the old guy still showing the young'uns how it's done. So that's a bit of a dig at me as well, I guess. So here we go. We've got T-Gas coming in, 11.25, a must-run pass for him. Look, making it, as I said before, making it look good, making it look easy so far. Out towards number 4, number 5, and out towards number 6. Now, we've been talking about the rivalry between T-Gas and Will.
Yeah.
It's always been there. I would say most of the time it's been a friendly rivalry. Obviously, rivals have their spats and whatever. However, in recent times, I think I would dare say, it's been pretty good rivalry, and that shows because I believe a lot of the HO guys, including Will, have been skiing up with T-Gas at
in
Trento. Which you have a lot of skiers that ski at Jack Travers.
But it's not for the skiing; it's for Troudies at Pasta.
Yeah, it's a beautiful site. I have actually not been to Trento, but
you need to.
I know I need to make my way up there at some point and ski up there, ski in the Italian hills, and it's an incredible site. I've seen pictures, and I think it's incredible views up there as well. So. Yeah, I'm going to make my way up there, but you've got the groups. People ski at Jack's, and you've got Rob Hazelwood, Lucas Cornell as well. Not forgetting him, and Cole McCormick, JT, of course, his house, and Will. They all ski together.
Yeah,
and even though they compete against each other, they still help each other. That's the beauty of this sport, and that's why we all love it. But let's watch Will come in here now on 10.75. Classic gate shot there from Will, and looking good so far. Ooh. Out towards number 3.
Handle looking go shy on 2.
A little bit, but nothing that he's worried about at all, I would say.
10.75 in the bag.
Yeah. Now, I mentioned earlier about Will's stance on his 135. You watch him come around 135, you might see it on this replay around number 1, like his head and shoulders can come forward. But he's still got that ski coming around. Able to reset his upper body, and it's like it didn't happen. It's very minor here on number 1, but we watch here, just comes forward a touch, right, reset, go. And it's like it didn't happen. Okay, that was a very minor one, and nothing to worry about for Will, but that's the beauty of what Will can do.
And the way that he sucks his knees up into the edge change as well, just that little bit off the chine wash.
Yeah. And that, I think it's just
right there, boom.
How do you commentate on Will Asher other than say, look at that, it's perfect, that type of thing. It's hard to pick apart Will's thing because he's done it for so long. He knows what he's doing. He doesn't, he can do this in his sleep, so.
All right, then. So that was Will Asher behind the Blue Thunder and skiing behind Black Beauty. This is Thomas de Gasperi.
Yeah, so as you say, we've got the Black Beauty coming in on 10.75 for T-Gas. He's got Mario Pagozzi in that boat. Looking good out of number 1. Out of number 2, gets a little bit of spray out of number 2. Looking good out of number 3. Out towards number 4, a little bit of a bobble towards 4. Out of 5, getting pushed.
Oh,
towards
just
6.
drives off number
Oh.
5 when it was necessary.
Yeah, so he started to get his head and shoulders forwards through those wakes towards 6, but he's managed to hold it, reset, and go. So we'll see. You know, as we've said many times before, that was in the past. That pass is in the past. It's done. It's completed. Now focus is on getting a good start. Let's just see. Let's have a look at this. There's 10-7 from T-Gas here, coming around number 1. Looking good. Let's see what happened here at number 2. Just getting Brooks forward a little bit. Coming over towards number 3, looking good. Pushes a little bit at number 3, I guess. You know, just a little bit preemptively. But let's watch this here at number 5. Gets a little bit of slack and gets his head and shoulders towards it, towards number 6. So he manages to get outside number 6, get through the exit gates. As we see T-Gas there, just getting into his into the zone. You know,
10.25 meters. Here comes Will Asher, the only competitor this season that has run this pass.
Gate shot is so important on this pass. Gets it good. Outside number 1, he's looking good. Towards number 2, looking great here. Out towards number 3. Gets outside number 3. Can he turn 4? He can turn 4. Is he out towards 5? He's outside number 5 and makes it back to the wakes.
And gets 5 buoys there.
That is one hell of a score right there.
All right then, and that's a throwdown on the feet of Thomas de Gasperi now.
Right, so remember, T-Gas has to beat Will.
Indeed.
So T-Gas is actually going to have to get a Italian national record to beat Will.
Yes.
That's a statement right there.
Yeah, that's a.
Let's have a look at this replay. Look at this. He's made it look like 39. Gets a good shot out of 1. Out towards number 2. Turns well. Right, go. Through those wakes. Maintains the tension in the line. Turns well. Gets a little bit on his back foot out of 3. Out towards 4. He knows when he needs to get towards number 5 to really put the pressure on. And there we go. 5. And yeah, just another example of Will's excellence this year.
He's won almost every pro tournament this season, save for 1 or 2.
Yeah, so he Lake 38. He didn't even go to Lake 38. So all the tournaments he's competed in, he has won apart from 1, which is Cesena last week, which he lost to his younger cousin. But right now, 10.25 T-Gas. He knows he needs a good start. Doesn't quite get it. Comes outside number 2.
Still
He's
there,
out
though.
there. He's outside number 3.
And he gets around number 3 and to the wake, and I think short of the wake.
Yeah, I think he just got 2.5 there. Unfortunate that there for T-Gas. He knew he needed a good start. I don't think he quite got it out of number 1. Just pushing just a little bit, trying to run the pass off 1 ball. So, yeah. Good, great skiing from both of them. 2.5 at 41 is no score to snub your nose at. So great score there from T-Gas. He tried to just get going just too early there, and he's like, 2 wasn't where I needed it to be. 3 just not able to do what he wanted out of 3. I think he knew that before though, and he's like, just do what I can do. So.
All right, then. Let's check in dockside.
All right, Will, 5 at 41. Great skiing. How'd you feel out there?
Yeah, actually, that felt really good. I actually felt that with Joel as well, and then I just couldn't execute it. I lost my hips, but then, I felt it Mario in the round, and then that's kind of what I was looking for. So kind of got my gaze figured out, and that's cool. Guaranteed a second, so that's always cool to be in the finals.
Yeah, awesome. Congratulations, and good luck for the finals.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, then we can continue on to the second semi-final, and our first skier out is Jonathan Travers.
So, in Corey Vaughan's words, another veteran. The veteran semi-finals, coming in 12 meters. This is going to be, a normal pass for him. He's definitely run this first pass many times in practice and in tournament. He knows what he's doing with this first pass, so skiing really, really well right now. We've seen some amazing scores from him all the way through. He was skiing really good at Lake 38. He was skiing really good at Fungalis as well. But let's go to Dockside.
All right, here with T-Gas, 3 at 41. Not going to make it to the finals, but put out a good score. Might have a chance for the podium, so good job.
Yeah, I mean, I've been on this ski for 3 days, and I'm still getting used to it. I'm getting my confidence back, so that's more important, than anything. So we still have a lot of events this year, and I'm happy to be back here where I want to be. A little more would have been nice, but Will did a pretty good score, so it was tough to beat.
Yeah, well, good job, and I bet it's nice to be home.
Yeah, it's great. I can't wait to go home tonight.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, so
all right,
Gratian defeat there. He knew he needed a score that he has done many times before. We haven't seen it quite so much in the past, in the recent times, but something that obviously he's capable of. He's one of the few that has got through that pass and into the 43. So
here comes Corey Vaughn, opening the same opening line length pass of 12 meters, looking good round number 1. Keeping a firm iron grip of the handle and just it's swashbuckling style out there. Round 5 and 6. And looking pretty darn strong out there, I would say. Corey Vaughn.
Yeah, he's looking strong right now. So, and, he's on a ski that he loves. When you trust your equipment, it makes things so much easier. Like you trust what's going to happen. You know what's going to happen, and you trust your equipment. And let's hear from Lauren, Dockside.
All right, here with Milan. We didn't get to talk to you right after you skied, but congratulations making it to the final. You had an amazing score the first round today. You got to save some energy that round, stop at 38. I was like, is she going to come back? But good job and congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm very happy. No, I wasn't going to come back. I need some energy right now, so I'm happy I didn't have to do more, even though it was I feel sorry for Ali because it was really unexpected, and she's a great skier, so it would have been cooler to do like last year and fight it off at 39, 10-7. But super happy to be here and excited for the final.
Awesome. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, good to hear from Manon Costar as we get ready to bring in Jonathan Travers in for his second pass. This is 11.25 meters.
Another must-run pass here for JT. He's run it many, many times. He knows this pass like the back of his hand. Looking good out there right now, looking strong. As we said, he's looking good this year. He's had an amazing run of tournaments. He got very unlucky at Fungalis. The rope got wrapped around his leg a little bit. However, managed to ski into the final and ski incredibly well a few days later in Monaco. I think some incredible, athleticism there. I would say, he's had it. He had it tough and started skiing. Skiing again and skiing well, which is so hard to do after a crash like that. Some people say you might go a bit easier, but he doesn't. He's going at it. He's making sure he can run the best scores he can, and looking good, skiing well, and making that 11.25 look incredibly easy there. Not forgetting what happened last round. A little unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Fortunately, making it through, which is a big relief for him. But I want, is that playing on his mind at all? But we shall see.
All right, there. Let's bring in Corey Vaughn back into slalom course, originally out of Bumpus in Virginia in the United States of America. Here he is, boat speed accelerating up to 58 kilometers an hour, the equivalent of 36 miles an hour for those of you on the left side of the Atlantic. Here we go, Corey Vaughn. Wind starting to gather up, a little bit of a gust here, blowing.
Looking good so far through this pass. a little bit later than he maybe wants to be, but he's in maintenance mode, making sure he gets around all 6 buoys and back to the gates. Looking good. Yeah, as you said, the wind just picked up a little bit. So, you know, it's still pretty flat out there. However, you know, we've got a tailwind 39 coming up. It's only ever so slight, this tailwind 39. So we'll see what they can do on 39 tail.
All right, yes, everything about these passes is dependent upon getting that good gate and getting that good approach into number 1 to set the whole ball rolling, so to speak there, Aaron.
Yeah, he got good gate shot. You know, Corey's got plenty of experience. I mean, all these guys in the semi-finals do. As in his own words, he's part of the veteran crew. So great to see him back here at San Gervasio, looking as good as he always has, on a ski that he feels comfortable on. And yeah, it's great to see him back. And we missed him from a couple of tournaments, but we'll also be seeing him next week at the Oxfordshire ProAm.
All right, he and Amelia will be traveling over to that event, and their first time away from the young kid, from the young one. And
another one who's away from a young one is JT, who's on the water. 10.75. Here we go. JT gets a good one here. He's outside number 2. He's looking good. He's looking strong. 3 again, looking good. Gets a little bit of slack out of 4. Turns 5 well. And there we go. Outside 6 there for JT.
And I think that little incident about 2 rounds ago has probably been wiped completely out of his mind right now.
He's not worried about that anymore. You could see that. He had that same great start that he had on that unfortunate time. But he skied, skiing really, really well. Skiing incredibly well. You see that from these start. Let's look at this start. I couldn't say it was. You couldn't get it any better, really. Let's be honest. You get him out of 1 there so early to 2. He's got such good line control. Just gets on the back of the ski ever so slightly out of 2, but absolutely nothing to worry about for JT there. So strong out of 3, coming over towards number 4. His line control is something. It's really good. There you go, out of 5, just safety checking a little bit out of 5, making sure he gets around number 6. And there you go, the old whirly bird there, just to bring out some of that snatch, if you like, from the line. So,
all right. So that was a 10.75 meters indeed for Jonathan Travers.
And we will see Corey Vaughan coming in now, 10.75. We've seen him run it in the prelims. He didn't have to get too far down it last time, but let's see what he can do this round. 10.75. Corey Vaughan. He's around number 1. He's got a good number 1. He's outside number 2. Not as perfect. He's out towards 3. He needs to get going. He's outside number 4. Here we go. Outside 5.
A little bit of a jumpy number 4. 5.
6.
Oh, and just unable to recover. And that means that Jonathan Travers advances through to the final.
Yeah, so congrats to JT there. Unfortunately there for Corey. He's not going to make it through, whether that was 5 or 5.5. It looked like he hit the buoy. He just got really deep out of 5. He just looked a little slow throughout the pass. You see here, we'll see him outside of 1 here. Just a little slow. Nothing to worry about. Gets out of 4 here. Gets out of 2, sorry. But just stands up a little bit through the wakes towards 3. This is where things start to go a little awry. You see that little bobble at the wake there? 4. Okay, I need to get going. Outside of 5 here. He's just a little narrow. Gets pulled, and he really tries to make a play on 6. Hits the buoy, and that just
sets him cartling.
So I'm glad he's okay. After the bad crash like that. But
all right, then let's go dockside and rejoin Lauren.
Right, so our final matchup, Jamie and Manon, great skiing to be here. Jamie, you have the higher seed, so what are you going to choose to do?
I'm going to choose to go first.
Awesome. And Manon, which boat?
I'm going to pick the black boat.
Awesome. Well, good luck to you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, then that sets the final pairing in the women's competition. So we're going to set that into the course in a few moments, indeed.
An interesting pick there from Jamie. She decided to go first. You still have the advantage of setting the score. when you go first. However, in the final, you don't have to beat it. If you do the same, we go again. We run off. So we'll see. But the reason to say that's an interesting choice from Jamie is that
it is considering that the only other woman that's ever run through 10.75 meters this season so far
is
Manon.
But like, you know, you ski behind both boats and both drivers, and you feel which one's better, or which one you prefer. Not which one's better, but you know, it's all about preference. So it's about which one you prefer, but just because the first option doesn't have that quarter buoy advantage anymore. So look, you know, Jamie choosing to go first, Manon choosing her boat. You know, I don't know whether that's the same. I think that's the same boat and driver that Jamie's had all the time, and I think it's the same boat and driver that Manon's had all the time. Maybe that's to their advantage as well. So let's go dockside with Lauren.
All right, JT, you made it to the finals, and you are on the podium. First podium of the year. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel really good. It's been a struggle this year a little bit, but I've been skiing really well, so I'm just happy for Will. He looked amazing last time against T-Gas, and yeah, it's gonna be fun to ski against him finally in a final where we're not knocking each other off the podium. So I'm really excited. It's just, yeah, it's been great. It's been fun.
Well, I'm excited to watch it. I'm happy for you too, and good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
All right then, and considering where he was not too long ago, I'd tell you what, to make it onto the podium and fighting through all that duress.
It's incredible athleticism and, you know, drive to get back. I mean, let's be honest, he was in hospital just over a week ago. You know, 10 days ago he was in a hospital. So, you know, it's just great to see him back on the podium again for sure, and against his mate. We've seen Will against JT again before this year on the European tour. So, you know, but as he said, they're not knocking each other out. So, it's, you know, I think that's a happy matchup a little bit. Obviously, you still want to win. So we will see what happens. And yeah, but first we have the women's head-to-head.
Yes,
final.
And
as unhappy Ali Nicholson was, she's definitely got third. I know. Commiserations. She got a hard look there, just getting pulled weird and, you know, boot released, I guess, and yeah. But at least she gets third. She gets on the podium, which is, you know, good for her, and yeah. So that's great for Ali Nicholson there, and we will see what we will see from.
So the one thing we can also guarantee as well, that in the men's slalom final, that the Syndicate brand will actually win.
Right, Syndicate's going to win the event in the men,
and in the women's, the Syndicate brand has a 50% chance.
Right, you know. Also, you know, we've got a Canadian versus a French.
Yeah.
You know, so, you know, that's interesting, as well as, you know, the Americans versus the English. You know.
Yeah.
We want to see. We've also, you know, we've got the Grand Prix that's going on right now, actually, I guess, and I don't want to know anything about it, but, you know, hopefully things are going well the British side. We've got a 1-2-3 lockout for the Brits, so I don't know how that's going. If anyone else is watching it, please don't tell me. But we'll see that. And we see Jamie getting ramped up, getting ready to go for our Canadian French duo that's going to give us a little bit of a show.
All right, so I've taken a little look at the current standings right now. I won't tell Aaron here yet until he gets to watch the highlights a little bit later on.
I'll be watching it on F1 TV later.
Oh yeah, of course you got that subscription.
Yeah. So we wonder how that's going, but best of luck to all those drivers over in Silverstone at the moment. Hopefully the weather's playing ball a little bit. I know it was meant to rain, so. Hopefully the weather holds off here as well. You know, we forecast a little bit of rain, so, you know, we haven't had any yet, and we hope it holds off for the next half hour or so. so we can get all our skiing done and then do what you want. It doesn't really matter after that, but we want to get the skiing done first.
And also a quick housekeeping note for our people here on site as we wind down towards the final two in each of our categories. Make your way to the presentation, the podium, to witness the presentation of prizes. Let's send it to dockside.
All right, Will, you're in another final. You're having an incredible year. Congratulations. And how excited are you to go against your buddy John?
Yeah, this is always fun. I mean, either way, one of us gets to win and one of us gets to come second. So tonight we'll be like, we sleep next to each other in separate beds, obviously. Yeah. No, it's really cool. We train together every single day. 99% of our sets are together. So we support each other as much as we can, and it's just gonna be fun. We're gonna go out there and have a good time, and we'll cheers the winner tonight.
Yeah, well, I'm happy for you both, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I could have just sworn I heard Nicole's and Natty's jaws collectively drop to the floor.
Yeah, they're just like, what? Oh, okay.
What? Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting. So, yeah, it's good to see their friendship. It's good to see their friendship still, alive. They compete against each other, but they ski together. I don't, all the time they're skiing next to each other and helping each other and developing skis together. And yeah, I think it's great. Anyway.
All right, then. Head-to-head women's final. Our first skier to take to the water, coming to us out of North Bay in Ontario, Canada. This is Jamie Ball. See what she has.
They're going out on 12 meters, I believe. Oh, they're going out on 13. Sorry, they're going out on 13 meters. So another normal pass for Jamie here, normal start speed, and just maintaining. This is the third time she has skied today. So just to hear some rumbles of thunder behind us. Hopefully that rain stays away. But yeah, and another regular pass there for Jamie, I would say. It's pretty normal. So yeah, regular, there's nothing else to say other than it's just a well executed pass there for Jamie.
All right, there, the rain is staying away for the time being, at least, as we get ready to bring in Manon Costard into the course, skiing behind the Black Beauty.
Yeah, the Black Beauty with Mario behind the wheel seems to be the preference at the moment. I would say only because a lot of skiers have more time behind that driver. I don't really think there's much difference between the drivers, but everyone has skied behind Mario at some point and knows what an incredible driver he is. So that's why Manon chose him, I guess.
All right, then. Here we go, folks. Manon Costard riding the Conley C1 and coming into the course for her opening pass. It's going to be 13 meters.
So another regular start speed here for Manon, I would say. She usually goes out on 13 most times. Again, another one where she skied 3 times already today. And not forgetting, she ran nearly 5 passes, or, 4 passes and a bit earlier today. So she's probably going to be a little fatigued. She decided not to take 10.75 last round in the semi-final to preserve some energy for just now. So we'll see how she does after Jamie comes back on 12 meters, the 35 off line length.
All right, and looking at dockside, we see Will, we see JT getting limbered up, just trying to stay warm and flexed, about to take to the water in just a short while.
So there's also something to think about. They finished skiing, 5 minutes ago?
Yeah.
And they'll be going in 5 minutes' time. So it's another big set within, Will may have had a little more time. Well, he did have a bit more time, I'd say another 5 minutes. When the turnaround is so quick, those 5 minutes do count. He gets a little bit more rest. JT's probably still catching his breath a little bit. The girls had a little more time, I guess. Not much, though. There's still the third set in, 2 hours? So
yeah,
that's a
it's
lot.
almost like a micro set that you do in practice, to when you work on some fin settings and what have you.
Yeah, so here we go. Jamie's coming back in on 12 meters. Just a reminder to everyone that there is no quarter buoy advantage to first in the finals. So, with that in mind, Jamie is coming through her 12-meter pass, looking good, knows what she's doing, and looking strong as ever. You can't tell that she's skied so many times already.
Oh, nicely done.
Very well done there.
So she threw the 12-meter line and now getting ready for 11.25 meters next. If Manon Costar manages to run that same 12-meter run that we just seen Jamie Ball produce.
Yeah, so wind's picked up it's, brought up a little bit, from the dock end. So we've got, Manon's coming into a headwind now. Got that 11.25 in tailwind. As long as Manon gets through it. And Manon also being a 3-time winner here at this event. Jamie only one, so she's looking to, get a few more on her portfolio of wins that she's managed to make her way through this year. Just shows the incredible athlete that she is. And Manon trying to just get some more under her belt as well. So we'll see what Manon can do after, just watching Jamie on this replay. It's just something to behold. She looks, really, really good. It's what she does best, going left and right.
All right, then. So, a skier, by contrast, who has competed in these championships 8 times in the past, has won 3 out of her 6 podium appearances. She's already going to be on the podium as a result of what she does here, but the question is, how high will she go? Looking good. This is 12 meters.
Looking strong there.
Oh, nice.
Very nice pass there. Skiing really well. We saw her, ski through that 10.75 before, which was incredible to see. We saw her do that, and I know she was super, super happy to do that. That was awesome skiing from her. And she knows that she's going to have to do something similar to take the win off Jamie. So let's have a quick watch of this replay again. And just, see how strong she is through that second weight there. Just knees coming up ever so slightly, but nothing to worry about right now. And turning number 2, being patient, letting that ski finish, coming around towards number 3, looking good so far. See, just be patient. Gets a little shoulder heavy, I guess, at number 4, but absolutely nothing that she's worried about. It gets connected really well and out towards number 6 here. And I don't know if you can hear on the microphones, but the wind is picking up ever so slightly.
Yeah.
So
that might complicate matters.
Something to keep in mind for these girls right now. They know, they're looking at the lake constantly. So here we go. Jamie coming in now, 11.25, nice and wide on that gate, working well through that first wake.
There she is on number 1 on 11.25 meters. A little bit
slow.
of a hop, skip, and a jump there on number 3. For 4, she manages to crank it back round on her favoured side, being right foot forward. And there she goes. There we go there. That is Jamie Ball, 6:11.25 meters. And over to you, Manon.
Yeah, so Manon knows she has to run this pass. She's done it so well all weekend. She's skied incredibly well. She knows she can do it. So, it's just a must-run pass these days for the girls. Run 38. First of all, to get into the final, and then you have to do something special on 39 to make you get through these final rounds to make your way into the head-to-head final. Jamie. So yeah, and also Jamie has also podiumed at every single pro event in Europe so far. That's And
That's incredible.
including this one as well, because of course if she loses this,
and of course the Carmel Marrakesh Pro.
Yeah, so
which is technically in Africa.
That's a great roster already this year. So I think some great skiing from her. And as we see Manon come in for her 11.25.
Here we go, folks.
Pulling out wide for that gate, looking good so far. Look, nice wide gate. Turns around number 1, gets a good one. Turns number 2, she's a little slow. Needs to get moving now at 3. She does, she gets moving. She's outside number 4, looking good. Outside number 5, nice. Out towards number 6.
Oh, yes.
Great skiing there from Manon.
Fantastic skiing, both of them on 11.25 meters. Now we transition to 10.75 meters.
Yeah. So
this is where it's going to shake things up.
This is going to be good. Everyone must stay tuned for this. We could see, another 2 people. We could see another 4 passes right here, So just look at this, 1 gets a great connection out of number 1. Just edge changes a little sharp around number 2, but, is patient. Works out number 3. There you go. She gets connected and gets going. Out towards number 4. She knows she just needs to maintain and work hard in the right places to make sure she gets out the end of it. Looking good around number 5 and out towards number 6. Just, there we go. Making sure she gets around it and back to the wakes.
So here we go, continuing right along. We've got a message here from Whitney McClintock, just really getting amped up for this women's slalom final between our 2 skiers, Manon Costard and the skier that you're seeing on the screen right now, Jamie Bull.
There we go. She's wide now for this 10.7. She knows she needs to run it to secure. Here we go. Outside number 2. She's looking good so far. Out towards number 3. She gets her shoulder in deep, but she's out number 4. Gets the ski rise a little bit. Out number 5. Skiing really well. And outside number 6.
Ah, look at that. Great effort
skiing
there.
She knew she needed to run it to put the pressure on Manon. Manon now knows she's got something big ahead of her. She's done it already once today.
Yes,
she can do it again. She just needs to remember what she did correctly last time to ensure that she does it again.
Yeah, indeed, and it now brings into a sharp relief and focus how important it was for Manon Costard to run those additional buoys beyond what she did in the first round, to prepare for something like this coming up.
It just gives her confidence. But let's watch Jamie on this replay. She doesn't have the perfect four-ball here. She kind of gets on the back just ever so slightly, and then okay, I need to work hard, get wide towards number 5, be patient, which she is, and you see that there at number 5, working out all the way out wide to number 6, and some great skiing there from Jamie Bull. Awesome skiing, and yeah, Manon knows she's got a little bit of a mountain to climb ahead of her, so Jamie is assuming Manon's going to be running this, so she's got her head ready to do 41, 10.2.
Here we go.
She's run it already once for the first time in 2 years this morning. Let's see if she can do it again. She gets a good number 1. She's out towards number 2. She turns 2.
Going.
Oh, she didn't get a 2 that she wanted.
And is inside buoy number 3, which means that's your winner in the women's slalom competition in the 10th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. It is your 2-time world champion, Jamie Bull.
Awesome skiing there from Jamie. She skied incredibly well all weekend. You could tell that she preserved her energy for this final. She decided not to take the passes that she didn't need to in the quarterfinal and the semi-final, so she preserved her energy. And I think Manon still did the right thing earlier. She got some confidence on that 10.75. That was some awesome skiing from her. That's the first time she's run it in 2 years, so in tournament at least. I know she's done it plenty of times in practice.
And looking back at some of the scores, it's important to note that Manon Costard actually had the best score out of all of these rounds with her attempt at 10.75 meters and eventually getting 1. And that's important because in the Pro Tour standings, she earns herself an additional point.
Okay, yeah. So that's only in the finals that counts. That 1 point, right?
Yeah.
So
Throughout the whole event.
So throughout the whole event, she's got that 1 on 10-2, which is an incredible score for her. And with that in mind, let's go dockside.
Indeed.
All right, here with Manon. Manon, not enough for the win, but second place, first podium of the year, I believe.
Yep.
And just really great skiing, so good job.
Thank you. I'm very happy. It's been a really good day for me, and super excited to be second. Jamie is skiing amazingly, so I wanted to make it a bit harder for her than 2 at 10, but no, it's fine. And just so happy to be here, back on the podium, and good day.
Awesome. And do you want to thank anyone for your success or anyone at home?
Yeah, everyone at home that has my back all year round, and the people I've skied with this year, which was very different from the other years since I was in France. And so I skied a bunch at Roquebrune with Marc-Antoine, and then with Geraldine and Christophe in Lacanau. So thank you to them, thank you to my family, thank you to everyone who cheers on me and is there for me. And my sister's great.
Awesome, well, great job.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Excellent words there from Manon Costard. And as we were saying, she earns herself an additional Pro Tour point by having the best scorer by her actually attempting to go through 10.75 meters and running it,
right,
and getting that one buoy count of 10.25 meters. She earns that point. And let's check in with Lauren once more.
All right, well, congrats, Jamie. First place, another podium, another win. Congratulations. You're amazing.
Thank you.
Anyone you want to thank at home?
Yeah, my family for sure, because I know they're still watching. They're spending their whole day behind the screen, so hi, guys. But yeah, I'm happy to make it through another 10-7, and happy for another win, and watch the guys go out and then on to the next one.
Yeah, but we'll see you next week in England. Woo! Thanks.
So, great words there from Jamie. Another win for her. Another win for HO. Let's just say it's going to be a double HO win right here, no matter what happens, because we're going to have John and Will coming in next. But there you see the bracket right there. Jamie Bull taking the win, 6 at 10-7. Manon put in a great effort. She, did incredible all weekend, and you see the Pro Tour standings there. Jamie Bull atop with a resounding lead there of 255 points next to Ali Nicholson at 186. Elizabeth Montavon coming in third at the moment with 106 points. Manon bringing up a lot of points right there, taking herself up to 86. Whitney down in fifth. Regina in sixth. Vanessa Veek in seventh. Ali Garcia eighth, equaled with Paige Reaney on 68 points. 10th is Alice Bagnoli. 11th is Sam Damala, and 12th, bringing herself onto the standings, is Bea Yani.
All right, brand leaderboard as it stands already prior to the points awarded for the men's. Syndicate still out in the lead on 629. Radar Skis 201. D3 164. Good 139. And LaPointe 120.
They look like the equivalent of the Red Bull in Formula One. The HO seem to be the dominant ones at the moment, and that shows they work together. They work really, really well together. They show it, and you see that just on those points on there on the screen. You saw, what was that, around about a 400 point lead, I think I saw. So you see that it's awesome skiing from those guys, and there's yet more to come.
Yes, indeed, it's the men's final.
I say there's more to come. That I think the men's final, no matter what happens, they still extend their lead. Whether John wins or Will wins, the HO team right there.
Yeah, so I think those points were already put into the mix. So here we go. Let's have a look at the men's final bracket, and it's going to be Will against Jonathan Travers. Will defeating Thomas de Gasperi in the semi-final, and Jonathan Travers doing likewise against Corey Vaughan in the second. All right. So, Will Asher had the choice of going first or second,
and he decided to go first.
Indeed.
Yeah, I don't know Will personally. I've skied with him a little bit, and however, I do know that Will does like to go first. He likes to set the score. And I know Rob, his little cousin, is more of a score chaser in previous years at least. So Will likes to set the score, likes to put the pressure on, and then see what the other can do. So I think that's why Will decided to go first, and we will see what John can do. I know both of these are probably a little more relaxed now. Okay, there's a little bit of pride involved, but I think either of them would be, I say, not happy, but content with either place.
All right, then. So what's the starting line length for the final, then?
Starting line length, I believe, is 12 meters still.
12 meters.
So the same as before, the same as the rest of the bracket. Last week was out at 11, and Will, unfortunately, not having a little bit of not skiing amazing. But however, Will is not skiing with the boat of his choice. That was kind of put upon him.
Skiing for the first time behind Mario.
Yeah, he's skiing. That's a little bit different. However, he knows what Mario can do. He knows Mario is confident behind the wheel, and Will is confident behind Mario. So I don't know whether John tried to change it up on him or what, but looks like John chose to ski with Nathan. I believe that's how it went.
All right.
But a great 6 buoys there from Will. I mean, would you expect any less?
No, absolutely. I mean, he's consistent there, and just about ready to go. There is Jonathan Travers, who has guaranteed him spot on the podium by being in this final. I believe this is the, I think the only one so far this season.
This isn't the last dance, we just heard him say. So whether that's something about I'm gonna get him or I'm not sure. But nice. That was some sporting words there from JT. He'll be coming on the 12-meter line just like Will, of course.
Let's see what he's got.
We've seen it many times today already. 12 meters first pass, not a worry for these guys. I find when I've gone out on 12 before, it's always just you're on the game so much quicker. Like 11 is not an easy pass. Even 12 isn't an easy pass. It's still kind of a warm-up pass, even if you start a little longer. But that 11.25, you've got to be on your game, and it's your second pass. And then 39 is your third pass. It all comes up quick. However, you do preserve a little bit of energy there. So let's see John through this 12-meter pass. You can see he's relaxed. He's chilling. He's just, loving it at the moment. And he's skiing relaxed again now.
All right, and wonderful stuff there from Jonathan Travers out of Groveland in Central Florida, specifically Lake County. And not only does he slalom and compete in Pro Tour events, but he also, in some instances, is the technical controller for a lot of events as well,
including his own.
Yeah,
he does the Travers Grand Prix, which is an incredible event. I think it's something different, and it's what the sport needs, something different, a bit of fun. So yeah, and JT, okay, he's a skier. He wants to ski as best as he can, but he does everything within the rules. He does everything he can to make the skiing correct and good, but also to make sure that nothing is going wrong or anything that he doesn't try to push the limits at all, which is great especially from a skier point of view. That you're not worried about something being wrong with the equipment that is provided by the tournament.
All right, here we go. Skier on the water right now. Will Asher behind Black Beauty, one of our two towboats here. The other one being Blue Thunder. Round number 1. Looking good. This is 11.25 meters.
Just getting pitted forward. You see, that's what I was talking about with Will on his 135. Just sometimes getting pitted forward a little bit, but just the ski keeps that ski moving. Doesn't even worry, and he just gets reset by the first wake. It's incredible.
Now by this point, fatigue and conditioning come into play. Because I mean, like Will, I mean, you just look at him and you see how well built he is so far as fitness is concerned, and you need that, you know, especially when you're doing head-to-head round after round.
Yeah, I mean, the last time he skied was 15 minutes ago, and that was, I mean, let's be honest, he ran 4 passes pretty much, you know, and those are not easy passes. Those are passes that just absolutely take the energy out of your body, you know. Running 39 and 41, or you got 5 at 41. That's incredibly tough. It takes a lot of energy to do that, and that was only 15 minutes ago, or 15-20 minutes ago. So the fatigue is definitely in play, and also JT. You know, he had even less time than Will, so fatigue for JT coming in as well. It's, you know, it's something that you don't really practice with that much. Let's be honest. You know, you don't really take sets within 20, 30 minutes of each other on a regular basis, so it's definitely something different as we watch JT coming in here on the 11.25. Nice and wide for his gate there, pulling out to number 1. Get a nice tight line out of number 1 there. Number 2 looking good, nothing to worry about so far.
Whoa, hello.
Got on the back of the ski a little bit out of 3.
Just setting himself back down, 11.25 minutes. He knows he has a little bit more room to go.
Yeah, he's definitely likes to stretch that rope just a little bit, didn't he? He's, you know, out of number 2, he got, number 3, he got pitted forward just a little bit, but that's just another thing that these, in Corey Vaughan's words, the veterans, they know what they're doing. Hey, I got pulled forward. I'm going to reset and go again, and it's like it didn't happen by 5. You know, you watched it, and it looked like number 1 at number 5. You just see here, out of number 2, a little on the tail, you could argue, but nothing to worry about so far. And then here at number 3, just gets yanked. You see his head go back just a little bit. Out of number 4 there. Oh, okay, right, let's get going again. See, number 5, absolutely nothing to worry about there. He's back early, and outside number 6, no worries at all.
All right, and not looking too bad at all there, Jonathan Travers. You know, a little bit of a delay off one of those turns, but was back into it. Didn't hit the panic button in any way, shape, or form.
No, not at all.
All right, then. So here we go. Will Asher, pass number 3, right here, right now. 10.75 meters.
All right, Will, 10.75. He's ran this pass more times than I can count. He's run it every round. He's run it every round so far. It's looking good out of number 1. He's outside number 2, looking good, nice and calm. Turning number 3, nice tight line. 4, he's a little on the back. Not too worried though. Making sure he gets outside of 6. No worries at all there for Will, and that's what is that? 5 out of 5 39s there for Will, which is pretty incredible skiing as well. It's incredible consistent skiing.
Great athleticism here shown by Will Asher. You know, it moves very, very little on top of his ski through the turn, save for the arms coming round from the outside to re-grip the handle.
If anyone knows Will, they know that Will likes to play with his skis a little bit. He likes to modify them, and you know, he knows that he knows what he's doing with skis. He knows about flex and shape and things like that, and he knows the ski that's under his feet, like I say, like the back of his hand. You know, I said that a lot, but he really knows what's going on. He knows what to expect. He's on a ski that he trusts, and that's just it's fundamental to a skier's success. Is just trusting the ski that you have underneath you. And you know, along with John and Rob and the girls, Jamie and Ali as well, they work incredibly well as a team to provide the best product they can for the skiers. So
here we go. Here comes a must-run pass there for Jonathan Travers to keep this pairing alive.
He's around number 1. He's looking good so far. He's outside number 2. A little slow. He needs to get going here at 3. He does. He gets going. He's outside of 4. A little slow again. Outside of number 5. He's a little slow again, but he's outside number 6. Does the whirly bird.
And
side of the gate.
Takes a little bit more of a tug through the exit gates than he is accustomed to doing, but he gets it done.
Yeah. I mean, he knows what he's doing. Now, these two are mates. Do you think they talk at the end? You think they how did that go type of thing, or
Yeah, and that's just about the extent of it.
I would say that's probably about it. But there's no animosity between them, and I mean, we saw that in the interview before. But let's watch this replay here. Just a little slow out of 2, and he's like, okay, settle down, come outside number 3, and he does. Look at that, he stays calm. Okay, he's a little down course, but he stays calm. Here at number 5, just getting on the back of the ski ever so slightly. He's like, okay, just stay calm at 5, and we'll make it to 6. He gets a little safety at 5, but he's out towards number 6, and then does a little bit of a whirly bird, and gets through the gates.
And make sure you get your vote in for Skier of the Day. Get those votes in waterskibroadcasting.com/play. You've only got a few minutes left to cast your vote for Skier of the Day. Could it be someone from the women's competition, or could it be one of these two in the men's competition? You decide. Vote for your Skier of the Day. waterskibroadcasting.com/play.
Yeah. So we've seen Will run a 5. Is that worthy of Skier of the Day, do you think?
Maybe.
Or is Joel's efforts, or, some of the others, maybe one of the girls, man on. But here we go. Will coming in, 10.25. He needs to put on the pressure on his good mate, Jonathan. Turns number 1. He gets a good number 1. He's outside number 2. He turns.
And he collapses. Oh, my word.
Number 2. Oh, that's so unfortunate there for Will.
How rarely do you see that?
That is very unfortunate there for Will. He got a great number 1. I just tried to push a little too early, maybe at 2. I'm not quite sure. But that's so super unfortunate there for Will. So JT knows what he needs to do now. JT knows what he needs to do. I don't think I've seen Will pop a fin ever, nearly. It's so that's odd to see from Will there, but you see him look at this number 1. There's textbook, turns, has a little bit of slack, you could argue, but maintains it well. Turns around number 2 there, and he just pops the fin, which is so uncharacteristic of Will. He's unfortunate there, and John is looking for his first pro win of the year, I believe.
I believe so, and it would be his first win here at San Gervasio in the San Gervasio 10th edition of this Pro-Am Championships. So Jonathan Travers has been here 6 times. He's podiumed twice. Well, you can add another one to that now.
You can definitely add another one, but what step will it be? Will it be the second step? Will it be the first step? We will find out in about 10 seconds' time.
And remember how this adventure started in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, no, he had a lot of unfortunate luck there at the quarterfinal, but he's made it through here. He's coming in now on this final on 41 off, 10.25. He knows what he needs to do. He needs a full 2. He comes around number 1.
There he goes.
Number 2.
Round number 2 to the wakes, and go celebrate, buddy!
Yeah. Let's go. There you go. John, incredibly happy there. I think he's got over that hill of his first win of the season. I can't imagine how happy he is right now. He's skied incredibly well.
He's won at Masters before, but I think this one is going to be a heck of a lot sweeter considering the circumstances.
Yeah, with everything that happened at, not even just at this event, but at previous events, what happened at Funglis was so unfortunate. He got so unlucky. He skied incredibly well all that week. As we see Will walking back here, and then the unfortunate luck with the switch section, and managing to get over all that, managed to put it behind him and come back for the win is pretty incredible. As we see Will just walking up here.
We'll get a word or two from him in just a moment as we see.
We watch this replay from JT here. Turns number 1, he goes, I know what I need to do now. He gets around number 2, S turns, make sure he gets back to the wake, and that's great skiing there from John. He knew what he needed to do, and you can see the elation there on his face and in his actions. He's incredibly happy. Just, you can see it from this skate. He knew what he needed to do. He didn't, let's not slam 1. Let's just get towards 2. There you go. You see, he's like, okay,
his safety's right from the beginning.
Let's get to 2. Okay, get around number 2 and get back to the wakes. However, saying that, we are at 41. it's not easy even to get to 2. So let's go dockside with JT, your new winner.
John, congratulations. I'm going to let you just say some words. Congratulations.
Thanks, Lauren. Yeah, it's been a long time. It's been a great year for our team. Without a team, you're no one. Will, hopefully you can hear this. Man, you're amazing. Thank you for everything. It's a good battle. My parents, my wife, Jamie, everyone, thank you guys. Without you guys, I'm no one. And Mateo, your family, thank you. All the sponsors, I'll be back. It's amazing.
Good job, John. Thanks.
All right, and turning our attention to the announcing point where we have our runner-up, Will Asher, who's been on a tear this season so far and coming up short, but you're not too disappointed with what you've done out there.
No, I mean, this is a win-win for me. I mean, just to see JT go out there and get a win is just, I mean, that's awesome. It brings tears to my eyes. So I mean, we train together every single day. I know what he does. He knows what I do. He's more than capable of winning many, many events. So to see him do it and kind of, in a way, get that monkey off his back is awesome. I mean, you're just going to see him thrive further and further. I mean, it was a win-win for me. I wanted to really put a big score and make him really chase it. But, you know, getting 2 is sometimes way harder than having to go down the lake. I mean, it's hard to safety check 1, and then that's also not easy. So super happy. Can't wait to have a cheers with him later.
Yeah, that incredible skiing from both of you. You got 5 earlier. It looked like you were on it at one point, but you knew what you needed to do. You needed to put the pressure on. What was going through your head coming through that 41? You just want to put pressure on. Just have a quick look at this 41 here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I ski them every day. I know what JT can run. I know he can get deep and run it. So I didn't really want to leave the door open. I set myself up good, and I just bit off way too much at 2, and I think it was probably actually my best one. And then I had rotated so far before I actually even got to 2, and I still tried to turn it. So
yeah,
in that position, you just need to have a bit more patience. It's just not easy.
Yeah,
there's no time to think.
I said when it happened, I was like, can't remember a time where I've seen you pop a fin much in recent times at least. So, does that happen often to you, or
No, it doesn't. No, it really doesn't happen that often. But really, when it happens is when you do something really too good.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd say that was like my best one. And then like skiing's really weird. You get on the swing, the ski starts to rotate early, and then if you don't recognize that's already happened, and you think it hasn't rotated, then you're still thinking to push the turn instead of just standing there and basically leaning again. So, I mean, whatever. I'm super happy.
Yeah, as you said, it was a win-win for you, and you've seen your mate, your ski buddy, your ski mate has skied really well, and it's great to get over the hump, as you said.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be JT's way more fun to be around when he skis well. So.
He probably heard that down on the dog as well.
Yeah, and he'll probably
get ready
say,
for me, buddy. I'm coming back.
All right, then. So you saw the Pro Tour standings. You're still very, very much in the lead in that regard. So well done to you, Will Asher. We'll let you get towed off and dried and get ready. But also before you leave, a quick word about the Syndicate brand, who are way out in the lead right now in the brand leaderboard. We put the points up with the brand leaderboard before you two even went out, because we knew one of you was going to win in the final. So take it away.
Yeah, I think it's a testament. I mean, if people aren't paying attention, this is what the program's doing. Like everything we're doing is geared to performance. It's geared to, we want to win titles. We want to get wicked scores. We want people to enjoy riding the skis, and that's really what the brand's about. That's why we came out with the whole new Syndicate Works program, because the Works program is 100% dedicated to performance. It's like, if something is going to ski better, that's the skis we're going to have. It's not so much about, what's better for, it's just like, what is the best ski and how do we make it and how do we get it to market and how do we win tournaments, break world records, win world titles. And it's just the start. I mean, we got the new factory just this winter, and we're already seeing skis that I have never been able to dream of in my last 20 years of being with HO. So just to see the whole brand progress forward, the team progress forward, everyone's doing a phenomenal job and everyone's getting motivated, and that's really cool.
And that's
I'm stoked.
And that's what people don't see, is that you guys train together, you work on things together, not just in the summer months, but also all through the winter months as well. You're skiing on skis, trying new things, trying things out, and you guys train together. You train each other, and you're working on some amazing products as well. So
yeah, the team's really tight. We're best friends, and we're like really protective of the team too. Like if you're in the team, like you're in the team, and we're protective of who comes in, because that team can be lost really quick.
Oh, for sure.
So it's really valuable that you get the right blend of people. You got to have a mix of people. Not everyone can be like me. Like the team would suck. But then you got a JT, and you got a Jamie, and you got an Ali, and you got a Rob, and that just kind of, they're all weird in their own ways, and that evens everything out. And I'm stoked to be a part of it. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, Will.
Thank you. Thanks, man.
Great scores all weekend, all throughout Europe so far. So great job on all of that, and we'll see you next week back in England.
Yeah, thanks TWBC. Yeah, it's awesome.
All right then. All right, and just one final thing. We've got the prize giving to take place in the next few minutes, so stick around for that as we bring to a conclusion the on-water coverage of the 10th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. My name's Tony Lightfoot, thanking Aaron Davies once again for his effort here.
Thank you, Tony. That was it was good fun. It was great to watch some good skiing.
Indeed. And we're going to have the prize presentations to come in just a moment. So stick around, please. The 10th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm prize presentation will take place right after this.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
So excited to introduce to you guys the NR1. Over the past season, we've been working on developing the ski shape that is now the NR1, and I truly do love this shape. I'm so excited to ski on it this season, and I hope you guys love it as much as I do.
I'm really excited to get on the Reflex NR1 this season and see what it can do for my skiing. Every time I get on it, it just feels better and better. So I can't wait for the 2024 season to get some new PBs on the Reflex NR1.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the prize presentation here at the 10th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go into our award presentations, but before we do, let me mention to you our women's and men's audience prize winners. The winner of the women's audience prize is Jay Kaluski. He wins himself a Conley ski of his choice. And the men's audience prize winner is Steve Hubert. He wins a D3 slant ski of his choice. And stand by your emails, both of you. We will be messaging you very, very soon. And we'll get in contact with you to arrange delivery of your winning skis. All right, we're waiting for a good few more of our award recipients to make their way to this area. And I'm sure that we're going to have prize presenters coming in as well, including the Mayor of San Gervasio, Mr. James Scaburi. And I'm sure that Fideli is also going to get involved. And my good friend Matteo Lazzeri will also be here as well. So just trying to get everything in place here before we go into the award presentations. And it looks like the speakers may not be active, so I'm just going to have to shout. Okay. Oh, that's better. Okay. Looks like I have microphones now for the in-house speaker and also for the webcast. And ladies and gentlemen, wasn't that a great tournament, huh? Right, now before we go into the presentations proper, I invite Fedele Luzzeri to say a few words for a friend which I know that we're going to miss very, very deeply. Come on over here, Mr. Fedele, and say a few words.
I'll take this on, and if I could have all the officials standing next to the podium with me, that would be much appreciated.
Claudio. Claudio.
Yes?
Hold it here.
Ah, okay.
Tennis on
Okay. Okay, we're here with all the officials because I'm pretty sure some of you guys know that last night, one of our dear friends, an official that has officiated this tournament 3 times and several other tournaments throughout her career, passed away last night. Her name is Giovanna Caserio. You might have seen her daughter Sofia here judging until yesterday. Of course, last night she left. And in her honor and in her tribute, since she loved this tournament so much and was really saddened to begin with that she couldn't be to the tournament 2 weeks ago, but she did have the commitment to come here, and unfortunately she was taken away early. So we're going to take a minute of silence in her memory. I hope you all had fun today. Giovanna would have had a blast being here with us.
All right, we now proceed ahead with the award presentations, starting off with our amateur divisions, the under-14 amateur division. We've got a 3rd place tie. And the 2 people in recipient of that 3rd place tie award is Sofia Sola and Alessandro Schonauer. And they get an award there from our good folks at PKB. Yeah. 1 and 1. So which one gets the left glove and which one?
No, one pair for.
One pair for each of you. Okay. This is going to be expensive for you, sir.
Yes.
All right then. In the under-14 amateurs, in 2nd spot, with a score of 2 on 13 meters, Lars Kuhner. And your winner with a score of 1.5 at 10.75 meters in the under-14s here at the 10th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. It is from Germany, Theo Wild. Ladies and gentlemen, your award recipients in the under-14 amateur competition. All right, then, we now go into the senior amateur competition in 3rd place with a score of 4.5 on 13 meters. He comes to us out of Monaco, and his name is Gerard Jean-Paul Sir. And he gets himself a pair of gloves courtesy of PKB. All right, in second place in a two-way tie, one competitor got 4 on 12, and the other got 2 at 52K, 14.25 meters. The second place is shared between Andrew Bowles of South Africa and Imke Kuhner of Germany. And ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the winner in the senior amateur competition with a blistering score of 1 buoy at 11.25 meters. From Great Britain, it is Kelly Atkins. And Kelly, you get yourself a life jacket. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your award recipients in the senior amateur competition. Who? Got it. Thank you very much. All right, now moving right along to the open amateur competition, and we have a two-way tie for third. One of our competitors scored 2 at 10.75, the other 1 at 10.75. Number 3 is shared by Leo Cederqvist of Sweden and Guillermo Sirocco of Italy. And I'll pronounce his name right one of these days. All right, moving on to second spot, and with a personal best score of 1 buoy at 14.25 meters. He comes to us from Greece. His name is Gratsias Christoforous. And ladies and gentlemen, in the open amateur competition, your winner with a score of 5 on 60 meters at 58K from Germany, Leo Auer. Your award recipients in the open amateur competition. Congratulations to every single one. Yep. All right, now we get into the nitty-gritty, the head-to-head competition. We'll present the awards for women's and men's, but before that, we have got the Junior Girls Challenge results presented by Radar Skis. And presenting the awards here is going to be none other than Radar Rep, Joel Poland. All right, then. You get to present the prizes, and we present the top 3. In a third spot with a score of 1 on 11.25 meters in both rounds 1 and number 2, Ines Sola. All right, that is for third place. And now we get into the top 2. Runner-up and winner of second spot with a score of 2 at 11.25 meters from Italia, Vittoria Sirocco. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your champion with a score at 1 at 10.75 meters. She won this title last year. She wins it this time around. From Peru, Cristiana de Osma. Ladies and gentlemen, celebrating your junior girls recipients, Ines Sala, Victoria Sirocco, and your champion in the Junior Girls Challenge presented by Radar, Cristiana de Osma. Okay. Ooh.
Councilor of Sport of San Gervasio will present the women, Fidelizza and the men. Councilor of Sport.
And it's top three.
Top three only, yes.
Okay, so now we're going to go into the pro women's competition. The top three recipients will be presented here. The head of the local sports council for San Gervasio is going to come here to present the prizes to our top female athletes. And with that in mind, let me tell you that in third spot from the United States of America, Ali Nicholson. The defending champion, and also with 26 additional points onto the Waterski Pro Tour women's overall slalom standings. All right then, folks, let's continue on, shall we? Runner-up with a score of 1 at 10.25 meters. That score alone earning her 2 additional points onto the Waterski Pro Tour standings. From France, let's give it up, please, for Manon Costa. And now, presenting to you winner and champion of the 10th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm competition in the women's slalom event with a score of half a buoy at 10.25 meters from Canada, Jamie Ball. And Jamie Ball with some more additional points onto the Waterski Pro Tour standings. And we've got a champagne bottle here, so I'm going to stand well clear. I need to do a speech. All right, Jamie, before you uncork that bottle.
What is she going to hold?
Okay, you're going to have to use 2 microphones.
Man, Tony.
Let me grab that bottle.
No, it's gonna pop. Okay, got my hands full now. Hopefully this doesn't pop, but super happy to be on the top of the podium again here at San Gervasio. Thanks to everyone for putting on the event, and hopefully we can see it bigger and better next year.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for your award recipients. Third place, Ali Nicholson. Second place, Manon Costar, and your champion in the 10th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm Slalom in the women's division, Jamie Bull. There we go. All right. Okay, let's continue on with the awards. But now, before we go into the men's competition, there is the unresolved issue of who has won Skier of the Day. Now, I'm presenting this now because it's not one of the top 3 by the end of the competition. Oh, no. Your most popular skier of the day with 47% of the vote. He comes to us from Italy. His name is Vincenzo Marino. Skier of the Day, presented by 2 new nutritional snacks. That is Vincenzo Marino. All right. Now let's continue on. Fedele Luzzeri will be presenting the prizes for the men's competition for the top 3. And the top 3 goes something like this. In 3rd spot, coming to you from Italia. His name is Thomas De Gasperi. Awarded 26 Pro Tour points. Ladies and gentlemen, 2nd place and runner-up with a score of 5 at 10.25 meters. Coming to you from Great Britain, it's Will Asher! And Will Asher picking up 32 points, plus an additional 2 for having the best score in the entirety of the men's competition. Now your winner and champion of the 10th annual San Gervasio ProAm. He comes to us from the United States of America, specifically from Groveland in Lake County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for your champion, Jonathan Travers. And there you go, Jonathan Travers, 40 more points on the Waterski Pro Tour. But don't shake the bottle up quite yet. Don't shake it up quite yet. Let me give you these microphones and you can talk to the good people.
Like I said earlier, it's a pleasure to be here, but also without a team, I'm no one. So Will, thank you. Jamie, Rob, Allie, everyone, my parents, the ski school, my wife, my son, Mateo, your family. Thank you guys, everyone. It's been a pleasure. We'll be back next year.
Oh. Okay, now crack it open, JT. Uh-oh. This could go everywhere.
Oh, God.
Oh. Don't step on his glasses, will you? Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for our award recipients. Thomas de Gasperi in third, Will Asher and Rano Arp in second, and your champion for the 10th annual San Gervasio ProAm is Jonathan Travers. All right then, ladies and gentlemen, that brings to a conclusion the 10th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. My thanks to every single one of our officials, our skiers, and anyone that's had a hand in making this event happen. Special thanks to Fedele Luzzeri and Claudio Bonatti and Matteo Luzzeri for making this event happen right from the very start. We're celebrating our 10th year now. Now we're getting ready to plan for the 11th. My name is Tony Lightfoot. The next Waterski Pro Tour stop and the next Waterski Pro Tour webcast by TWBC is going to be at the Oxfordshire Pro-Am, which is going to be taking place on the run-up to next weekend. But for now, this is Tony Lightfoot saying ciao for now.